Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching. It is right now 11:02 local time, Los Angeles time, 2 p.m. Eastern time. A lot to talk about today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for being right on time. Usually I like to give a minute or two for people to trickle in. This is a little less traditional than mainstream television. You see, if we had a 30-minute slot on MSNBC right now, we'd be going immediately. But the thing is, this is a community. We are an online community together. So come into the chat. Let me know where you're watching from. You can type on your phone, your computer. Make sure you click the like button on this video and make sure you're subscribed as well, because that lets you stay up to date on my videos. It helps grow my channel as well so more people can get these messages. Today we are going to cover Israel bombing Qatar. Did the Trump administration know about it? Yes, the answer is yes. But what did they know? What did they approve? Karoline Leavitt is speaking right now. So we're going to bring you that in just a minute. We're going to tune in to Karoline Leavitt speaking live at the White House. And we're going to push back on the lies that we see from the MAGA cult of misinformation. That's really what they are, folks. If you have a friend who's interested in politics and they want some hard-hitting commentary, they want some leftist, progressive takes on everything that's happening, send them this channel. Send the link to this live video right now because they can tune in as well and get the information they need. We're also going to talk, of course, about what's happening in Chicago. Operation Midway Blitz is underway. This is Donald Trump's key name for his Chicago takeover. We're going to see if while we're on this show today, what footage starts to come out of ICE agents and potentially even National Guard troops going to Chicago. Thanks for tuning in from Illinois, by the way. My thoughts are with everybody across your state right now because things are about to get very unstable in Chicago, but hopefully the people rise up and protest peacefully. We've already seen the way that the American people have pushed ICE out of neighborhoods where they're conducting unconstitutional raids. People have protested peacefully, surrounding ICE vans, pushing them out of a certain neighborhood. That's been great to see. That's been really great to see. So let's just make sure everyone can tune in. Of course, I would be remiss not to also talk about the 50th birthday book that was given to Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump wrote a letter to Epstein. That's not negotiable. It's his signature. It's his letter. They said, MAGA told us the letter, it doesn't exist. Release the letter. Well, they just released the letter. It has his signature on it. And by the way, that's not all. The book also contains other people talking about selling a woman to Donald Trump for $22,000. They're joking about selling a human being, a woman, to Trump for $22,000 because that's the type of language that these sick fucks used when describing women. They're bought and sold, and Donald Trump was part of it. I mean, why does his name come up in a book where people are talking about passing women around like they're objects? That should tell you everything you need to know about what president we have right now. It's very disgusting, and hopefully more and more people are waking up to the truth about that. I'm going to make sure everything I've posted is live. Looks to be good to go. I'm going to get the live going right now on Karoline Leavitt so we can see exactly what the Trump administration is saying about the strike in Qatar, about what's happening in Chicago. By the way, I always mix it up. I know it's Qatar, but I think for the longest time, the American mainstream media has drilled it into my head that it's Qatar, but I'm pretty sure it's actually Qatar. So let's see. Cool. All right. Let's bring you Karoline Leavitt now. This should be good. Awesome. Make sure everybody can see that okay. See when she comes out. Here she comes.
Good afternoon, everybody.
There's our girl.
Apologize for my tardiness today. Thanks for being here. Another packed room. It's good to see. We'll begin with a scheduling update today. President Trump will commemorate the 24th anniversary of 9/11 on Thursday with a visit to the Pentagon Memorial in the morning, followed by an appearance at the New York Yankees game at Yankee Stadium in the...
That is going to be good. We've seen Trump get booed here and there at public sporting events. His appearance at the Yankees game, I don't think people are going to take that very well, especially with him talking about coming into New York, especially with him talking about deporting Zohran Mamdani and all the energy around that campaign. That cannot go well at all. Also, it is insane that like Trump is about to be the one celebrating 9/11 when his party is literally saying that Zohran Mamdani can't be mayor of New York City because he's Muslim, and New York would never allow a brown person to be mayor after what happened on 9/11, which is so racist, so Islamophobic, and disgusting. And the Trump administration is committing 9/11s weekly in Gaza.
Bronx on Thursday evening. Next week, as you all know, the President and the First Lady will depart for their historic state visit to the United Kingdom on Tuesday, and they return to Washington on Thursday. Today, I would like to address the tragedy that has not received nearly enough media attention, the brutal murder of Irina Zarutska. Here are the facts that many outlets have shamefully and intentionally failed to report until President Trump drew attention to it. On August 22nd, Irina Zarutska was stabbed to death on the rail system in Charlotte, North Carolina by a savage career criminal. This is a public transportation system that many in the area use every single day to go to school and work. Irina was on the train that...
The irony of this is they're now saying like, look, this is just another reason why Trump has to clean up crime, when this is a state, North Carolina, that has voted for Trump now 3 times. I know North Carolina is more purple, but you know, this is really a conservative state. It's part of the South. It's a little more purple than other parts of the South, but you can't tell me that the crime only happens in places like Chicago, and now you're highlighting this horrific crime that took place. It's a little ironic.
Night traveling home from her job at a pizzeria, still in uniform from her shift. This beautiful, innocent 23-year-old young woman was a Ukrainian refugee who had recently fled her country for a chance at a safer life and a promising new beginning here in the United States of America. But tragically, a public transportation system in a major American city was more dangerous than the active war zone that she left. The president and the entire White House are praying for her family and friends during this unimaginably difficult time. But while we extend our thoughts and prayers...
Also, it's pretty disgusting that they're using her as a political token when this administration is literally causing hundreds, if not thousands, of Ukrainian civilians to die every single week. Every single week. I know they're sad right now about this one person who was in the United States, but literally every week, because Donald Trump has given Putin the go-ahead to essentially bomb all of Ukraine. People are just dying in droves. And Donald Trump said that he would solve the war on day one. Now he's backtracking. He's like, I thought this would be the easiest, actually the hardest war. Well, you made it the fucking hardest war, because what you've done is you've told Putin that he can do whatever he wants and you're not going to do anything to stop him. You've put tariffs on other countries for less. And you said that if Putin doesn't make a deal in 50 days, you're going to sanction Russia. Well, that never happened. That literally never happened. Nobody takes Trump's threats seriously because he says so many things and you can never hold him to it.
We must also seek justice for this crime and call attention to this heinous incident. Surveillance video of the killing was finally released to the public this past Friday. It shows the alleged killer, DeCarlos Brown Jr., pull out a knife, get up from his seat behind Irina, and prepare to thrust a blade into her neck before the released footage gets cut. This is pure evil on full display. The most enraging and unacceptable part of this story is that her death was entirely preventable. DeCarlos Brown never should have been on that train that night. In fact, he should have been behind bars. DeCarlos Brown has been charged with crimes no fewer than 14 times, dating back to 2011, including for armed robbery, felony larceny, breaking and entering, and shoplifting. Brown had previously served 5 years in prison for a robbery with a deadly weapon charge, and he had also forfeited bonds 3 different times, twice in 2014 and once in 2023. Despite all of this past documented criminal history, when Brown was arrested yet again in January of this past year, a Democrat judge, who I will add was a strong supporter of former Vice President Kamala Harris, released this insane criminal once again without requiring...
Yeah, you're right, by the way. It's just the next distraction.
He simply had to sign
they don't care about this woman at all. That's the sad part.
Hearing. Think about how
They don't really
crazy
care.
it is
Notice
to
how this
ask
is the
a
first thing
career
she's
criminal,
leading with, not the
someone who
Epstein
by
Birthday book,
definition
not the fact that
repeatedly breaks
Israel
the
just
law,
bombed Qatar
to
and
just sign
the
a
entire
written
region
promise
is
and come
on the
back
verge of
again
a
another
greater
day. This
war.
is madness. This monster should have been
We're
locked
talking
up,
about this
and
one
Arena
crime,
should
which,
still
by the
be
way,
alive.
happened 2
But
days
Democrat
ago.
politicians, liberal judges,
We're
and
not talking
weak
about
prosecutors
the fact
would
that
rather
Donald
virtue
Trump
signal
wrote
than lock up
a
criminals
nasty
and
letter
protect their
to Jeffrey
communities.
Epstein in his
And
birthday
perhaps
book,
most shamefully of all, the majority
and they're not
of
releasing the
media,
files.
many outlets
Why
in
are we
this
talking
room
about that?
decided that her murder was not worth reporting
Why are
on
we talking
originally
about the
because it does not fit a
hundreds of
preferred
South Korean
narrative.
workers who were
Many of the
detained,
journalists in
which will
this room
potentially
spilled
cost the
plenty
state of
it
Georgia
trying to smear Daniel Penny for
millions and
defending a
billions of
subway car from a
dollars
deranged
because
lunatic
people aren't
in
going to
New
want
York
to do
City,
business in our
but
country
none
anymore?
of those same
What
reporters
about that?
lift a finger to write stories about an actual murderer. Here's the truth that every American must know.
Why
Too
are we
many
still talking
innocent
about
people
this
across
and not
the
Chicago?
country
Hopefully she
continue
pivots
to pay the
soon
price of the
because
failed
the
experiment
reporters
known as
better do their
cashless
jobs
bail
and ask those
that
questions
has
as
been
well.
championed by the Democrat Party for years. All the way back in 2020,
Somebody on
North
TikTok
Carolina's
says,
then
Josh,
Democrat
you shouldn't be
Governor
cheering
Roy
on
Cooper
the murder.
established a so-called task
Notice
force
how
for
I'm not
racial
cheering on the
equity
murder.
in
In what way am
criminal
I
justice.
cheering on the
Sounds
murder
nice,
of an
but it's
innocent
not.
person?
That task force was
Wrong.
co-authored
Incorrect.
by then Attorney
By the way,
General
if you're
and
watching
current
on
Democrat
TikTok, I
Governor
see there's
Josh
about 70
Stein.
of you right
It
now.
recommended,
Come
quote,
watch on YouTube.
reimagining public
I have
safety to, quote,
the
promote
live feed of the
diversion
White
and
House
other
pulled up so you can watch
alternatives
it. You can just
to
pull it up on your
arrest. It
phone,
also
computer,
advised
tablet,
to
TV.
de-emphasize
Just
some
go to link in my
felony
bio on
crimes,
TikTok or search
prioritize,
on
quote,
YouTube and
restorative
let me know in the
justice,
YouTube chat
and
that you came
eliminate
from
cash
TikTok.
bail.
I love to see that.
Democrats in North Carolina and nationwide are consumed with pushing a woke, soft on crime agenda, no matter how many innocent Americans.
Yeah, if we got rid of woke, that would have saved her life. It's all because of woke, ladies and gentlemen. It's woke, but wait a second, this wasn't an undocumented migrant. So what? What?
Suffer as a result. Instead of aggressively prosecuting and locking up violent criminals, the Democrat-backed cashless bail approach lets these criminals roam free in our country to offend again and again. These reckless policies have turned too many of American cities into hunting grounds for career criminals who mock our justice system, drain law enforcement resources, and wreak havoc on law-abiding citizens. Enough is enough, and that is why President Trump is doing everything in his power by taking action to undo these absurd policies. The president recently signed a powerful executive order directing the AG to submit a list of states and local jurisdictions with cashless bail policies, so that the Trump administration may identify federal funds that are being provided to these states and can potentially be suspended or terminated. President Trump firmly believes that to maintain order in public safety, we must
I'm really not going to
incarcerate
comment much on this
individuals
because
whose
I'm waiting to
pending
hear her
criminal
talk about
charges or criminal
Chicago,
history demonstrate a clear ongoing
Israel,
risk to civil society.
and Epstein.
This is a common sense and sensible approach that the vast majority of Americans agree with, and it's time for the
X,
Democrat
thank you for coming
Party
here from TikTok.
to get on board
Thank you
with
for your
what
kind
is
words
right.
about my commentary.
When these criminals are caught, they
somebody
must
says,
be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the
it's
law.
woke,
and be
it's
sent to
Biden,
prison,
it's Obama,
where they
it's
can no
Harris.
longer
Well,
terrorize our streets.
none of
This
them
is a
are
mandate
in
the
office,
American people
by the
delivered
way.
to President Trump, and it's a mandate
And
he intends to fulfill.
crime was actually
Staying
down
on the
under
topic
the
of public
Biden-Harris
safety,
administration.
New preliminary data released today by Customs
And
Border
woke is not a
Protection in
thing that
August
affects
shows that
crime.
President Trump has delivered the most secure border in American history. For the fourth straight month, 0 illegal aliens were released into the United States.
This is the only thing they can just keep pointing to that they're claiming is a success. Zero crossings, zero crossings. Yeah, but over the past 4 months, American jobs are down. The economy is slowing. People can't find work. People are losing health care. Overseas wars have gotten way worse, and things have gotten less safe because people are getting abducted off the street. But so glad that your numbers say that 0 people crossed the border. You really made the country so much better.
By CBP. Nationwide encounters are down 93%, below the peak of the Biden administration. Border Patrol apprehensions on the southwest border in the entire month of August were less than what was apprehended in 4 days
Yeah,
in
Caroline
August
does not deserve to wear the
2024
cross.
under the Biden administration. President Trump has ended disastrous Biden illegal alien invasion. He sealed our border in record time, keeping this...
Somebody on TikTok, again, if you're on TikTok, come watch on YouTube. It's way easier for me to read the chat on YouTube. So come join me there. Somebody says, Josh, we know you want an invasion at the border. No, I don't want an invasion, but to be honest, I don't give a shit about undocumented migrants. If you're here undocumented, I don't care, honestly, and I don't think anybody should. I know Fox News is going to scare you into thinking that scary brown people from Mexico and Guatemala are coming here to snatch your children and they're coming to steal your jobs. When in reality, 99.999% of these people are here working, paying taxes, and they're not even getting the benefits of what they're paying taxes into. So Trump supporters, you guys should actually be thanking these people because they're working, they're paying taxes, and they're not even getting the stuff that you claim they're stealing from you. You can't get Medicaid. You can't vote. So you're not even getting the same rights afforded to American citizens, and yet they're paying into our system, right? So what I want, it's not an invasion, but I want a sensible and strategic pathway to streamline citizenship. People come here to work. If you're working here for years, you should be able to try to become a citizen. And we were working towards that progress. And that's what the border bill would have done under the Biden-Harris administration, but Republicans voted against that because they wanted to help Trump politically.
Central promise he made to the American public. With that, I will take your questions. Here in our new media seat today, we have Michael Schellenberger, who is the founder of Public News with nearly 2 million.
Let me make sure I record this too. So quick commercial break. Folks, thank you for being here. We're about to show the question and answer portion. This is always the best because we will see what reporters are doing their job, what reporters are not doing their job. We will find out in a moment. So we'll start recording here. If you're on TikTok, come to YouTube right now. We're going to show the question and answer portion. Search Josh the Progressive. Link is in my bio. A bunch of people on YouTube have already said they came from TikTok. It's way better because we're going to show Caroline Levitt right here taking reporters' questions, hopefully about Israel, hopefully about Chicago, hopefully about Epstein. Let's see how this goes.
Readers and subscribers, Michael, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
And why don't you kick us off? Sure.
Thank you for making space for new media. Nice to meet all of you. It's great to be here. I want to see if you could give some insight into whether the president is considering additional measures against Europe and Brazil, not just for censorship, but also for preventing political candidates from actually competing in elections. We've now seen in Romania, France, and now Germany with Joachim Paul, efforts to basically just prevent candidates from being able to compete in elections. The president has shown some concern around President Bolsonaro, who's being prevented from running. All of this is coming in the context of increased censorship of online platforms, of American platforms, and efforts to censor Americans. I'm personally being investigated under criminal investigation with my Brazilian colleagues for publishing the Twitter Files Brazil. We're very grateful that the president has imposed Magnitsky sanctions on the judge. Is the president considering additional actions given that it appears that they're going to end up with a conviction against President Bolsonaro, preventing him from running? Is he considering doing anything about this crackdown in Europe? I mean, it's shocking to see Joachim Paul, this mayoral candidate in Germany, the criminal indictment against him cites him,
What's your question,
saying that he
bud?
loves the Lord of the Rings as reason why he's an extremist and shouldn't be able to run. So I just wonder if you could speak to that. And again, I'm grateful to be here. Nice to meet you all. And I'm grateful for what the Trump administration has done to push for free speech abroad.
Well, thanks for being here, Michael. We appreciate it. Freedom.
What has the Trump administration done to push free speech? If anything, they have made free speech a crime in this country. You can't say what you want on a college campus anymore without potentially being expelled or even arrested. We saw what happened. People who simply supported Palestinian liberation and the right of people in Gaza to exist were put in jail for weeks, months. For what? And now schools can't get funding because they have to abide by what the Trump regime says is free speech. And social media platforms are caving to the Trump administration. Free speech is under threat. Donald Trump just signed an executive order that says you can go to jail for 1 year for burning the U.S. flag, even though that's not enforceable. It's not a law. The U.S. Supreme Court already ruled that it is constitutional to burn the flag, and you can't be arrested for that. Only if a law is passed or the Supreme Court overturns their decision can that actually happen. So nobody should actually take Donald Trump's executive order seriously. It holds no water whatsoever.
Freedom of speech is arguably the most important issue of our time. It is enshrined in our Constitution, and the president believes in it strongly. He himself faced censorship in his road back to this beautiful Oval Office here in Washington, D.C., so he takes this very seriously, as does, I know, the Vice President of the United States and the entire Trump administration, which is why we have taken significant action with regards to Brazil in the form of both sanctions and also leveraging the use of tariffs to ensure that countries around the world are not punishing their citizens in this way. And at the same time, the president is, while he's leveraging the United States to safeguard our interests abroad, he's also making sure that freedom of speech remains.
Notice how they changed the plan with tariffs too. They said tariffs would be used to make our economy better. But now that they've realized that tariffs are actually hurting our economy, they're saying that the purpose of tariffs all along was to make other countries come to the negotiating table when it comes to peace deals. Donald Trump says he's the one who made all these peace deals, even though he hasn't solved the war in Ukraine and there's still a genocide taking place in Gaza because of his tariffs, even though the two main conflicts that he campaigned on solving are way worse than ever before.
Here in the United States of America. So I don't have any additional actions to preview for you today, but I can tell you this is a priority for the administration, and the president is unafraid to use the economic might, the military might of the United States of America to protect free speech around the world.
Quick follow-up to that?
Sure.
Quick follow-up, which is just, there was a Reuters story saying that the Trump administration was looking at this Europe-U.S. trade deal as one of the sticking points, this issue of the censorship, not just of U.S. platforms, of Americans. Do you have any updates on how those trade talks are going? And I also wonder if the president is concerned about NATO membership. NATO membership requires that you be a democracy and you have free speech. Is it possible that some of these actions that we've seen in Romania, France, and Germany would disqualify those countries from being in NATO after this?
So now right-wing extremist reporters of the new media, in case you didn't hear what he said, that he's asking about whether we should kick NATO countries out of NATO because they're censoring free speech that the administration aligns with. So things are getting very drastic day by day. We're now talking about actually kicking countries out of NATO because they don't align with the Trump regime.
I have not heard the president discuss NATO membership in regards to this issue in particular, but I have heard him discuss the issue of free speech and the importance of free speech with foreign leaders around the world, including the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. When we were in Scotland, the president brought this up and how important it is for the Prime Minister to protect free speech in the UK and in various conversations with other world leaders. So he brings it up, and I think the entire world knows that this is a priority for the President of the United States. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the Israeli strike in Doha,
all right, finally.
much time?
How do you hold a press conference? This is so fucking putrid. How do you hold a press conference, Caroline? And you don't even mention the strike. You have to wait for a reporter to ask you about this. Let's hear what they had to say.
Or how much of a heads up did the U.S. get, and does the president support the strike?
Sure. Well, I have a statement to read for all of you with respect to the Israeli strike in Doha, and here it is.
Let's hear it.
This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. The president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the United States and feels very badly about the location of this attack.
This is so fucking insane. Like, the United States, under the Trump administration, will do anything for Israel, that even if Israel strikes a nation that we're aligned with, let's say Qatar in this example, Caroline says they're our close friend, Israel is allowed to bomb friends of the United States as well. And it's totally okay. It's totally okay for them to do that, so long as Trump gets to displace 2 million Palestinians out of Gaza so that he can build condos and casinos there for the world's people, he says. He says that place is going to be home for people of the world. What does that even mean?
President Trump wants all of the hostages in Gaza and the bodies of the dead released, and this war to end now.
And by the way, regarding the hostages, Trump put out a threat on social media the other day saying, "This is your last warning, Hamas. If you don't release the hostages, there will be hell to pay." He's done this like 10 times already. He remember, like months ago, he said, "If you don't release everybody by this weekend, there's going to be hell to pay." And then he does nothing. He does nothing. The only thing he does is continue to ship more billions of our tax dollars to Israel to allow them to carpet bomb the region, with no plan to actually create peace whatsoever. Trump just puts out these fake threats to try and convince people that he's trying to make peace, that he's trying to release the hostages because that's going to create peace in the region somehow. It's disgusting.
President Trump also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu after the attack. The Prime Minister told President Trump that he wants to make peace, and quickly.
By the way, and Caroline lied, by the way, because it's already been reported that the United States knew about this attack for days. Don't think for a second, please, seriously, everybody watching right now, don't think for a second that Trump was just informed about the attack this morning. It takes days, weeks to plan these types of attacks. I mean, think about it. They're not just carpet bombing Gaza like they do every day. They actually were bombing another country, their capital city. You don't think that Donald Trump knew about this for days and days and hid this from the American people? They know that Israel is bombing other countries and they're not even telling us. And they're doing it with weapons that we are paying for.
President Trump believes this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. The president also spoke to the emir.
How is this going to serve as an opportunity for peace when they were literally there to discuss your peace terms? You lured them in there like a trap. You lured them in there like a trap, just like you did with Iran, just like you did during the nuclear negotiations that were happening, and then you just bombed Iran anyway. So, no, this does not help increase the likelihood of peace. Now, tensions are going to be even more inflamed, and so many people are going to die, and this is all because of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu.
And Prime Minister of Qatar, and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. He assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil.
And to be clear, the president disagrees with the location of the strike and that he passed that along to the Prime Minister Netanyahu.
The president just confirmed that in the statement that I just read to you, which I spoke with him about before coming out here. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. So is the president upset with Netanyahu now?
The president made his thoughts and concerns about this very clear, and he spoke again both to Prime Minister Netanyahu and also...
Of course he's not upset with Netanyahu. Folks, understand this. Trump knew this attack was coming. Israel does not bomb Qatar without the United States knowing every single detail, especially because they're using, again, weapons that we paid for, right? To bomb another country that we're supposedly aligned with. So Donald Trump can express his fake outrage with Netanyahu, but this was all part of the plan. This was all part of the plan. Donald Trump probably drew up the plan.
So the emir and the prime minister of Qatar after this attack. And the president has always made it very clear that he wants peace in the Middle East, just like he sought that and accomplished that in his first term. He expects all of our allies and friends in the region.
By the way, nobody should whitewash history and say that Trump accomplished peace in his first term in the Middle East. Much of what Trump did in his first term helped create the climate for what we're seeing today, moving the capital to Jerusalem as a specific example. Things that did not put the Palestinian people in consideration whatsoever. There was no plan whatsoever to end the occupation of Gaza, as well as the slaughter that takes place in the West Bank every single week as well. But they want to tell you that Trump created peace in the region during his first term and that nothing was wrong. At the same time, now there's a literal famine taking place and Trump can't solve it.
That includes both Qatar and Israel to seek peace as well. And he wants to see that happen, and he's working with all of our allies in the region to get that done.
Are there any consequences, so to speak, for Netanyahu doing this, as it sounds, against the president's wishes, or at least his belief that it was appropriate? Is there going to be any directive from the president to Netanyahu in terms of what's allowed in the future? And also, is there any concern this could jeopardize the Abraham Accords?
Look, that's a decision only the president can make with respect to your first question.
Literally the same peace deals that you're talking about taking credit for, the Abraham Accords, you're undoing progress in the region as well by letting this happen. So the only goal Trump has for peace in the Middle East is to eradicate an entire population of people, because he's going with Netanyahu's plan of getting rid of this problem, which they think is the Palestinians. They think they just get rid of them and everything's going to be perfectly fine, and Israel can expand its borders and Trump can invest, and the Trump family, beyond Trump's time, they will invest heavily in the region. Don't be mistaken.
To answer your second question, as you heard from the president, he said he believes that this can serve as an opportunity for peace, and he's still actively and aggressively pursuing it with all of our allies and partners in the region. Jennifer.
Just to follow up on that, Caroline, are you able to say how often the president spoke to the Prime Minister of Israel before this? Because that's one question. And then what did he mean on Sunday when he posted, "I've given my last warning to Hamas," etc.? He wasn't talking about this strike on Doha?
No, he was not. As I told you, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military.
And it makes you wonder, like, if Trump is going to conduct his last warning against Hamas, what does that even mean? What is that even going to entail? Is that the United States potentially bombing Gaza as well? Is that us sending our troops to the region? We just renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War because Donald Trump says we need to be more offensive. Literally, how stupid does he think we are? And by the way, some of his supporters will still say that he's the no new wars president when he literally just made a new Department of War. What the fuck, guys? Come on.
That Israel was attacking Hamas, and the president spoke to the prime minister after the attack, as well as, again, the emir and the prime minister of Qatar. And I know Secretary Rubio and Special Envoy Witkoff were present for that call with the Qataris as well. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions for you on crime crackdown.
Sure.
Democrats have tried to argue that red states have higher crime rates while overlooking problems of high crime in blue cities. I'm wondering if the president would consider working with red state governors to fix high crime in blue cities like in Memphis, Tennessee.
So first of all, I want to get to the premise of your question, Reagan, which is being pushed by Democrats, that there is crime in red states. Of course, there is crime in all states, but the crime in these cities is...
Oh, hang on. I got to run this back real quick. This is unbelievable. I mean, it's not unbelievable because we know this administration.
The emir and the prime minister of Qatar, and I know Secretary Rubio and Special Envoy Witkoff.
She's about to talk about how
that call with the
blue states are way worse than red states.
Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions for you on crime crackdown.
Sure.
Democrats have tried to argue that red states have higher crime rates while overlooking problems of high crime in blue cities. I'm wondering if the president would consider working with red state governors to fix high crime in blue cities like in Memphis, Tennessee.
So first of all, I want to get to the premise of your question, Reagan, which is being pushed by Democrats, that there is crime in red states.
Caroline did not like that question, by the way, because she just called out Caroline and this administration for their exact ineptitude and incompetence and neglect of crime in red states. They just want to punish blue states and flex their authoritarian muscles to show that they will put troops at voting sites during the midterm elections. They will put ICE agents at voting booths to scare black and brown people who speak Spanish. It was just ruled 6-3 in California that ICE, the Supreme Court ruled, can racially profile people. They can just go up to people and if they speak Spanish, if they are working outside Home Depot, a construction site, etc., boom, snatched up in a van. That's the real crime that's taking place. That's the real crime that's taking place in this country. But of course, Caroline Leavitt's going to say that there's crime in all parts of the country, including red states. I guarantee you that's what she's going to say.
Of course, there is crime in all states, but the crime in these cities
is
all in cities that are run by Democrats. If you look at the list of the top 20 high crime cities in the United States, every single one, with the exception of one in Louisiana, is run by a Democrat, and these Democrats have supported this.
This is not true, by the way. Everything this administration says needs to be scrutinized, okay? Understand this. This is the same administration that ran on releasing the Epstein files. This is the same administration that said the files were on Pam Bondi's desk. They gave little binders to C-list MAGA right-wing incel influencers like libs of TikTok on Twitter for them to hold up these little binders and be like, we got the Epstein list, see? And they're all smiling. None of them were there when Epstein survivors spoke at the Capitol asking why the Trump administration suddenly says that the files are a hoax. you ran on a hoax. And then you have the fact that Donald Trump wrote Epstein a birthday letter and they're best friends, but none of that is real. And then Mike Johnson says Trump is an FBI informant, but then he walked that back too. So if they're lying about that, and they lied about Iran, and they're lying about ICE, what makes you think they're telling the truth about crime? What makes you think they're telling the truth about what's happening in our cities? Remember, they fired the person in charge of releasing the jobs report because the jobs report showed the economy was slowing, and they said, you're fired. Well, the next jobs report looked even worse from their own person, their own hand-picked person. They can't even lie correctly.
Same policies that I spoke about at the beginning of this briefing, like cashless bail. If you look at a red state, Mississippi, but a Democrat-run city in that state, Jackson, in 2019, Jackson, Mississippi eliminated cash bail for virtually all misdemeanor cases. And while Jackson is not formally a sanctuary city, the state of Mississippi formally banned sanctuary cities, and this city has acted as a de facto sanctuary city for criminals and illegal aliens since 2017.
By the way, states with the highest homicide rates are red states. So many red states outnumber blue states when it comes to deaths by gun violence, which is the real killer, by the way. And it's because of guns. And, you know, say what you will about the failures of the Democratic Party, but at least one party tries to ban weapons of war from the streets, tries to implement universal background checks. That was one moment of progress we saw during the Biden administration. They went after guns harder than previous administrations. That was good to see. And nobody's saying we're going to take your guns away, but the only administration trying to take your guns away is the Trump administration. They are trying to ban transgender Americans from owning guns because they think that's going to solve crime.
Same thing, Birmingham, Alabama, a Democrat-run city in a red state. In 2017, the Birmingham City Council unanimously passed a resolution, quote, committing to establish sanctuary policies. So if you actually look at the facts from these Democrat-run cities, these are cities that are run by Democrats and by by members of the Democrat Party. These are blue cities, and they have all supported these disastrous policies which allow repeated career criminals back onto the streets to further commit acts of violence. And so to answer your question, yes, the president wants to work with anyone across this country who wants to end these horrible policies and to bring law and order to our streets. And I think that is proven by his tremendous cooperation with the mayor of Washington, D.C. and our...
Okay, great. Well, then why the fuck is Trump starting Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago, where he's going to make Chicago feel the wrath of the Department of War, which is absurd, but has had zero coordination with the mayor of Chicago, zero coordination with the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, and he's been planning this entire siege of Chicago in secret without even working with the Chicago Police Department. So I'm so glad that Trump worked with with the mayor of D.C., which is a different situation, by the way, because D.C. is not a state. But what's going on in Chicago is so unconstitutional that even right-wing influencers are saying this is enough.
Nation's capital, and just look at the results of that. And I do have some updates for you on the DC crime crackdown if anyone is interested. There have been a total of 2,177 arrests made since the start of the operation on August 7th. Just last night, there were 57 arrests made in Washington, D.C. Of the 57 arrests, there were 14 illegal aliens who were arrested, many of whom had prior criminal histories, and other arrests.
You say many of whom had prior illegal histories. So not all of them had prior illegal histories. And I thought the whole premise was you were going to go after criminals, rapists, gang members. Now you just snatch up anybody who's even suspected of being an undocumented migrant. Anybody that even speaks Spanish could get snatched up by this administration. Think about that. I want you to process that for a second here. And now they don't even hide it. They say some of these people were criminals, some weren't. Oh well, it's good for our quota though, because then I can come up here on the podium and say we snatched up 14 of them and only 3 of them were criminals. but we can just say many of them were criminals.
Just last night in our nation's capital, so you all can be very grateful for this, our great men and women of law enforcement, both federal and local, working together as they should, made an arrest on a warrant for assault with the intent to kill. The subject shot 2 adult males after an altercation. They made an arrest on a warrant for an armed carjacking. The subject assaulted an adult male in the face with a firearm and then took his keys. We also made an arrest on a warrant for simple assault and the destruction of property and subsequently charged with second-degree theft.
Someone asked, how do they know they're criminals? Great fucking question. They don't. And by the way, ICE just ruled that they will now forego paperwork when conducting arrests in order to speed up their arrests, in order to speed up the quota. They're not even going to fill out paperwork for people. They'll just snatch people up, arrest people, no due process, no evidence, no paperwork, etc. Throw somebody in a van, disappear them, and maybe send them to a country they've never even been to before. Welcome to the United States of America.
Last night in D.C., there was an arrest for possession of a controlled substance with second-degree theft. There was an arrest for possession of a controlled substance with the intent to distribute. That subject, the person is also a subject of interest in a homicide and a carjacking. Last night in D.C., we also arrested a felon in possession of a firearm who was carrying that firearm without a license. So these are the career criminals. These are the bad guys that we are picking up in Washington, D.C. every day. The president would love to do this in every Democrat-run city across the country, and he hopes that more Democrats will call the White House to allow us to help them.
It's funny that you are like celebrating that you arrested somebody who had a weapon without a license when your party is so complicit in gun violence. Your party is so corrupt by the National Rifle Association that you would like anybody to be able to buy a gun without any license, any background check. So you aren't allowed to celebrate the fact that you got a gun criminal off the street when you are literally advocating for teachers to own guns, principals to have guns, priests to have guns. You want bulletproof windows and metal detectors at schools because you would rather children be martyrs than actually solve the gun violence crime in this country.
One more that's DC specific. Congress is poised to not extend Trump's federalization of the DC police. Mayor Bowser signed the executive order formalizing cooperation with federal forces. You just mentioned all the success that the operation has had. Does the White House believe that the Mayor Bowser's action is enough to continue the crime crackdown?
We are very grateful for the mayor's cooperation in this effort, and we look forward to continuing to work with her and the Metropolitan Police Department. Bloomberg.
Thanks, Caroline. The president says, he plans to speak with Putin soon. Can we expect a phone call between the two leaders this week?
I don't have any phone calls to read out between you, the president, and any other foreign leaders.
Notice how we were so close to a peace deal in Ukraine and Russia. Now there's no plan whatsoever for Trump to talk with Putin. People are dying every single day. And you can say, sure, Donald Trump didn't start the war. He was not president when this iteration of the war began. However, it has gotten so much worse under his administration. Peace is further than ever before, despite what they want you to think, which is that they're going to make a peace deal. And Donald Trump, again, was responsible for creating the climate we see today. He literally tried to extort President Zelensky of Ukraine for dirt on Joe Biden in exchange for military aid. And when President Putin of Russia hears this, he's thinking to himself, well, Ukraine does not have a friend in the United States. Donald Trump is saying he's not going to give Ukraine anything unless they find stuff on Joe Biden. Therefore, Putin loves Trump. Putin would much rather have Trump in power because it helps Russia. It's Russia first. It's not America first.
Ed.
Thanks, Carol. I want to ask about the benchmark revisions that came out. If you
Where are the
look
Epstein
at
questions?
the
Good
revisions
point.
Between March of 2024
By
and
the way,
March
if you're
of
on
2025,
TikTok,
and you do a
come
little
watch on
math,
YouTube. There's
it
dozens of
averages
people
out
on
to
YouTube.
73,000 jobs
YouTube.
roughly per month
Link is in my
added
bio,
to the
or
economy,
search
less
Josh
than what was thought.
Progressive on
When
YouTube.
can we expect the
see you there.
Trump
Let me know on
administration,
YouTube.
now
You
that
came from
policies are
TikTok.
rolling
A
out,
lot of people
for
did.
that average to increase?
Well, let me just say something about the revisions that came out this morning. And this was one of the biggest revisions in absolute terms in decades. And the benchmark year, March 2024 to 2025, shows that the job growth was vastly weaker during the Biden administration than ever previously reported. Between this revision and last year's, job growth was actually overstated by approximately 2 million jobs. And the Biden administration stood up here and vouched for that data and told you that data was real. And when President Trump calls into question the veracity of that data, like he did before he took the...
Okay, so now their new level of cope is, well, we know that our data doesn't look very good, but it's because the Biden data was false. It was a lie. The jobs weren't as good as they said. They were the ones lying about it. Yeah, exactly. Why are they still talking about Biden?
Oath of office, and even now as president of the United States, he was ridiculed for that. And turns out this revision proves two things. Number one, the president was right, and this is why we need new leadership at the Fed. And this makes it very clear that President Trump inherited a much worse economy by the Biden administration than ever reported. And it also proves that the Federal Reserve is holding our monetary policy far too restrictive. Interest rates are too high. The Fed needs to cut the rates because of the mess that we inherited from the Biden administration.
Time frame. The president has said a year. Secretary Besson said maybe the fourth quarter. When can we expect these numbers to increase?
Well, first, we need accurate numbers. We need...
Okay, this is insane, folks. By the way, the other day, Scott Bessent, one of the economy guys in the Trump administration, says, don't worry, the economy is going to soar in the fourth quarter. That's when all the effects are going to be felt. Well, they keep pushing it back. They keep saying, things are going to start to kick in soon. Don't worry. Wait, give it time. Trump just became president. He's been president for almost a year now. He's been president for almost a year. Things have gotten more expensive and nothing's gotten more affordable. And they want to keep dangling a little dollar bill in front of your face and ask you to keep swimming towards it. And they make up these little stories here and there like, oh, Trump might abolish income tax. Ooh, you might get a check from tariffs. You might get a check in the mail from tariffs. That's not happening. And by the way, you know why that's not happening? Remember what happened to the Doge checks? You were supposed to get a Doge check, right? Have you checked your mail recently? Did you ever get a Doge check? No, you didn't, because they're not real. They're imaginary. So, of course, now their new level of cope is, well, our job numbers are not that great right now, but it's because the Biden job numbers were all a lie. Well, right now the economy is slowing. People aren't hiring. People are getting laid off. Nobody wants to work in this country anymore.
Truthful and honest data, which is why the president took the monumental step to try and appoint and confirm new leadership at the BLS so we can have data that we can actually rely on. And that's what the president is doing, and we hope that his nominee will soon be confirmed.
You fired the person in charge of releasing the job data, and then the next month the jobs report was even worse. Think about that. It was even worse. You fired somebody because you were claiming they made up the numbers, that the job report was not as bad as it was. And by the way, Trump is literally now trying to stop releasing monthly job reports. He says he just wants to release quarterly reports instead, which would be very unstable for not just the US economy, but the world economy, because the jobs report is a major indicator of what the hiring market looks like in the United States. They want to release less data because they don't want you reminded every month that things are going downhill. Why else would you want to withhold the data? If you're proud of it, release the data. Release the files.
Charlie.
You addressed the crime of Irina Zarutska, and the president has done a lot to deliver justice for victims of crimes like that horrific stabbing. And the Epstein files are back in the news because a lot of Americans feel that that Jeffrey Epstein's victims never got justice. Does the president care about these victims? Do you think he can does he want to deliver more justice for them, and is he willing to meet with them?
The president cares about victims of all crimes, and that's why Republicans in the Trump Department of Justice have done more in terms of transparency when it comes to the Epstein case than any prior administration. And why are the Democrats all of a sudden caring about this? It's because they are desperately trying to concoct a hoax to smear the president of the United States. We have seen this time and time again. Ro Khanna and all of these other Democrats, they could have cared about those victims 4 years ago when Joe Biden was in office. They could have pushed for transparency then. Unfortunately, the Democrats are using victims as political pawns to try to smear.
The victims decided to come forward. I want to record this, so I'm going to run this back real quick. If you're confused by what I mean, I'm literally going to be recording portions of this so I can post it as a video for anybody who misses part of this.
Is the president...
I want to
He
make sure
will
I get his
soon be
question.
confirmed. Charlie.
You addressed the crime of Irina's Rutka, and the president has done a lot to deliver justice for victims of crimes like that horrific stabbing. And the Epstein files are back in the news because a lot of Americans feel that that Jeffrey Epstein's victims never got justice. Does the president care about these victims? Do you think he can does he want to deliver more justice for them, and is he willing to meet with them?
The president cares about victims of all crimes, and that's why...
Great question. And by the way, Donald Trump said that it was a hoax the same day that victims bravely and courageously came forward to share their testimony, to talk about the abuse that they suffered. And many of them admitted that Donald Trump was close friends with Epstein. One victim in particular said one of the proudest moments of Epstein's life was being friends with Trump. And that the victims had the courage to come forward and speak because Donald Trump and the administration, they won't release the files. And the Republican Party, they're too much of cowards. They're too complicit. They'd rather defend child predators than go after their own president. It's unfortunate.
Republicans in the Trump Department of Justice have done more in terms of transparency when it comes to the Epstein case than any prior administration. And why?
How is that the case? I'm sorry. I'm going to have to go on one of my classic rants right here. Okay. You campaigned on releasing the files because you tricked your supporters into believing that it was going to include so many Democrats, which they might. And if they have Democrats on them, release the list. I want anybody to be held accountable. I don't care what political party they belong to. I know a lot of people like Bill Clinton. Some people say Bill Clinton's going to be on the list because he's friends with Epstein. If that's the case, so be it. It tarnishes his legacy. It shows that Bill Clinton was complicit in these crimes. I'm sorry. But they campaigned on this. They said, we're going to release the files. And then they were asked repeatedly, when are the files going to be released? And then they started to release them. They had a whole song and dance thing where they had C-list MAGA fake influencers come to the White House. They had the Libs of TikTok girl with her little binder smiling. She's like, look at me. I've got my Epstein binder phase 1. So there was phase 1, right? And so then everyone was wondering, well, when are you going to release it? And by the way, it had no new information. It was all stuff that was already released. And Pam Bondi said, oh, well, the files are on my desk right now. I'm working on them. There's 30, 40 million of them. Well, really, she said like 30,000 files. I got to go through all of them. And then suddenly, files don't exist. She says, files, there are no files. There's no list. What? I thought they were on your desk. And then it came out, people tipped the media that Donald Trump worked with the FBI to comb through the files looking for his name. And they found all these examples of his name appearing in the files. And they said, redact that, find my name, get rid of it, get rid of it. And so the files don't exist, yet they were looking for Trump's name in the files. Very bizarre. And then Trump says, well, it's a Democrat hoax. It was made up by the Democrats. Okay, so the thing you campaigned on is a hoax made up by the Democrats. And this is setting the stage for when they eventually release the files and Trump is all over the files. They'll say, oh, well, it was created by Biden, Hillary Clinton, James Comey. Like they made the files to put Trump in the files, make Trump look bad. What? None of this adds up at all. It doesn't make any sense. And now you're going to smear the victims, the party that claims to care about protecting women, protecting children? What a bunch of bullshit.
Why are the Democrats all of a sudden caring about this? It's because they are desperately trying to concoct a hoax to smear the president of the United States. We have seen this time and time again. Ro Khanna and all of these other Democrats, they could have cared about those victims 4 years ago when Joe Biden was in office. They could have...
No, fuck you, Caroline. Seriously, fuck you. And if I ever got to see you in person, I would say it right to your face. Go fuck yourself, Caroline. Because here's the truth that the American people need to know. The victims, they decided to speak up. They decided to come forward. They're not obligated to come to the Capitol and share their testimony. By the way, your administration campaigned on releasing the files, okay? So these survivors bravely decided it's time to come and speak, okay? It was their choice to do that, but continue to disrespect women, continue to disrespect the survivors, you fake Christian extremist.
Push for transparency then. Unfortunately, the Democrats are using victims as political pawns to try to smear and to push a hoax against the President of the United States.
You're using the victims as pawns. You campaigned on releasing the files. You campaigned on being the most transparent administration in American history. You talked about it. Trump said every day on the campaign trail, we're going to release the Epstein files. People started clapping because they're like, oh, we're going to get Bill Clinton, ha ha ha. Until Trump realized, well, maybe we probably shouldn't release those Epstein files because I'm in them, right? And Kash Patel said he would release it on day one. Where's he been? And Pam Bondi said they're on her desk. Where's she been? Everybody's MIA, okay? So you use the survivors as pawns because you tricked your followers of your cult into thinking that you were going to provide justice. And now that you haven't, you have no plan other than to attack survivors and to make them feel like their pain is a hoax. History will remember this.
And I will get you numbers on the amount of child predators that this administration and this FBI and this Department of Justice have locked up under President Trump's leadership. We have done more than any president to protect victims of crime, especially disgusting, heinous sexual crimes. And that includes the deportation of illegal aliens who are perpetrating these crimes against innocent.
Always deflecting back to the border. Always, always. We fucking get it. And you don't like people who speak Spanish. You want us to think that anybody who is coming from another country is stealing our homes and our healthcare, even though that's not true. And once you deport all of them, and they're all gone and abducted and disappeared into other countries, and people still can't afford a home, and people still can't have healthcare, and people still can't get a job, who are you going to be blaming then? And we still won't have the Epstein files.
Victims in our country right now today, and that remains a top priority for this administration.
Does the president, will he meet with the victims?
On the Doha strikes, did the president speak with Netanyahu?
No, she completely dodged that question. Did you hear somebody, he said, will the president meet with the victims? And she was like, she literally was like, next question. She moved to the next guy. What an embarrassment. I feel so much sorrow for the victims that they have to watch this on the daily and put up with this. It's abhorrent. It is a new low for our country.
Before they were carried out, did he urge him to not go through with it, or did they only speak afterwards?
Again, I read you a statement. The Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas. The president directed his special envoy Witkoff.
Hey, if you're on TikTok right now, I see 145 of you, tons of people on TikTok. Please come join me on YouTube. You can just go to the link in my bio on TikTok and you can click on the YouTube link or search Josh the Progressive on YouTube. I'll pop up. You'll see this live feed. Come, let me know in the YouTube chat that you came from TikTok. I'm really trying to grow my YouTube channel, and you'll actually be able to see the live feed.
I believe it was the Daily Signal that published a piece with 3 separate signature analysts who said that this absolutely was not the president's authentic signature, and we have maintained that position all along. The president did not write this letter. He did not sign this letter, and that's why the president's external legal team is aggressively...
Not only was it his signature, it was his signature near the woman's genitalia. It was like her bush, essentially. So fucking disgusting and weird and creepy, by the way. What a weird letter. Like, what friends would write themselves a letter? It's one thing that you're a womanizer and you're an abuser and you love women and you like treat women like objects the way Trump does. But the cryptic letter and the creepy drawing is so beyond the pale. It's so bizarre. That is his signature, by the way. Everybody's already found that out. It's pretty common knowledge. You can look at his signature. You see it's his signature. And that's their new level of cope. They were literally saying, welcome from TikTok, by the way. Thank you for coming over to YouTube. Appreciate it. They literally were saying that the letter doesn't exist. And now that the letter is out, they're saying, well, that's not his signature. They make up a new story every single day.
Pursuing litigation against the Wall Street Journal. And
thanks for coming to YouTube from TikTok.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Caroline.
it.
Following up on Ed, now that we have these revised,
make sure to subscribe, like the video as well.
At all that price spikes, stemming from his tariffs through the end of the year, might actually be driving the country towards a depression or a recession. What I'm asking is he committed to these policies now that we know how faulty the jobs data was?
The president is committed to his policies because his policies are working, Christian. And there have been a lot of people fear-mongering about inflation in this room, but it just has not come to fruition. On a monthly basis,
Actually, they recently showed that inflation is up. Prices are up. Thank you for coming from TikTok, by the way. I'm talking to people in the YouTube chat right now. If you're watching on TikTok, if you want to actually see Caroline Levitt, I have her pulled up on YouTube as a live feed.
PI inflation has now come in at or below the market's expectation for 6 consecutive months, every month that President Trump has been in office. Overall, inflation has run at a 1.9% average pace in the president's first 6 months in office. I would have told all of you that in January, you would not have believed me, but those are the facts and those are the numbers. And we also see many other positive signs in economic indicators like real GDP. In the second quarter, it was revised up to 3.3%. That beat the market's expectation. We know there's a capital spending boom right now, which we know is one of the greatest economic indicators of job growth. We know wages are increasing at a far faster pace than they were under the previous administration.
All lies.
We see productivity in the second quarter was also revised up to a strong 3.3%. In total industrial production, factory output also surged. All of this means
There was just a whole South Park episode, which is so funny how common knowledge it is that actually the economy is not in good shape. South Park showed how the prices of Labubus, those new little toys that a lot of girls are really into right now. I believe they're from China. They're little Labubu dolls. A lot of young people are into them. South Park was making fun of the fact that tariffs are now causing Labubus to go up in price. That's how common knowledge it is that the economy is actually struggling right now, and it's not working for everybody. It's working for the billionaire class because they're getting massive tax breaks, but it's not working for the American people.
the economy is moving, people are working, people are spending money. You look at consumer spending, that is also ticking up and in the right direction. And in a large part, it's because of the incredible work the president has done in terms of energy and unlocking our energy dominance in this country. Again, these jobs, the numbers from the BLS today prove that the economy was an absolute mess, and we are working every single day to fix it, and all of those indicators I just read for you are positive sign of what is to come.
Just one more quickly on
Sure,
trade,
Danny.
Just wanted to get a bit of clarity on the sequence of events for the Doha attack and the notification. You said that the US military notified, if I got it right, the Trump administration was notified by the US military.
That's right.
Was the US military notified by the Israeli military, or did the US military detect an incoming Israeli attack on Qatar?
The US...
Whatever she says right now, whatever she says, everybody listen carefully. Take with a huge grain of salt, okay? They will not tell you the truth about what really happened in Israel, in Palestine, in Doha, Qatar, because why would Israel carry out a strike without the complete and explicit knowledge of Donald Trump? But she's going to say maybe that Trump just recently found out about it. Let's hear.
Military notified the White House and the President of the United States. That's all I have to share for you on that, Danny.
That's all she can share.
Jeff.
She's not going to tell you anything.
Following up, you said that the president assured the leaders in Qatar that this would never happen again. Did he say that to the Prime Minister of Israel, and did Prime Minister Netanyahu agree to that?
The president told that to the emir and the prime minister of Qatar, and the president also overstressed the importance.
At this point, I think Israel could bomb France, who is one of our closest allies, and Trump and Netanyahu would still be okay with it. They would say, well, you know, Israel had to do it because there were senior Hamas officials in Paris. They were hiding in Paris, so Israel had to bomb Paris. And somehow, some way, the Trump regime would find a way to justify this. I mean, you already heard them earlier talk about how countries like France could be kicked out of NATO because of free speech disagreements with the Trump administration.
Of peace in the region in his conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu as well. And Prime Minister Netanyahu told President Trump he wants peace and he wants it quickly. That's what the president expects to happen. The president is very clear in the statement that he just had me reading. You will all see it out on True Social very shortly, I am sure. The whole world will see it. He wants all of the hostages released out of Gaza, and he wants this war to end. Those are two clear directives that the president is making very clear for the entire world to understand. Mary.
But Qatar obviously has been helping to negotiate these ceasefire talks. Does the president think that Israel is undermining negotiations by striking Qatar? Is he concerned that Qatar's no longer going to want to play that intermediary role?
I think the president addressed that in the statement. I can read the whole thing for you again. I think it's very thorough because the president wanted to address all of your questions. We wrote, unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the...
That's a big however. That's Trump basically faking to the media that he actually cares. But now he's justifying it. He's saying, well, you know, we have to eliminate Hamas because we have to get rid of all those Palestinians. Got to get them out of there. They're all Hamas, any one of them.
Misery of those living in Gaza is a worthy goal. So he answered that question
and to be
himself.
Clear, you can't say that Israel informed the U.S.
What I can tell you is the United States military informed the Trump administration.
What the fuck? What a ridiculous response. Did you hear that? They said, so what you're saying is you can't confirm that Israel informed the U.S. And she said, what I can inform you is that the U.S. military informed Trump. No fucking shit, Sherlock. That's not what we're asking you.
Thank you. A quick follow on that. Can you tell us when the U.S. military was notified, given that the largest U.S. military base is in Doha? And then I have a question on D.C. crime.
This morning, just before the attack, as I said earlier as well.
Okay.
That's such a lie. Look at her. You can even tell she's like, she doesn't even believe what she's saying.
Thank you. And yesterday, the president spoke about DC crime and talked about how there was virtually none. And then he expressed frustration about things that take place in the home they call crime. He said, you know, they'll do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say this is crime. See, now I can't claim 100%. Exactly what crimes was the president referring to?
He wasn't referring to crimes. That's exactly the point he was making, Ouija. What the president is saying is that these crimes will be made up and reported as a crime to undermine the great work that the federal task force is doing.
What a fucking misogynistic and sexist thing to say, Caroline. The president said that people will be making up stories about domestic abuse. That's literally what the reporter was asking. She said, well, the president says some women in the house say that the man hits them, and therefore Trump is saying that that's not real crime. He can't go after what's going on in the home. And Caroline, you are so complicit in this patriarchy. You are part of this misogyny. You are part of this misogyny. You are enabling the oppression of women. You are uplifting a masculine society led by Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, J.D. Vance, you name it, by putting women down. Women now, I guess, can get beat in their home. And Donald Trump will say, that's not a real crime because it undermines my crime numbers.
To reduce crime in Washington, D.C. And I think the president has every reason to believe that, given the efforts of many reporters in this room who actively seek to undermine the president and what he's doing in our nation's capital. We all know that deep inside you all agree with this because you all live here, and I'm sure you are very grateful for the administration's efforts to make the city, which we all reside in, much safer for ourselves and our families. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. Florida Congressman Randy Fine is calling for judges to face consequences if the violent repeat offenders they release go on to commit new crimes. Is that something the president supports?
This is not something I've heard the president discuss. You can ask him yourself next time you have the opportunity to. How's that?
Caroline, one more question. On Thursday, President Trump will head to the Pentagon and also to New York City in honor of the 24th anniversary of 9/11. Has the president expressed any interest on creating or having congressmen create a new 9/11 commission to answer some of the ongoing questions many Americans have about that day?
I, again, have not heard the president discuss that. You're welcome to ask him yourself, but I do know he very much looks forward to going to both the Pentagon and the Yankees game in New York City on Thursday to commemorate the 24th anniversary, as you know.
If anybody is watching from New York right now, how do you think Trump is going to be received at the Yankees game? Genuinely, I'm genuinely curious how people are going to react to Donald Trump at the Yankees game. By the way, If you're on TikTok, come join me on YouTube. Link is in my bio, or search Josh the Progressive, so you can actually react to the breaking news that we have pulled up here today. Instead of just listening to it, you can watch it here. Josh the Progressive on YouTube. How do you think Trump is going to be received in New York City? I can't wait to react to that on Thursday. Make sure you're following all my socials and subscribed as well, because I'll definitely post videos about that.
The president is a New Yorker at heart. He loves the city very much. It is his home, and you'll hear more about that on Thursday when the president speaks on this himself. Kelly.
Caroline, thank you. I wanted to ask you a question about the president speaking yesterday before the Religious Liberty Commission. As you know, he's created the White House Faith Office, the
people are saying they're from New York and he's going to get booed.
And yesterday
they're
he talked about the
him out of there. I hope so.
The Bible in America and the importance of prayer in America. Some people have criticized him for that in stating that he's espousing Christian nationalism. Yet the president has called on the American people to band together in praying for this nation for people of all faiths. How important is that to the Trump administration, and are there guidelines?
What a set-up
scripted
question.
Well, last time I checked, it's not just Christians who pray, it's people of all faith who pray, and that's what the president wants to protect, the religious freedom.
Not all religions pray, by the way.
For Americans of all faith, and he spoke about that yesterday, and that's why he was very proud and excited to announce this new initiative, Pray America, encouraging all Americans to pray for our country and the goodness of our country leading up to America's 250th birthday next year. Why don't we take some from the side?
It is very crazy that we're coming up to the 250th anniversary and the country is like literally on the verge of collapse. I don't mean to be like a doomsdayer, but it's like empires run their course, and right now we are being tested. Our democracy, our constitution is under threat.
Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions.
Sure.
First, on prayer again. Is the Trump administration looking for the forthcoming prayer guidelines to challenge existing court precedent on the right to pray in public schools?
Well, the president spoke about that yesterday, and some of the changes we are making to ensure that the religious liberties of America's students and our youth are respected in public schools. In fact, he had a young student and invited him on stage to share his story about how when this young boy spoke about biological and biblical truth in his classroom, he faced consequences for that, and how Americans of faith should not be facing consequences for expressing their religious freedom and their religious views. Not in any public school in America should that be happening. You heard the president talk about that yesterday.
Sure. Caroline, thank you so much. Regarding Israel attacking Doha, beside a phone call, what was President Trump's involvement in the attack, if any?
Look, I don't have anything more to read out for you on this other than the very lengthy and thorough statement that I have shared repeatedly now. Sure.
It's so lengthy that it offers nothing. It tells us that we, the American people, should not ask questions. We should just allow Trump and Israel to bomb any country they want, and everything is acceptable.
Go ahead.
Thank you. After the Supreme Court ruling yesterday on the ICE raids in Los Angeles, some particularly non-white U.S. citizens are saying that they're going to begin carrying their U.S. passports with them at all times. What is the White House's response to Americans who are concerned about being swept up, as others have been already, in these enforcement actions?
They should not be concerned, because this administration is focused on the detention and deportation of illegal alien criminals who broke our nation's immigration laws. And
yeah, but what about the fact that people have been swept up, Caroline? You missed her question. And what about the fact that there are plans by the Trump administration to go after homegrowns? He said it multiple times. He said the worst citizens could be also arrested and sent to other countries as well. And who is going to be the worst homegrowns in the eyes of this administration? Could be you. It could be me. Am I on a list? Maybe I'm on that list. Maybe Palantir already has me on a list for speaking against the administration, and they'd rather see me end up in a place like Alligator Alcatraz or the CCOT prison in El Salvador. But that's not going to stop me from reporting the truth.
The Supreme Court upheld the Trump administration's right to stop individuals in Los Angeles to briefly question them regarding their legal status, because the law allows this, and this has been the practice of the federal government for decades. And the Immigration and Nationality Act states that immigration officers can briefly stop an individual to question them about their immigration status if the officer has reasonable suspicion that the individual is illegally present in the United States. And reasonable suspicion is not just based on race, it's based on a totality of the circumstances to review. And I will tell you, I spoke to our border czar about this morning. When ICE goes out to conduct a targeted operation to deport illegal criminals from our community, they are doing so with intelligence. They are doing so with law enforcement sources. They are doing so, in most cases, with the backing of local law enforcement.
They're not. They're literally not. You sound like you don't even know what's happening in our country. Of course, you probably know, but you don't want us to know what's happening. But anybody can watch on my channel. I react to ICE. I show you what they actually do on TikTok, on Instagram as well. They are literally just going after anybody and everybody, ripping food vendors off the street, maybe people who even have their ID on them that are citizens, snatched, thrown away. And then they make mistakes like they did with that poor man, Kilmore Abrego Garcia, the guy from Maryland that they sent to an El Salvador prison for committing no crime. And then the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that he had to come back. And the Trump administration almost ignored the Supreme Court. They finally caved. But it shows you that they don't even care about the Supreme Court anymore.
Enforcement who know exactly where these illegal alien criminals and drug traffickers and drug dealers are hiding in plain sight in American communities. And the men and women of ICE are doing everything they can to not only follow the law, but to enforce the law. And it's about time that has happened, because we had 4 years of an administration who completely ignored and evaded our nation's very clear immigration laws, and the Supreme Court has reafirmed that.
Thanks, Caroline. One of the other documents released by the House Oversight Committee contained a photo of Jeffrey Epstein holding an oversized check that was made out to him in the check from the president for $22,000 for a fully depreciated woman. I wondered if the president has any recollection of that, or what you guys make of that photo that was included in those documents.
Did you see the signature on that check? It is not Donald Trump's signature. It is absolutely not. The president did not sign that check.
But does he recognize the woman?
Oh my gosh. She's so intimidated by this issue. She has no idea how to handle it, because they have tried everything. They've tried lying their way out of this in so many different ways, and they are caught in a corner. If you don't know what she's talking about, there's another part of the birthday book that was gifted for Epstein's 50th that shows Donald Trump. Well, it talks about wanting to sell a woman to Donald Trump for $22,000. A person could be sold to Trump for $22,000. And it's fake, I guess, according to Caroline.
Thank you, Caroline.
On
the New York City election,
Caroline.
Is he considering?
I'll take both of you. Go ahead.
So first, is the president considering offering Mayor Eric Adams a job? If so, why? And does he think Curtis Lee was a serious candidate for New York City mayor?
Look, the president has made it quite clear he wants this race to move forward in New York City. He does not want a communist to be running New York City. But as for weighing in on other individual candidates,
it's funny how they call Zoran Mamdani a communist when in reality he is a democratic socialist, and he merely wants to make life more affordable for people. And this administration is threatened by him because they see how popular he is, because they see that he's actually going to do policy that helps uplift people out of poverty, and that goes against what the billionaire class wants. That's why Donald Trump is potentially going to offer Eric Adams, the current disgraced mayor of New York, a job in his administration so that Eric Adams drops out, Andrew Cuomo can try to beat Mamdani, but Andrew Cuomo already lost the primary to Mamdani. Andrew Cuomo should just go away. People aren't going to vote for him anyway. So it's a huge loss for the Trump administration. It's a big win for the country, what's happening in New York right now. It's a movement bigger than what's going on just in that city.
Candidates, I'll leave that to the president to do himself.
Caroline, and then following up on Reagan's question, many of these highest crime cities in America, they're led by black mayors, including the three that you mentioned, Jackson, Memphis, Birmingham. So given that, what's your response?
This guy, I always see him ask questions. He's a fucking disgusting human being. He looks disgusting. And he's asking Caroline right now, everybody pay attention to this, whether you're on TikTok or YouTube, everybody listen. He's saying, the places with crime are run by black mayors. Oh no. Black mayors? No wonder there's crime. The mayors are black. Black crime? Let's see how Caroline takes this one, because that's a straight up fucking racist question, by the way.
From the criticism from the left that Trump is targeting black mayors. Isn't he just trying to protect black people?
The president is trying to protect all Americans from crime, and he wants to make all of our cities in America safe. And the fact is, the most dangerous cities in America are run by Democrats, overwhelmingly. And according to the FBI crime statistics, 19 of the top 20 cities with the highest murder rate are run by Democrats. And these high crime Democrat-run cities are driving up the crime stats in otherwise safe red states. So of course he wants to address this problem. He's made that quite clear.
You know, Mike Johnson, he came out and said that the president was an FBI informant. Do you know what he meant by that, if it's not true?
Mike Johnson already walked that back, you fucking bozo.
I can affirm that is not true. I think the speaker was referring to the fact that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago property for reasons the president has already discussed. John.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. First of all, as a
Nobody should be thanking
Washington,
her.
DC resident with my family, I just want to thank the administration for revitalizing safety here in the last 3 weeks. It's been stunning. Well, I want to go to Virginia. All of a sudden, out of the blue, Winsome Sears has closed the gap on Abigail Spanberger. Got 4 issues. Coerced abortions in Fairfax County without telling mom or dad, no parents, girls going in boys' bathrooms on film, right? 2 of the young fellows get suspended for complaining.
Girls going in boys' bathrooms on film? No way. On film? They caught it on film? Oh my god, dude. So scary. And by the way, why aren't we talking about the Epstein files?
About it, Virginia Beach man, an innocent man, is now died in a car crash by a drunk illegal going on the other side of the road, and now you got Spanberger's got these racist signs. When are we going to get the president to make an official?
This is a straight up South Park scene. What the fuck is this guy talking about? The girls went into the boys' bathroom on film, and now we have this drunk illegal. Dude, what the fuck? There are bigger fish to fry. There are bigger issues in America. Yes, crime is bad. Yes, you know, children need to feel comfortable in the bathroom, okay? But I went into an all-gender bathroom. It's fine, okay? Big whoop. We're all humans. We all go to the bathroom. And if somebody's uncomfortable about the bathroom, you can go into a private bathroom. You can find a bathroom you can use. Okay? But why aren't we talking about the fact that life is unaffordable for people? Why aren't we talking about the fact that people are getting blown up? Children are actually just losing their limbs. They're just exploding in the Gaza Strip right now. But we're concerned about children in the bathroom.
Endorsement of Winsome Sears and maybe come and campaign.
This guy's still yapping?
Well, as you know, I'm very limited in what I can talk about when it comes to political endorsements in future elections from this government podium. But all of the issues that you just mentioned I know are very important to the president, and it's quite common sense. It's the foundation of the Republican Party, and it's what sent this president back to the Oval Office. We want to keep men out of women's sports and bathrooms. We want criminals to be locked up. The president wants to see law and order in every...
Yeah, but he said the girls went into the boys' bathroom. What's up with that, Caroline? What's your response to that? It wasn't men in the women's bathroom. He said girls went into the boys' bathroom. You might want to talk to the girls in Virginia. Figure out what's going on there, Caroline.
State across the country, but as for political endorsements, I'll leave that to him and his political advisors to make those. Sure. Haley.
Thanks, Caroline. I have 2 questions for you, if it's okay. One on Doha and one on immigration and crime.
Sure.
On Doha, ahead of the strike we saw today, did the administration at any point try to dissuade the Israelis from the potential for an action like we saw today?
Again, I have answered questions repeatedly on this. I have a very lengthy statement which we will release after this briefing for all of you to read.
Stop asking her questions about it because she's not going to offer anything else. Let's ask her at least something she's going to talk about.
And to report on once again.
Okay, and then on a case in Maryland, the killing of Dakara Thompson, there are reports that the suspect arrested for her murder was in the country illegally. and arrested and released for driving under the influence both in 2022 and in April of this year by U.S. Park Police. Is the administration looking into what process allowed this to take place?
Yes, we absolutely are. As soon as we saw this case, we ensured that the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice were on it, and I can assure you that they are. This is another heinous act of violence against someone who should have never been in our country illegally in the first place, and that's exactly why the deportation of illegal criminals from our country is a top priority for this administration, and it's something that is happening every single day. And I would encourage all of you to continue to report on the very violent illegal alien criminals that we are deporting daily from American communities across the country. We will never understand how many lives have been saved by these efforts, or how many lives would have been lost if not for this president and the administration.
The Epstein files don't exist anymore, Tish, remember? They don't exist. It's actually a hoax. They don't exist.
I don't have any meetings for you to read out on
No meetings with the victims.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Is the Trump administration considering a ban on transgender Americans owning guns? Is that something the president would support, even as we've seen some gun groups oppose the idea of it?
I saw reporting on this. I understand there were very preliminary, low-level discussions about this at the Department of Justice, and then sometimes those discussions are reported as fact. I'm not tracking any potential actions on this front, and I'll let the president weigh in on that. It's a policy decision, and it's far too early or would be premature, inappropriate for me to weigh in on it at this point in time. Behind you. Go ahead.
After the
fact that they think the solution is to ban trans Americans from owning guns, they're like, that's going to solve gun violence. That is so ridiculous. Like they just love to see children get shot as long as they continue getting rich.
raid at the plant in Georgia on Friday, the president said over the weekend that he's open to some kind of changes in perhaps rules or visa rules or law that would prevent something like that happening in the future for skilled workers to train American workers.
That's right.
Can you confirm that and that the administration supports those changes, and what exactly would that look like?
Well, the president said it himself in a statement that he put out on Sunday night, where he is very grateful for foreign companies from around the world and the investments that they are making right here in the United States of America. And he understands that these companies want to bring their highly skilled and trained workers with them, especially when they're creating very niche products like chips, or in this case in Georgia, like batteries. But the president also expects these foreign companies to hire American workers, and for these foreign workers and American workers to work together to train and to teach one another. And so he expects these foreign companies to hire American labor. We want Americans to have these jobs. Americans need these jobs, but he also understands the need for these companies to bring over their workers who already have these skills. So I think it's a very, nuanced and responsible and sensible approach for the president to take. And I know that the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Commerce are working on this matter together. I would defer you to them for any further action on this front.
Caroline, thank you. Just I want to follow up on something you said. You said the Epstein documents are a hoax that Democrats are perpetrating against the president. You said he didn't sign that check, that he didn't sign the birthday card that he allegedly signed. So what is the theory, since these documents came from the Epstein estate? Who is I guess in your view, faking these documents?
I did not say the documents are a hoax. I said the entire narrative surrounding Jeffrey Epstein right now that is absorbed.
I mean, you said the documents were a hoax. Thanks for letting us know you're a fucking liar and you're full of shit. And, by the way, how could the whole narrative be a hoax if you're saying, now you're not saying the documents are a hoax? Well, the documents suggest that Donald Trump is incriminated in this. So what is the story then?
Absorbing many of the liberal cable channels on television is a hoax that is being perpetuated by opportunistic Democrats like Ro Khanna and the others whom you saw on that.
How about the Republicans that were there? What about Thomas Massie? What about Marjorie Taylor Greene? They were there.
Press conference outside of Capitol Hill who are trying to push this hoax against the President of the United States.
What exactly is the hoax? I'm just trying to understand what's fake. What's fake is not the documents.
The hoax is the Democrats pretending to care about victims of crime when they do not care about victims of crime, when they have done nothing to solve crimes, when they have done nothing to lock up.
Right now, 212 Democrats are voting to release the files to create accountability and justice for the victims. Only one party is actually trying to go after these predators of children. Oh, and Rand Paul, good point. So why are the Republicans voting to defend child pedophilia?
Child pedophiles and child rapists across the country, and when they are now using victims as political props to try and, again, smear the President of the United States and drag on this bad story about him. It is a distraction. The Democrats view this story as nothing more than an attempt to distract from the accomplishments and the achievements of this administration. And that is what we mean when we call it a hoax.
If he didn't sign these, if you said he didn't sign the birthday card, he didn't do this, he also didn't do the check, those were in documents from the estate. So what is the working theory as to why he's in the...
The president has one of the most famous signatures in the world, and he has for many, many years. You know that, Maggie, you've covered him for a long time, long before he assumed this office when he was a businessman in New York. The president did not write that letter. He did not sign those documents. He maintains that position.
I do believe that Caroline Leavitt potentially genuinely believes that Trump is innocent because she worships him so much, because maybe she is actually like a religious Christian and she thinks, how could it be possible that the hero that I've idolized, Donald Trump, could be in this? It's part of the crusade against Trump. So she might actually believe this, and one day her fantasy about Trump is going to be crushed. She'll end up in jail too for what she's done. I will make sure of it. Now, I don't know if that means I'm going to be in office or I'm going to be president. I'm not going to be president, but I'm saying like my generation, our movement, the next wave of leftism in America, we're going to do what we can to make sure these people go behind bars, because the crimes that they're committing against Americans, the unconstitutional crimes, these people belong to be in jail.
And that position will be argued in court by his lawyers. The president is very confident he's going to win this case.
Caroline, thank you. Is the president planning to meet with Eric Adams in New York, maybe at the Yankees game? And has he personally talked to him about the race?
I am not tracking any meeting with Mayor Adams at this time, but if that happens, I'm sure the New York Post will be one of the first people to know about it. I'll take a couple more questions.
A couple more questions from Caroline.
News Nation regarding the growing U.S. military
News
presence.
Nation, all the way in the back.
Regarding the U.S. military, the growing U.S. military presence in the Caribbean. When asked directly about possible future military action, President Trump responded, "You're going to find out." What could the U.S. public expect of that situation moving forward, and what sort of ongoing threat is Trendeo-Agra?
I think it would be very unwise of me to preview what the president meant from this podium. But I think what the heart of what the president was saying, I know the heart of what the president was saying and this administration believes, is that the regime in Venezuela is illegitimate. And it is unacceptable to this president and this administration to traffic illegal, deadly drugs into the United States of America.
How about the 11 innocent civilians that they bombed in a boat that they claimed were drug dealers? Which, by the way, you would never put 11 drug dealers on a boat and have the boat open for the drugs to be seen. Not a real drug boat, by the way. And since when is trafficking drugs a crime punishable by being bombed to death? Like, maybe you could make the argument, oh, they should belong in jail. I mean, first of all, they were in international waters. Second of all, they weren't even smuggling drugs. There was no evidence. And they were just blown to pieces by the Department of War, by Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, and now Caroline Leavitt is covering for it.
America. And that's why the president and the administration took very strong action against a boat and 11 narco-terrorists in international waters, as you all saw. I think that sends a very strong message to drug traffickers around the world. The president will not tolerate it, and the amount of drugs on that boat represents the lives of thousands of Americans that could have been killed by that deadly poison, and we're not going to allow that deadly poison to come into our country. The president will be signing a proclamation in the Oval Office later this afternoon, and we will see you all later.
I wonder if we can tune into that. Wow. That was crazy. A lot to cover there. Hey, if you're on TikTok, come join on YouTube. We're going to keep the live going because we have so much to cover. Of course, I want to bring up what happened in Qatar and in Doha so we can show you what Caroline Leavitt did not tell us in that meeting. And I also want to make sure we can pull up, see if we can get Trump signing his proclamation. Where is that? Here we go. Looks like he's live. I don't know if this is currently live. Anybody on TikTok, come watch on YouTube. Let me know when you get to YouTube that you came from TikTok. I know I've been repeating that a few times, but I just want to make sure everyone's aware that the show is on YouTube. And I would love it if anybody can tell me in the chat if you know Trump is speaking yet or not. It doesn't look like he's currently speaking. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. So let's treat this as like a 30-second commercial break. I'm going to put up my be right back screen. I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We're back. Got my drink. Thanks for staying here. Got my drink. Not sponsored, by the way, but wish they would sponsor me. By the way, I am a completely independent political commentator. I'm not being funded. I'm not on any list. No party is supporting me, which is good because that makes my coverage independent. My coverage is most likely aligned with what you're feeling about the country. Hey, thank you for coming from TikTok. Thank you for being on the YouTube chat. So with all that being said, if you do want to support me directly, you can do so by following my other social media platforms, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, etc., Substack as well. You can subscribe, follow to those platforms. And you can support me directly as well by going to Buy Me a Coffee or Venmo. You can send $1, $3, $5. It helps support the show, helps grow my platform, and supports the work that I do directly. And if you happen to contribute, on Venmo or Buy Me a Coffee, I respond to everybody individually. So that's a great way to, send me a note and we can talk a little bit as well. Would love to interact with more of the community. So now I want to pull up what is taking place in Qatar as Donald Trump has failed to deliver peace in the Middle East, and we are on the verge of a wider conflict. I've got a news feed of what happened in Qatar. By the way, take a look at this. Notice how Western media frames this. Israel targets Hamas leadership in Doha with precise strike. Not exactly what happened, but let's take a look.
This is CNN breaking news. All right, we do have breaking news. We are getting reports of explosions in Doha, the capital of Qatar, and beginning to see
I'll make sure I record this as well.
This is CNN breaking news. All right, we do have breaking news. We are getting reports of explosions in Doha, the capital of Qatar, and beginning to see pictures coming back from that capital city. And we are getting word that this was part of a targeted Israeli attack. Let's get right to CNN's Jeremy Diamond.
Even he's concerned at this point. He's like, we've supported Israel, but come on, this is getting a little ridiculous now, bombing other countries all the time. And by the way, earlier we heard from Caroline Levitt. She said that only this morning was Donald Trump and the U.S. military informed that Israel was going to do this. Bull fucking shit. Bullshit. There's nothing Israel does that this administration doesn't know about for days and weeks. So,
in Jerusalem with the very latest, Jeremy, what have you learned?
John, this is an absolutely extraordinary moment that we are witnessing right now. A very large plume of smoke above the Qatari capital of Doha, and paired with that, an Israeli military statement saying that they have, quote, conducted a precise strike targeting the senior leadership of the Hamas terrorist organization, end quote. I have just gotten off the phone with an Israeli official who confirmed to me that that statement is indeed about that very same blast in Doha, meaning that the Israeli military, not even Israel's intelligence service, but its military, actually conducted a strike in Qatar targeting Hamas's leadership. And of course...
And by the way, why were they there? Why were they there? Because they are working on a peace proposal that Trump put forth. And so they were lured there like a trap, okay? So for anybody who says that Donald Trump is helping Israel achieve peace, everything this administration does makes peace harder to attain. Peace is further than it was when Trump entered office, and thousands are dying under Trump's watch.
The moment in time at which this is happening Amid this renewed push to negotiate a ceasefire and hostage release deal by the United States, President Trump putting a lot of political capital behind that. And now Israel seems to have targeted the very Hamas leadership that is in the midst of those negotiations. Doha, the Qatari capital, is where several senior Hamas leaders are currently based and have been based throughout much of this war in Gaza, namely Hamas's leader, Khalil al-Hayya. Khalil al-Hayya has been not only Hamas's leader in the wake of the killing of Yahya Sinwar, but he has also been the chief negotiator, engaged not only through the mediators, but also at times with U.S. officials in negotiations over the future of the war in Gaza, the future of the fate of the hostages being held inside the Gaza Strip throughout these nearly 2 years of war. We are also learning via Tal Shalev that the targets do indeed include Khalil al-Hayya, who I was just talking about, and another official by the name of Jabarin. It's unclear as of now what the results of this strike were, whether or not Hamas's leadership in Doha has been killed, who has been killed, whether any of them are injured. We simply do not know at this stage. But the reporting this hour, John, is sure to be an earthquake in this region, not only for
No shit, it's gonna rock the entire region.
the prospects of negotiating a ceasefire agreement to end the war in Gaza, to secure the release of the hostages, but also as it relates to Israel's relations with these Gulf countries. Although Israel does not have official formal diplomatic ties with Qatar, Qatar has been the key mediator in these ceasefire negotiations throughout the war. It has been a key partner in trying to reach some kind of an agreement here, and this will certainly damage those relations as well going forward.
I want to put a little more context around this, Jeremy, because this is an extraordinary event, and I mean that quite literally. I don't believe there is any precedent for an Israeli military attack on Qatar, at least not that I can remember, and I think the Israelis will say it's not on Qatar, but it certainly is in Qatar. It was an air attack which had targets inside the capital city. So that in and of itself, as you say, is something we just haven't seen. And also the targeting of Hamas leadership fits a pattern now that we have seen from Israel over the last, 18 months. The assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, inside Lebanon. Yahya Sinwar, the operational leader of Hamas, inside Gaza itself. But now to go after the Hamas officials who openly operate inside Qatar, a very significant development. What might that mean for negotiations?
Listen, it was in the first days of the war that Israel's security establishment and its political leadership made very clear that at the end of the day, whether it would take months, whether it would take years, they would go after every single member of Hamas whom they ultimately deemed responsible for the horrific attack on Israel on October 7th,
Notice, by the way, how the goals of Israel in this war continue to change, right? They said, well, we're going to just go in and get all the hostages. And if they really wanted the hostages, they would have had them already. But then it became, well, we need to eradicate Hamas. Okay. Well, then it became everybody's Hamas. Anybody in Gaza could be Hamas. They're all working with Hamas. Hamas is in the hospitals, the schools, etc. Young teenagers with guns, they're Hamas too. So they're essentially going to eradicate the entire population. And now they're also bombing another country to go after more Hamas.
2023, and we have watched them tick down that list over the course of nearly 2 years of war, both inside the Gaza Strip, where they killed Yahya Sinwar, who was Hamas's the primary architect of that October 7th massacre, ultimately rose to become Hamas's overall leader, both inside and outside of the Gaza Strip, whether it was Ismail Haniyeh, whom the Israeli Mossad killed in a special operation inside the Iranian capital of Tehran, or when you were talking about Iranian proxies outside of Israel, like as you said, the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah. I mean, Israel has been going down its enemies list over the course of the last 2 years, and this certainly...
That's how you know it's more than just the hostages. This is Netanyahu's ability to stay in power. Somebody says, why can't they get Israel leadership out of office? The same way we can't get our leadership out of office. Understand this. Trump and Netanyahu are very similar in that they are trying to become dictators. We have a similar situation as Israel. Netanyahu is not popular. People don't want him in office, but he has such a grip on power, especially through this war. And he is using the trauma of the Israelis to keep this war going. He's, playing with people's emotions, saying, we're going to get your family members back, the hostages. Just keep allowing me to carpet bomb an entire region, blow up hospitals and schools, kill journalists so nobody can actually see what's really going on.
It appears to be a continuation of those efforts, and also making clear from the Israeli side that they do not see a distinction between the political leaders of Hamas, the leaders of Hamas's political wing, and the leaders of Hamas's military wing. And this is yet another example of that, and a way that the Israelis are demonstrating that not only is no one outside of their reach, but that they will go to any lengths, including striking inside of a country like Qatar, which has been a reliable mediator between the Israeli and the Palestinian side, that they will go and conduct these strikes. And again, just to focus on the timing of this, John, it is not the first time that we have seen at a very critical juncture in these ceasefire negotiations that Israel has gone and killed the primary negotiator or decision maker on the other side.
That's a great point that you don't hear from CNN very much, is that how can you say Israel actually wants this conflict to end and wants peace when they're going to go ahead and bomb people right as peace deals are heating up, right as there's actually a potential for some type of ceasefire, some type of breakthrough? Every time, then they bomb somebody. And that's how you should know at home, whether you're watching here with me in Los Angeles or in DC, New York, etc., wherever you're watching from. Israel is not intent on stopping this war.
Again, we do not yet know whether Israel was successful in this strike in terms of eliminating Hamas's leadership, part of its leadership, the entirety of its leadership. That will remain to be seen, but regardless, this will have enormous implications for the future of the war in Gaza, for the fate of the hostages, and the possibility of bringing all of this to an end.
Jeremy, I'm going to stand by for a second, if you will. Check back in with your sources if you need a second on that, because the next big bit of information will be whether or not this was successful or not. In the meantime, I want to bring in Kim Dozier, CNN Global Affairs. And
I mean, how is it successful? There's still no peace deal. There's still a genocide. People are dying. What is the success? What are we describing here?
You've been listening to these reports, beginning to see some pictures trickling in. We'll get them up for you as soon as we verify the pictures that we're seeing of these explosions inside Qatar. But what do you make of the timing and the messaging here, Kim?
Well, President Trump had just said something about giving the last warning in the next 48 hours. So this could have been coordinated with Washington, but
it absolutely was coordinated, but this wasn't the last warning that Trump mentioned. Caroline Leavitt already said that's not the case. There is no last warning coming, by the way. The last warning is the genocide is going to continue, whether you like it or not. The U.S. is going to pay for it, and the U.S. is going to give them the supplies for it. And Donald Trump's last warning is just some fake politics, some fake news coming from Trump to try and appease more conservative, right-wing Jewish voters who are very concerned about the hostages. And he's trying to keep them in his back pocket by saying that he's going to do everything to get Hamas to get the hostages back, because that was a campaign promise for Trump. In reality, they're not even taking his threats seriously. They're already being genocided. So it's like whatever Trump says doesn't hold any weight whatsoever. And they know that Trump is full of shit too. So whatever last warning he's talking about, how could it be any worse? How could it be any worse than what's already happening? What else could there be?
Don't know. But it is shocking that the Israelis would attack inside a Gulf capital where...
It's not shocking, though. They just did this in Iran. They just did this to another country.
There's there's no combat activity whatsoever. The last time they did something like this was an
Iran?
assassination that allegedly targeted a Hamas leader in the United Arab Emirates in 2010 in a hotel.
How about Iran?
And those
and Hezbollah
agents were caught on camera.
Lebanon.
That's how that attack was revealed. But
remember, everyone thought it was so cool that Israel had all these pagers explode. People were just like in grocery stores and boom, someone just explodes in front of women and children and elderly, exploding people everywhere. And they're like, wow, look at Israel. What a James Bond secret operation. How could they pull that off? That's so cool. There's nothing cool about it. And even if you believe that the people they went after were the worst of the worst terrorists, they killed so many innocent people doing that. And it was not cool. There's nothing cool about that. And this lady failing to recognize that they literally just did that in Lebanon. They literally just did that in Iran, going into other countries, bombing them, even though they claim to only be at war with Hamas.
To do an airstrike in the middle of a very busy capital, Doha is a very modern city. In the time of day, there would have been a lot of traffic around. So I've been trying to reach Qatari contacts to ask if any civilians were killed or injured in this attack. I think that will depend, that will determine what a lot of the reaction is going to be, just how precise this was. But, you know, these were the people that Qatar was negotiating through. And historically, the Hamas officials in Doha were the ones more likely to say yes to negotiations, to compromises, than the more hardline Hamas leaders inside Gaza.
Yeah, you just ran down a list of questions I have. You know, what does this mean if it's successful for Hamas? What does it mean for Qatar and its role as an intermediary? And what does it mean for the United States as the president in the Trump administration is standing by watching and involving itself where it can in negotiations?
Yeah, if it...
Exactly, Nancy, exactly. Trump already says he wants to turn Gaza into a territory that would essentially be run by the U.S. and Israel. So they want to annex the territory. It's not about the hostages. They want to expand the borders of Israel. Donald Trump wants the Trump family to invest in that area. They want casinos, condos, etc. It's going to be a super trashy, tacky, Mar-a-Lago, Atlantic City, Trump parade. And there are going to be no Palestinians there because most of them are going to be obliterated by bombs and by machine guns. And the rest of them are going to be just forced into other countries that they're not even from. The lucky ones, if you will, the survivors, are going to end up in other countries. And they're not going to get anything from us. Our government's not going to help them, even though we displace them. And only 80, 90 years later will our government finally say, we fucked up, we did something wrong. Like we always do. We always do it. Later on, we're like, oh, you know, that was a little bad. Hopefully, the pendulum swings so far back towards the direction of progress where after the midterms and the next administration, we start to deliver justice for the people of Palestine. There's liberation, there's statehood, a real prospect for peace, to have an actual state where you have borders, where you have real leadership, where you have recognition by the rest of the world, where you're not under a blockade, where food and water can't get into your country. You can be a real country, and that's going to help make sure that people aren't raised in that country with the sole purpose of wanting to kill Israelis because Israelis are dominating them on a daily basis.
It proves that the U.S. was informed of this ahead of time. It's really going to damage relations with Doha. And Qatar has been a key nation to do outreach, for instance, to Iran, to several different actors that the U.S. normally doesn't talk to directly. But most importantly, with the UN General Assembly coming up, there was a hope that some sort of a last-ditch compromise deal would be reached, that Hamas would agree to this turning over all 48 Israeli hostages, including those deceased, in a 48-hour period in exchange for thousands of Palestinian prisoners, and that might forestall this imminent Israel full-scale invasion of Gaza City, where Israeli officials have said they're going to basically hit every single building because they think Hamas has tunnels underneath and has command centers throughout the city.
They're going to use the same playbook Now they're invading another sovereign nation, and they're going to go after schools and hospitals. Wait till the media reacts to Israel blowing up a Qatari hospital, and millions, not millions, hundreds, thousands of people die. Sorry, I misspoke. That's not going to go as well, because other Arab nations are going to say, you know what, that's ridiculous. You're actually going after another country now. Hopefully something breaks the camel's back. Hopefully there's some last straw that happens, because other nations are finally starting to pull away from Israel. The United States is not. Our country is responsible for this. But at least you see France, the UK, Canada. It's almost like greenwashing. They're doing like Palestine washing, where they're like now coming out knowing it's more popular politically to support Palestine. So they're saying, we'll recognize Palestinian statehood now. It's too little too late, but it's better than nothing.
And that's going to be devastating to those who are refusing to leave. I don't see how Hamas says yes to that after this strike.
I think we did just get some video in. I saw a flash frame go up there of smoke rising over the skyline in Doha. You can see right there a pan. Not sure I see anything in this shot,
Whoa,
but there are others that we have in right now. Maybe smoke over that archway right there. We're going to keep scouring, getting more video, getting reports in. Jeremy Diamond is working his sources. Kimberly Dozier, don't go far. Much more on our breaking news just ahead. This is a significant development that may shuffle some of the diplomatic efforts going on to end the Israeli war with Hamas. An extraordinary, unprecedented moment with Israel trying to target Hamas officials inside the Gulf nation of Qatar. Stay with us.
Yeah, peace is not coming, unfortunately. This is a big setback for peace. I want to see if Trump is speaking yet. I really hope he's started to speak. Looks like pretty soon he's set to host a briefing where he's going to sign a new proclamation. So I can't wait to see what that's all about. So we'll just take a quick break here and see if I can find some research on when Trump is about to speak. So don't go anywhere, because if he speaks, we'll bring it right to you live for you to see. I want to make sure that I have all the necessary information. Cool. Folks, if you're on TikTok right now, now is your chance to come join on YouTube before we dive into the next segment. Go to the link in my bio, click on the YouTube button, or simply go to YouTube, search Josh the Progressive. You'll find me. You'll find the live feed, and that way you can actually watch in real time the breaking news that we react to. I want to see if we can pull up something on Chicago while we wait to see when the president is speaking, because Donald Trump announced that the Chicago operation will be called Operation Midway Blitz. I don't know if that's named after the airport or what, but I guess it's going to be their Nazi blitzkrieg type operation, where they're going to surge ICE agents into Chicago, scare everybody, and really just try to show how powerful they are by doing so. So let me see if I can find a feed on it. Oh, real quick, hang on. Not quite. See if we can find something on Midway Blitz. Also, if anybody at any point sees that the president is starting to speak, sometimes it's hard for me to see everything all at once, so you feel free to let me know in the chat if something ever breaks, by the way. But thanks for being here today. Thank you for watching on YouTube. And if you come from TikTok, let me know in the chat. I love seeing that. I love seeing when people say, oh, I came from TikTok. Because I know right now my TikTok is huge. I've got hundreds of thousands of followers on TikTok, and the YouTube channel is new. So I'm trying to build the YouTube channel, and it's a much better experience for these shows because you can actually watch everything that I show you. Look, I can even do little, like, what do I call it, picture in picture. This might be a fun one to do for the next segment, so you can actually kind of see a little bit more. So let's see if we can get a Chicago feed.
And the Department of Home.
Let's see this. This was from a while ago. Thanks for coming from Spain and from TikTok. Let's take a look at this.
Homeland Security says it has begun Operation Midway Blitz, targeting Chicago and the state of Illinois. President Trump continues to emphasize that Governor Pritzker has not asked for the White House to help fight crime. Political reporter Marianne Ahern live for us now on the Southwest side with the latest. Marianne.
Thanks for being here from TikTok.
Good afternoon to both of you. Yes, we are in the Brighton
Isn't this better so you can actually see and you hear my mic too? Appreciate it.
Park neighborhood, one of the areas of the city that is on high alert. But not just this part of the city, also north suburban Evanston. It has been told that it may as also be one of the suburban towns that is a focus of increased ICE operations. And again, it isn't just Evanston as the only suburban town that could see these raids.
Say it loud, say it clear! Immigrants are welcome here!
Supporters for immigrant rights gathered at Pulaski and Archer this afternoon, voicing their concerns.
This morning, we actually responded to a couple more sightings on 61st and Kildare. I was able to knock on one of the windows of one of the agents.
Folks, Chicago people are built different, okay? I'm from Chicago originally. I didn't grow up there, but I was born there. My whole family's from Chicago. Go there all the time, okay? Chicago is America. Chicago is America. It's the heart of the country. You got people from all over the country, all over the world in Chicago. I mean, the only argument you can make is New York is more of a melting pot, but Chicago is right there. And Chicago embodies the Midwest tough attitude that makes our country so amazing. And people are not going to put up with what is about to take place in Chicago. Love to see protests already starting. Let's hear from this protester.
One of the cars that was alleged to be ICE agents. They did identify themselves with the Department of Homeland Security. When I asked them why they were here, what were they doing, they said they couldn't tell me anymore.
This was never about arresting the worst of the worst. It's been about terrorizing our communities. But we will not be intimidated.
Also,
She's exactly right, and I'm glad that sentiment is becoming more and more mainstream. That is what it is. It's not about the criminals and the rapists. It's about scaring people. It's about making people uncomfortable to be in this country.
North suburban Evanston, Mayor Daniel Biss has heard from the governor's office that Evanston may be a focus of ICE raids as well.
By the way, if you're not from Chicago, if you don't know anything about Evanston, it's a suburb north of downtown. It's kind of on the lake. It's where Northwestern is. So it's a very nice suburb, very affluent, beautiful parks, pretty safe area. And the fact that they're going to be putting ICE there is really just to show force. It's really to scare people. It's not like there's undocumented migrants running around Evanston, stabbing people, killing people, robbing people. That's not the reality. That's not what's actually happening in Chicago. It's not.
Even as Governor Pritzker says he has had no direct communication with the White House.
We think really hard before putting out information like we put out today because we know that we don't know. And the last thing we want to do is cause panic, especially when it's not necessary.
What is the limit to his power? And where is the line to be drawn if a president is able to go to war?
I have heard about ICE coming to Indiana. Not only that, but J.D. Vance says he wants Indiana to redraw their voting maps the same way Texas has done. Go figure. They're going to try and cheat in other states as well.
Against the city he also represents.
On social media, President Trump said, quote, Governor Pritzker just stated that he doesn't want the federal government help. Why?
It's like you're talking to a wall. It's just I assume it's just a political idea.
He doesn't sound great, by the way. I don't know if you can tell. Listen to his voice. He sounds pretty awful.
Ideology. They're not stupid people. Must be an ideology that's just buried in their head and you can't do a damn thing about it. And we'd love to go into Chicago and straighten it out.
A representative ICE tells NBC5 that it routinely targets dangerous criminals. So we are all watching to see, is there an increase of more federal agents than is routine? We should also note an important ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court today. It lifts the restrictions on immigrant stops in Los Angeles, and that, could affect what happens here in the Chicago area.
It absolutely
Reporting
will.
live from the
It
Southwest
absolutely will
Side.
affect it. If you don't know what she's referencing, trust me, I don't blame you. There's so much breaking news every single day. It's my job to help keep you informed. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that ICE can return to racially profiling people in Los Angeles. They can go after people based on what language they speak, where they're working, where they're located at. Are they at a Home Depot? Are they at a gardening shop? Places that they suspect undocumented migrants will be staying at.
Marianne Ahert, NBC 5 News.
Okay, important to look into that, Marianne.
They can just snatch people up. Just snatch them up. Disappear people. Unalive people. There's already been multiple reports of people dying. Looks like we got a feed of the president soon. I wonder what he's supposed to sign. Let me ask my contacts real quick. I've got some insiders. But if you're, by the way, if you're on TikTok, occasionally I will pause the TikTok because I have to use my phone. Come watch on YouTube. Link is in my bio on TikTok, or just go on YouTube, search Josh the Progressive. Multiple people already type in the YouTube chat saying, I came from TikTok. It's much better. So let me know that you came over. I'm going to find out right now. And let me show you this feed too so everybody can see. We've got a live feed right now of the White House. The president is expected to speak soon. So let me see. So let's see if I can find info on what proclamation the president is about to sign. Let's see if I can get any info on this. Looks like I just got invited to DC for an event, which is good. It's really cool. I've been starting to get invited to more things around the country to help, spread the good word. Okay, let's see if I have any info about it. No way. This is bullshit. Is this actually what it is? Somebody just told me that the proclamation he's about to sign, no, they're joking. I actually fell for this though, because you never know with this administration. Someone said that the proclamation, he's gonna rename the Epstein files to the Trump files because it's a hoax. That's a complete joke. It's not actually that. But I'm so gullible. Okay, this administration, anything is believable at this point. So like, I kind of believed that for a second. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let me let them know that I'm live too. If anybody finds any intel on why or what proclamation Trump is about to sign, let me know, because I would love to know. letting people know to tune in right now because the president is going to speak shortly. Yeah, he should be coming out any minute. We know the president is often late. We know with this president that he is about to be late. If you're watching on TikTok right now, I hate to interrupt the TikTok broadcast, but I'm actually going to use my phone right now to record a TikTok. So I'm gonna turn off the live. I'm gonna make a TikTok. If you're on YouTube, stay right here. You're gonna watch me make a TikTok while we wait for the president to come speak. And if you're on TikTok, if you're sad that I'm stopping the feed, just come join me on YouTube. Link is in my description. Search it on YouTube, Josh the Progressive. I'll see you there. Okay, just ended that. Hopefully people from TikTok do find me. I know it's hard for some people because they're on their phones. And I'm going to record a TikTok right now because I want to let my audience know that the president is about to speak. So you guys can get like a little behind the scenes of how I actually do a TikTok. Breaking news, Donald Trump is about to sign a major proclamation at the White House. What's it for? We're not sure, but I'm live on YouTube right now covering the entire thing, bringing you Trump live so we can react to it in real time to see what he's about to sign. Of course, he's going to speak with reporters, hopefully about the Israeli strike in Qatar, hopefully about Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago. Okay, now I'm going to add a little bit more to that. Hopefully reporters ask him about the files as well, why his letter was found in the birthday book with his signature, as well as a piece of paper showing that people were considering selling a woman to Trump for $22,000. You guys get to see the behind the scenes of how a TikTok is made by Josh the Progressive. I'm going to add one more segment here at the end. Now, whether his proclamation is going to be related to the operation in Chicago or whether it's going to be related to tariffs or maybe what he wants to do with the Fed, I'm not sure at this moment. I'm trying to find information on it, but that's why I'm live on YouTube right now. Come tune in. Link is in my bio or search Josh the Progressive. We have Trump ready to go as soon as he comes out to speak, and we will see and react in real time to what proclamation the president is about to sign for us. All right. Yeah, Alicia, believe me, like I'm getting better at this. Like, you know, I do this every day now, but in the early goings, like I would literally have to script out everything and I would have to spend an hour recording something, but things happen so quickly. I have to practice and get good at it where I can just do it like that, you know? And I believe you can do it, you know, maybe it's hard at first, but eventually I just treat it like I'm talking, you know? Also, someone said, what's on your lip? I don't want to be self-conscious. I cut myself shaving and there's like a scab, so it's going to go away. It's kind of sad. Look, and then I post my little TikTok, see? So if you're just tuning in, right now we are waiting for the president to come out and speak. And I'm going to let everyone know. What is this? Trump? Any update? Does anybody know what he's going to sign? Really, anybody can let me know. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, thank you, Alicia. You can leave it to the pros, but thank you for being here. And you're doing a great job because what you're doing is you're staying informed. You know, everybody who's watching right now, many of you don't make content the way that I'm making content because you have your own jobs to do. You have your own life. And this is just what I'm doing. But you're doing such a good job because you are helping spread the word. You are helping stay informed. So many people in this country are not even paying attention. So you didn't need to hear this from me, but give yourself a pat on the back if you're watching this right now because you are doing your job as an American citizen. You are paying attention when so many people are turning a blind eye to the atrocities that are being committed by this administration. Okay, that video is posting. Just gonna do a little digging around to see if I can find any information about what he is going to talk about. Hopefully it's nothing bad. And yeah, Bear, great point. This live show happens most of the time during the workday. This is what I'm doing for work. But a lot of people, can't watch while they're working. If you can, more power to you, because the idea for this show is for something for you to listen to while you're working. Let's say, you work at a desk, but maybe you can have your headphones on. Let's say, you're at home, you get to work from home. You can have this on the background on your TV, on your computer. The same way you might have CNN on, but instead of listening to CNN tell you, unfortunately, fake news, because they're not combating this administration, they're not calling out this administration the way we need to be doing, you're not going to get the same information. Here on my show, we are unapologetically pro-democracy and anti-fascist. That's our bias, but that is the bias that Americans should have. We don't stand up for tyrants in this country. Lily, great question. Remember Trump talked a lot about Greenland, Canada, and Panama? What happened to that? It's almost like everything they do is a distraction. They don't want to ever talk about the real needs of the people. They talked about annexing Greenland, right? They talked about annexing Canada, making it the 51st state. It's like every single week there's some new chaos by this administration. That's why I titled the show today, Chaos in the Trump administration. He's signing a proclamation now amid serious speculation that he's in the Epstein files. And he's going to do something crazy right now. He's going to do something that throws the whole media for a loop, because he needs us talking about something else, because he knows the Epstein thing is the one thing that might actually sink his polls. There's clearly one hater in the chat. It says queer communist propaganda. Fuck yeah, bro. Fuck yeah. I'm not queer, but I love communism. And by the way, no propaganda here, but power to queer Americans. And truthfully, we've never seen a real communist country in the world. Any communist nation was not actually a communist country. It was a dictatorship. And we have never actually seen a real political party that actually gives power back to the working people. But I'm not a communist, just for the record. I am a democratic socialist, which most Americans actually are, if you think about it. We have public education, we have Medicaid, we have Social Security, we have very socialist principles. The mayor of New York long ago, LaGuardia, he was responsible for so many socialist policies that made New York City the way it is. All these public parks, all this progress in New York. And so, calling me a communist, it's honestly a compliment, bro. Appreciate it. With that being said, haters, you're welcome in my chat. I mean, I'll challenge MAGA any day, because I'm more educated than you and I care about the Constitution. So I'm willing to fight to protect the Constitution, and I'm not gonna shy away from a Trump supporter who wants to spread misinformation. That is not something that I am ready to do. Trump is expected to speak any minute now, seeing if we can get any information on it. I'm gonna do a little Google search, see what we can find. What proclamation is Trump about to sign? Let's see. I'm trying to read his schedule. If anybody finds out about the proclamation, let me know, because it would at least give me some context as to what we're about to witness. We're about to get a surge of viewers, I'm sure, too, because I'm putting out a new video to show everybody that he's about to sign something, and people are going to want to tune in. The only person that drives more viewership than Caroline Leavitt is Donald Trump, because when he speaks, he does something that damages the country. Someone says, bro, please pick up a textbook. Yeah, believe me, brother. I've read textbooks, my man. By the way, just so you want to test my education, I'm a graduate of USC. Before that, honor student in high school, 4.4 GPA. Passed every AP test, AP Euro history, AP world history, AP government, right? AP English, calculus, etc. And all that being said, I went to a school where a lot of people were MAGA Trump supporters. And the difference was I actually paid attention in class and I got good grades and did my homework. And these people copied my tests and they copied my homework. Oh, thank you. Yeah, yeah. See, sometimes in the chat, like I can't understand, you know, if you're targeting me or if you're going after someone else. But yeah, you know, Captain definitely should pick up a textbook. And look, I don't need to justify my education. You know, I didn't even study politics. You know, I studied film, which is, you know, relevant to what I'm doing because we're making content. But what is important to recognize is that there are going to be areas where I don't know everything. But that's what makes me so frustrated sometimes is there are people in this country who never ever pay attention to what's happening. They watch 5 minutes of Trump saying something funny on the golf course and they vote for him. And I pay attention to him every single day. You can say I have Trump derangement syndrome, but the reality is I'm an informed patriot. And so there are even things that if there are things I don't know, think about all the stuff Trump supporters aren't paying attention to. So we'll wait for the president to speak. Let's see, I just got an email. By the way, do people know about the fact that there are 40 Americans who are on a boat right now sailing to Gaza and they're trying to deliver aid to Gaza, but it's really more about breaking the blockade because obviously this one boat isn't going to give aid to all the people, but it's actually about trying to break through and get through. And I have a friend on one of the boats. His name's Thomas. He's on Instagram as Quentin Quarantino. You might have seen his work. He has like 1 million followers. The Israel literally bombed their boat. Their boat got struck by a drone. American citizens was struck by an Israeli drone. And nobody even asked the president about this. But looks like I just got an email about it that I can make content. They gave me some information to share, which is good. It's good to get information directly from people involved sometimes so you can know what the facts are. Thank you for all of you for being here. We're waiting for the president to come out and speak. He should be there any minute now. I'm going to send a text to a friend real quick. Waiting for the president to come up and speak any minute now. I'm about to post on Instagram to let people know that the president is going to speak. I'm going to let people know right now. Hey, now is the time. If we're just waiting for the president, take a minute. Make sure you've clicked the like button on this video. I know it seems silly, but believe me, the algorithms these days, if you click the like button, it helps boost the video so more people can find it. And then if you subscribe as well, it helps my channel grow. And by the way, subscribing is free. I know it usually subscribing sounds like you're paying for something, but that's how YouTube goes. It's the same as following. You're just subscribing for free. And that way, when you go on YouTube, my videos will show up for you in a clear way so that you can always see my videos when they come up. And you don't even have to be notified. Like, it's not going to send you emails. It's not going to send you texts. You can turn that on if you want to. So you can turn on post notifications. I think there's a little bell icon you can click on. And that way you can always be informed directly from YouTube when I'm live, when my videos are launched. But the best thing you can do is just like the video and subscribe because it'll help me grow my channel. I'm letting everyone know that we are live. as we wait for the President of the United States. And who knows how long he's going to go for. We're waiting for the president. Somebody says, how old? I'm turning 26 this year. I'm very excited about that. I'm very excited. How old are you? Rock that mic. I believe I have viewers of all ages. Sometimes I get to go into my analytics. And it's really cool to know, I get to see like, how old are some of my viewers? Where are they coming from? Like, what gender? It's all really interesting stuff. I have like 50% men, 50% women. Some people's channels, they have like more men. Some people have more women. I have a very balanced audience, which is great. Oh, nice. You're right around the same age. Hell yeah. Where are you from? Rock the mic. You said, I can't remember where you're from. So many chats. But I'd love to know, like, who are going to be my diehard fans. Like, I've seen people who have been, this is only like my 15th live show, but some people have been in here a lot. I'm going to shout out a couple people. Melanie, I see you all the time. Rock the mic. You've been in here. Catherine, one of my most diehard fans. Alicia. It's really awesome to see some of the same people coming in because it goes to show that we're building a community. Catherine, I think we talked about this before. I love Raleigh. My ex-girlfriend was from there, so I spent some time there. Love Bojangles. I love Durham. Got to go to a Durham Bulls game, which was really cool. The whole Triangle area is great. I love downtown Raleigh. Love Cary is really cool as well. And then we, got to drive out to Wilmington, and Wrightsville Beach was really cool. Barry from Indiana. My mom was born there. Rock the mic, also from Indiana. Yeah, thanks for coming from Instagram. It's cool you're so close to Chicago because you can probably go there all the time. Luke, he's ride or die. Luke's actually my friend in real life. So good to see Luke here. Right now, we're just waiting for the president to come out and speak. It's already been a jam-packed news day. This is one of my longer shows. But why would I go off now? The president himself is about to speak. So we should listen to the president. Let's see. Trump just posted the same statement that we heard from Caroline Leavitt about the strike in Doha. So maybe that's going to be what he signed. But if he's signing a proclamation, it's not going to be about it's not going to be about Doha. He's going to sign something related to U.S. policy. Someone says, we're excited to hear him talk about nothing. I mean, if he's signing a proclamation, it could be a big deal, and it could be very toxic. Let me see if there's anything else. Have I heard about the massive protests in France? Well, yes, and I know the government recently collapsed. But there's so many things going on. It's so hard to get to everything, obviously. But yeah, that's a big deal in France right now. Melanie, 58, New York. Awesome. Love New York. Reading some more comments. I was in Louisville metro area of southern Indiana. Very cool. 24 from California. What's up, Lubita? California, love. West Coast for life. Look, I'm one of those California elitists, okay? Like, Right now, I'm staring out at the palm trees. 79 degrees today. Go get some street Mexican food later. Support local businesses. I'm gonna send this live to a few more people while we wait for the president. I want to build a big audience because I want to make sure everybody pays attention. Proclamation Midway Blitz. Do you think that's, I mean, that's what I'm pretty sure he's going to talk about. It's most likely going to be about Chicago. California love. Ooh. Let's see. Let's make sure everybody knows. Make sure everybody is aware that we are live. When was he supposed to be on? Hopefully he's on any minute. It is now 4:30 Eastern time. So if he's trying to be punctual, hopefully he's like coming out, here at the half-hour mark. It's cloudy in San Diego, Kenneth. Yeah, you got that marine layer. Oh, you're a semi-driver in Chicago? It's definitely not as bad. I was just in Chicago a month ago. Went to a Cubs game. Go Cubs. By the way, pretty sad about the Bears last night. That was I set myself up for that one. I don't know if anybody tuned in the other day, but we were talking about the Bears a little bit, and yeah, it's really sad. Yeah. Yeah, right now, everybody, grab this link. Thank you for coming from TikTok, Catherine. Take the link of this YouTube video, just copy it in your browser. If you're on your phone, you can go to share, copy the link, text it to one person. I'll give you a script. You can say, check out this guy's show on YouTube. His name's Josh Greene, Josh the Progressive. It's called The Progressive Pulse. He's a progressive commentator. He's showing Trump right now, covering some breaking news. So that way we can show one new person the show every day. If you have somebody that is into politics or just somebody that needs to be paying attention to politics, tell them to tune in. Let them know I'll be live for at least another hour because we're going to hear from the president momentarily. I'm even doing the same right now. I want everybody to be able to join. Right now, my post is heading up onto Instagram right now. That's where Rock the Mic found it. We do need the positive light through the darkness. Yeah, that was a good game for the Chargers. I was really excited about that. I'm a Bears fan, but I grew up, near San Diego, and so I respect the Chargers. They're like my backup team. Like I have like my West Coast teams, and I definitely like the Chargers more than I like the Rams. And so I was really excited to see the Chargers, who I actually think have a good chance to win this year because I feel like the coaching and everything that's going on there could be really good. Thank you, Catherine, for sharing with your 50 Facebook besties. By the way, I think my Facebook was monetized now, which is big news for me because obviously, I want to make sure the videos I make are fairly compensated. And I think Facebook now actually gives me rewards for videos that perform well. So when I post my videos on Facebook, I make, some money. That's good. And so with that being said, follow me on Facebook. Everything I post from Instagram automatically gets posted to Facebook, which is good because they're connected through Meta. So thank you to my friend Scott. He just told me he's sending the link around. He used the script as well. Wow, he literally copied the script I gave him. He literally said, check out Josh Greene. He's got a show on YouTube, Progressive Pulse. He's a progressive commentator covering some breaking news. Well, we're about to cover the president. Hopefully he comes out any minute now. We should be hearing from President Trump any minute now. Did you see Trump tweeted he was like, congratulations to Nick Bosa of the San Francisco 49ers on an incredible play. Nick is a superstar. It's all because Nick is like one of the few MAGA NFL players. So it's like, notice how Trump like only ever celebrates like MAGA Americans. He's like, if this person's MAGA, I'm going to give him like a special shout out. It's like, wow, good job, Nick Bosa. So you've proved to us that you can catch a football and you don't care about immigrant communities that are being terrorized. You don't care about San Francisco residents that can't afford, a living because Trump's economic policies are so crippling. You don't care about the climate. You don't care about the environment of the Bay Area that is going to be under threat because Donald Trump is contributing to the climate crisis. Good for you, Nick Bosa, though. You're such a bozo. Such a loser. Yeah, exactly, Tommy. The city of Chicago doesn't need or want military support. We need emotional support after this recent Bears loss, Cubs slump. Exactly. Exactly. Couldn't agree more. It is really sad to see what's about to take place in Chicago. Because of all this planning and anticipation, there's a chance what happens in Chicago could be way worse than LA and DC. Melanie liked my singing. When I was like, California love. Ooh. I'm a decent singer. Josh, what's your Facebook? If you just search Josh Greene, Greene like the color with an E at the end, Greene, it should pop up. And it should have a picture of me in my suit as my profile picture. I have like 87,000 followers, so it should be one of the first Facebooks that come up. But good point. I'm going to go ahead and add my Facebook link to my ears. I'm going to add my Facebook to the description of this video while we wait for Donald Trump to speak any minute now. He should be coming out any minute now. I'm going to go ahead and add my Facebook profile to the YouTube description so that you have it as well. Because that would be good. Awesome. And then let me see if I can add it to the description of this video. That'd be really great. Oh yeah, I definitely can do that. Okay, wait. Stand by, everybody. I still have Trump ready to go as soon as he comes out. I'm just making sure everyone has my Facebook link. Not sure if it'll update on this show. Let me bring the president back. Okay, everybody can see. We still are waiting for the president. He's set to speak any minute. That's why I want to keep us here, because like if he comes out, we need to be ready. We want to be on it. Tupac was ahead of his time. I agree. A good friend of mine, Jeff Pearlman. I don't know if you've heard of him. Jeff Pearlman, he's a best-selling sports writer. He's written about the Cowboys. He's written about the Mets. But he also writes about culture, politics. He has a new Tupac biography coming out. He's interviewed hundreds of people. It's like the most people ever interviewed for a Tupac project. He's interviewed like every single family member, every single rapper. There's like 500 interviews compiled for the Tupac biography by Jeff Pearlman. So I'm excited to read that because he's become a friend of mine. I'll let him know that I gave him a shout out. So we are waiting for Trump. Your Bears are doing better than my Browns. Well, good point. Although, I mean, they're both 0-1, right? Did the Browns lose? I mean, I don't even know how they did, but I'm pretty sure they probably lost, right? So, but the sad part is, like, Trump supporters they treat politics like it's the NFL. Like, this is a game to them. They think it's like a game. Like, it's not a game. Like, these are people's lives, at stake. This is like life or death shit we're talking about. And they're like, this is a game. We're here to like own the liberals. Liberal tears. I can't wait to make all these liberals cry. It's like, this is not a sporting event. Like, this is the Constitution of the United States of America that we were talking about. Like, come on. And it's all fun and games until it affects somebody directly. Like, once somebody, actually loses a child from gun violence, or once somebody, can't afford groceries anymore, then it's no longer a game. But for so many like Trump supporters who are just living in a bubble, it's like a game. And they gleefully laugh as our money is being transferred to the billionaire class. It's like the largest wealth transfer in history, taking our money and putting it to the 1%. So that's why it's not about Democrat or Republican. It's about up versus down. And Trump represents the billionaire class, and we, the people, we represent the working class. Trying to see if I can find any info on when the president is coming to speak. For whoever mentioned that he's going to talk about Chicago, is that verified? That's my guess as well, but I'm wondering if you got that confirmed, because then we would know. Rock the Mic asks, Josh, how do you feel about citizens taking Malcolm X approach but still trying to avoid martial law? Look, I support it, okay? We are in a crisis, and the way I see it, again, call me a doomsdayer, but I am sounding the alarm. This is like a cold civil war. We're not in a civil war. There's no violence on the streets, but it's almost like a cold civil war. MAGA, they declared civil war on us years ago. They call us the enemy within. They say that we are a threat to America. They say that we are pedophiles. They say we're child groomers. They say we're trying to put men in women's sports, and we're trying to turn children into different genders, and we're satanic, and we're all these things that are not Christian nationalists like MAGA wants you to be. And so I feel as though they've declared war on us already. And they have militias, the Proud Boys, right? The Oath Keepers. They literally have militias that are operating as Trump's brown shirts, and ICE is like his secret police now. So I do think the left needs to organize. Able-bodied young people who are in physical shape, need to be ready. We need our own, organizations that are ready to respond in case of an emergency. Let's say ICE is found conducting an unconstitutional raid, going after people with legal status. We need American citizens ready to protest, ready to be there to stand in front of an ICE vehicle. And for people to say, oh, you're obstructing ICE, you're obstructing law enforcement. ICE is not law enforcement, okay? ICE is the secret police of Donald Trump. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Yeah, listen. Am I saying let's go out and be violent? No, I'm not saying that. And I don't want any Trump supporter to spin my words. Let me be clear about this. What I'm saying is we need to be organized, because they are organized. And we need to continue being out in the streets physically. We need to make our presence known in the streets. And I mentioned, younger able-bodied people, because I'm talking about people that, potentially are going to have to get tear gas, potentially are going to have to, stand in front of ICE. But for everybody, what should we be doing? Watching shows like this, that's for sure. Sharing this show so people are informed. We already know there's Trump supporters watching this who are maybe disagreeing with everything I'm saying, but at least a couple ideas are percolating in their heads. What else should we be doing? Sharing accurate, timely information, exposing this administration for their corruption, trying to shift the consciousness, because right now we know the pendulum is swinging. We know that we are actually winning the fight in the streets. We know if the election happened again today, the outcome would be completely opposite. So there's so much we could be doing. Young people, if you can't even vote, let's say you're in high school watching this, middle school, your job is to be still informed, talking to your parents, talking to classmates, because you will vote soon. And this administration is going to affect your future. And for, older generations, this is shaping the country that we're all living in, and the country for your children and your grandchildren as well. And many of you are still wondering what's going to happen to your Social Security, what's going to happen to Medicaid, what's going to happen to, your wages. Everything is under threat right now. So, I know I've been talking a lot. I'm just trying to make sure everybody knows that the president is on his way to speak. And as soon as he comes, we will tune in immediately. I'll stop talking a little bit so we can hear from the president. And we will bring it to you when it starts. I love the questions, by the way. So whenever anybody has questions, I'll try to answer as many as possible. I just got I was hoping for an American Revolution 2.0 rather than civil. Well, we're definitely going to need a political revolution. Let's be real. We need a revolution within the Democratic Party, because the current Democratic Party is not meeting the moment. They're not. And even by saying this, I might be ticking off, establishment Democrats, but the reality is they have lost to Donald Trump not once, but twice. And right now, senior Democratic leadership are refusing to endorse Zohran Mamdani, even though the Democrats have spent the past 8 months asking us, why haven't you voted for us? What can we be doing differently? And in reality, they gave the playbook in New York. Mamdani is saying, look, the playbook is, let's create policies that make things more affordable for people. Let's make policies that make the city better for people. And he won in a huge, overwhelming landslide. So, waiting for the president here. By the way, here's a question. Just waiting for the president. Anybody have any recommendations for Atlanta? I'm going to be in Atlanta at some point. Would love to know what is there to do in Atlanta? What do you guys like about Atlanta? I've never been to Georgia. So food, things to do, things to see. I'm really excited for it. I've been dying to go to Atlanta. I mean, I just hear it's amazing. And haven't really been to much of the South, honestly. So, but I know Atlanta's built different. It's like a huge hub of creativity and music, culture. So, yeah, if anybody's from Georgia, if anybody's been around Atlanta, leave a chat right now. Love to know what you like about it. Also, maybe what you don't like about it. Let me know if there's any places to avoid. Like if you're like, oh, that restaurant's overrated. So, any minute now, we'll be hearing from the President of these United States as he signs a major proclamation. Should be about Chicago. Should most likely be related to Chicago. Someone says, Josh, have you ever been to Vegas? Yeah, I love Vegas. I'm a big poker player, so I love Texas Hold'em. But I still need to go to the Sphere. I haven't seen a show there yet. I almost saw U2, but I couldn't justify the ticket price. It was way too much. I am a diehard U2 fan though, but it was like it was resale, and it was like almost $1,000. I was like, no way. I'll catch him on the next tour. But yeah, you're from Vegas. Someone says stay off the subway in Atlanta. I'm sure it's not that bad. Someone says they're optimistic about the future. Yeah, I mean, look. Another creator, Hassan Piker, he's becoming more of a household name. He's like one of the biggest left-wing creators in our country right now. He says we need to practice revolutionary optimism, which I agree. We have to be optimistic because what does Trump want? Trump wants us to feel defeated. He wants us to give up. He wants us to lay down. The last thing they want is for us rising up in the streets, for us boycotting institutions, us creating a strike, not showing up to work, not paying taxes. You know, all these things are on the table at this point because this is not the country that our parents grew up in. This is not the country our grandparents grew up in. I know my grandparents might even be watching this show right now, and they are disgusted by what's happening. Melanie asks, am I going to go to law school? You know, I never had that on my radar until recently because now I'm fully into politics, and it would be a good thing to do. As mentioned, you know, I went to film school, and I actually come from a filmmaking background, but I think, you know, those skills have been very important because I do know, you know, a lot about the media, and I understand that there's a lot of storytelling going on in this administration. They are trying to spin a story. And honestly, having a background in film has helped me see through a lot of the bullshit because film and politics are very intertwined, believe it or not. There's a lot of politics in film. And the media is obviously more instrumental in politics than ever before. That's why we have to use our media. They're so organized on the right, so we have to push back. How are your parents and grandparents? I mean, they're as good as they can be, you know. Everybody's concerned about the country, right? But the best thing we can do is stay vigilant, stay informed, and look out for each other. So we're waiting for the president. Hopefully he comes to speak at the top of the hour. That would be very convenient because obviously the president is often late. I haven't seen the Jabberwockies. You know, I hear it's a really cool show, but I would love to check that out. I really haven't seen enough shows. There's another one that's really popular, like Absinthe or whatever. That one seems really cool. But I'd love to go to more shows in Vegas. Usually I play cards. I go to the pool. Love the food there. What do I think about the farming situation? What I think is Donald Trump hijacked the farmers into thinking that he was going to deliver results for them. He's screwed them over. By the way, climate change is going to screw over our farmers. We're already seeing examples of modern day dust bowls that are repeating because we are overdoing it with industrial farming. Basically, there's just way too much, you know, industrial farming going on. And what I mean by that is think about the millions and millions of cows that we have packed into these farms, right? And these cows, this is honestly a little like grotesque, but the cows are farting. Cow farts, it's methane gas. Methane gas is polluting the atmosphere because we're just fattening these cows and they're just farting like crazy. And by doing this factory farming, it's contributing to global warming. Methane is one of the greatest contributors to the climate crisis. And so indirectly, that's actually going to hurt the farmers because it's going to be harder to make food and more expensive. So people on the right, they don't think about these things. They're living in the short term. They're thinking, how can we get rich now? How can we make the country rich now? And by doing so, they're going to, you know, mine fossil fuels. Well, guess what? These are finite resources we're talking about, right? We're not going to have oil forever. It doesn't grow on trees. It goes away. And so eventually we have to move towards sustainability. And we have to do it now. We really needed to do it yesterday. What does make me optimistic, though, is, the environment is like a 97.3 issue. Like nowadays, it seems like everybody is aware that anthropogenic climate change is a thing. It's common knowledge in high school. It's taught that we are negatively impacting the environment and we need to change course. But Trump knows that he's only got a few years left on this planet, and his goal is to get rich now, increase his legacy, and let us deal with the ramifications of his policy later on. Tish, what's in the Buckhead area in Atlanta? Is it cool or is it not cool? Yeah, I'm going to Atlanta. Excited for it. I'm going to start to go all over this great country. Was recently in Wisconsin. That was really cool. I was in New York earlier this year. So any minute now, we should be hearing from the President of the United States. I heard ICE can detain people based off their color. Exactly. The U.S. Supreme Court, they ruled 6-3 that ICE in California can go after people that they even suspect of being illegal aliens without any proof, without any due process. Thank you for being here, Veronica. Yes, on 50. If you're wondering what Veronica is talking about, Prop 50 is the special proposition that California Governor Gavin Newsom put forward, asking California voters to redraw our voting maps. And that's countering what's happening in Texas. So anybody in California, it's a no-brainer. Just vote yes on 50. It should pass in a landslide, but we want to make sure it passes. So, this is just another thing you can do as an American, as a patriot. Do your part. Vote yes on 50. Has everybody seen my interview with Governor Gavin Newsom? It was a brief but hard-hitting interview. The full thing's on YouTube, so after the show, you can watch it. You can just go to my channel and you'll find it. But I've also posted clips of it on social media. I got to interview Newsom in Los Angeles. That was really cool. I'm hoping in Atlanta I'll get to interview John Ossoff, because he's one of the rising progressive senators. And I have a friend who works for him. Yeah, thank you for watching that, Veronica. Appreciate it. Hopefully I get to interview him again soon. I'm now connected to his team, which is awesome, because he is the governor of the biggest state in the country, and many people say he's going to try and run for president. So it's a good contact to have, because he is a very powerful person in this country, whether you agree with everything he does or not. I don't agree with everything he does, but I still want to interview him. I think it's important. I would interview Trump. Honestly, I would interview Trump, but my questions would be a lot different than what you're hearing from the mainstream media. I'm going to send this live to a few people. Waiting for the president to come speak. Cool. I'm setting this around. Yeah, cool area, but pricey. I'll check it out. I'm willing to spend a little cash. I'll be on vacation, so I want to see. But no, I want to check out all the areas. I'm a huge Outkast fan. They're one of my favorite groups. I have all their vinyls. ATLians, Aquemini, Stankonia. Love Outkast. So I'm going to send this to a few people. Waiting for the president. Make sure everybody can tune in now. What time was he supposed to be speaking? It wasn't guaranteed. I mean, right now we're just waiting. It's just a waiting game. Have I interviewed Pritzker? Not yet. Not yet. You know, it's harder for me because I'm in California, but you know, if I can get an interview with him, I'll go to Chicago. I'll do what I have to do. He's also a huge name because of everything going on in Chicago right now. So any minute now, we'll hear from the president. Thank you all for being here. Make sure you click the like button. He still is not speaking. You know, he's always late. Typical Trump. But yeah, going to Atlanta for the first time soon. So yeah, great nightlife, Tish. I'm excited to check out the restaurants. And anytime I'm going somewhere in the country, I'm going to ask my audience, because it seems like you're watching from all over the country. So it's really cool to hear from the people that have visited these places, live in these places. Somebody says, instead of spending cash on vacations, why don't you practice what you preach and feed the poor? Listen, I was being facetious. Like, if I'm in Georgia, if I'm in Atlanta, I'm gonna spend money to eat food. Like, I'm gonna go around and live my life. That doesn't mean like I'm not feeding the poor. And by the way, what we're doing right now is actually covering issues affecting Americans who are struggling to get by. And that's part of why I'm going to be in Georgia as well, is for political reasons. We're in Cali. I'm in Los Angeles, California. One of the most beautiful cities in the world. A divisive city, a complicated city, but a city I love, a city that has made me who I am. I like your phrasing, Logical One. Can we not call him the president? Look, you have a good point. I mean, he is a criminal masquerading as our president. And he only became president because he knew he was going to jail if he didn't do this, if he didn't get this done. So, president should be speaking any minute now. Waiting for the president. Have I been to San Diego? If you have, what do you like about SD? I love San Diego. I grew up by there. I go to Padres games all the time at Petco Park. Love the gas lamp quarter, Little Italy, Coronado. I mean, just driving over the Coronado Bridge with the windows down, going to Encinitas, Lucadia, Carlsbad, Oceanside. I even drive to Mexico sometimes. So like, I love driving to Mexico. A lot of people don't even realize you can do that. You can drive to Mexico. It's really awesome. Somebody says, I watch you every day from the Bay Area, bro. If there's any info you can share about what's going on here. Yeah. I mean, earlier, it's not major, but I was talking about how Trump posted about Nick Bosa, who's a player on the San Francisco 49ers football team. He's like, great play by Nick Bosa, helped the 49ers win. He's a superstar. It's because Nick Bosa is MAGA that Trump posts these random shout outs about his favorite football player. But here's the sad part. Nick Bosa, you play for the San Francisco 49ers. How can you be MAGA when you're living in a city filled with immigrants, people who are being terrorized by this administration? It goes to show you care about the fans who buy your jerseys and spend hundreds of dollars to come to your games, and you get to live in their city as a millionaire, but you don't actually care about the people. You're supporting this billionaire fascist thug because you think it's funny. So any minute now, waiting for the president. San Diego's awesome. Yep, Padres are right behind the Dodgers. I love how we're just talking about life. These are the things as Americans, like, we should just be able to talk about. But unfortunately, this administration has really affected our country and not in a good way. And so it makes it hard to just live daily life. Someone says there's a restaurant about the gun show that serves some awesome food in Atlanta. I'm going to ask my guy about that. I have some Atlanta friends. So any minute now, we'll hear from the President of the United States of America. Let's see. Sending this around to a few more people. Nick Bosa lost my respect when he bombed Brock Purdy's presser wearing that MAGA hat. Agreed. And also it makes you wonder, like, Brock Purdy might also be MAGA. A bunch of them could be MAGA because they're friends, What are my predictions of the MLB playoffs? Well, I'm a Cubs fan. I hope the Cubs are going to do well. I really predict the Brewers are going to have a good postseason because they are just so good this year. If I had to put money on it, I would say either, this is crazy to say, but I would say either the Brewers or the Padres are going to win the World Series. A team that has never won before. It's going to be one of those two. It's definitely going to be a team in the National League. I'll tell you that much. Can I debate Dash De Souza? I'm not sure who that is, actually. Can I interview Nathan from the I'm also not sure. Who is Nathan from Election Truth Alliance? Feel free to send me info about that. Waiting for the president. Hopefully he speaks any minute now. I'm going to send this live to a few more people. Co-Guardians. Yeah, I haven't checked. I don't know where they're at in the standings. Are they going to make the wild card? I know they've kind of had a mediocre year, but I love Jose Ramirez. He's great. He's on my fantasy team. So that's been awesome to watch. I will let you know. Can't wait for baseball playoffs to start. I agree. I'm super excited. I'm going to text this live to a few more people. Oh, Donald Trump is late, as per usual. He's clearly not interested in coming out on time. Yeah, he's getting his last nap in. They're probably putting some makeup on his hands right now to cover the bruising. So he give his hands some makeup. They're probably giving him some pills so that he doesn't come off sick. So he looks healthy. But yeah, this should be a pretty interesting press conference. I'm really excited to see what he has to say. Hey, Margaret, thank you for watching from the UK. I'd love to know what part of the UK you're from. Thank you for what I do is brave. Look, yes, it's brave because free speech is under attack. Fortunately, I'm safe. They're not coming for me any day now. And, it's just more of a necessity than brave, but I appreciate it. And I know right now there are other people that can't afford to speak out because, maybe they don't have the same skin color as me. Maybe they don't have the same citizenship status as me. But I have the power to do it. And so this is what I do now. I have made this my life's calling because our country is too important to let this cult take us all down with the ship. They say they are the majority. They say they won in a landslide. I beg to differ. I really beg to differ. Yeah, Freddie Freeman, he's amazing. I go to Dodger games all the time, and I love watching him. And obviously, Shohei Ohtani. Look, I'm not sponsored, but this is this green tea I've been drinking. There's Ohtani right here. All right. Hopefully the president comes out to speak. Thank you for being here. Folks, if you're just tuning in, click the like button, subscribe, share the video with one person. Make sure you're following my other socials. If you missed any part of this show today, I'm going to be posting recaps of it. So you're going to be able to watch videos of it later on too. But don't go anywhere because this is going to be the most important part of the show today. Donald Trump is supposed to sign a proclamation. This could likely be about Chicago and Operation Midway Blitz. So real quick, I'm going to post this link on Facebook as well so people have it. Cool. I'm letting the post go to Facebook. Awesome. Wow, so many of you here today. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A few people have asked if there's a way you can support me directly. I'm an independent content creator. I'm doing this for a living, but no sponsors. That way I can remain authentic, unapologetically honest with you. But if you do want to support me directly, if you go to the description of this YouTube video, there's a link that says buymeacoffee.com. It's that simple. You basically can chip in $1, $2, $3, $10, however much you're comfortable. That helps support my channel. It helps support the show. There's also Venmo as well, which is a little bit easier for some people. So both are great ways to just support me directly. But the biggest thing is just watching, being here. He's still not on. I agree. Stay right here, though, because he could be on any minute. And I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. We can keep each other company while we wait for the president. I'm going to send the live to even more people right now. It's a good opportunity to just get people to tune in. Oh, I cannot wait to see what he has to say today. And hopefully reporters actually ask him about the birthday book with Epstein. Yeah, the Padres, unfortunately, have not had a lot of playoff success. But, you know, what is good to see is these past few years they've been winning. And, you know, I felt like they really could have won the World Series last year. They had the Dodgers 2-1. You know, they had just beaten them a few years ago, and then they lost to the Phillies. And they should have put the Dodgers away because the Dodgers ended up winning it all. Margaret, thank you for following news in the United States, even though you're in Europe, because, look, Trump affects the whole world. All right? And that's, I don't want to sound like an arrogant American, like we're so important, but he is literally shaping the world order, and not in a good way. And everything he does affects Ukraine. It affects Israel. It affects Palestine. So somebody says, I think he's going to do the Insurrection Act for Chicago because he needs a formal proclamation. That might be what he's about to do right now. That literally might be what he's going to do right now. So let me ask somebody real quick if that's what he's going to do. So the president should speak any minute now. Yeah, we're waiting for him to come out. Thank you for being here, though. If he does, you're going to Chicago. I mean, hey, I might fly there too. I think the whole nation needs to be ready because Chicago is now the new battleground, and it could be bigger than LA. It could be bigger than DC. Wow, Kenneth, thank you so much. That's amazing. I really, I'm flattered by that. That's incredible. Does everybody see what Kenneth said? Kenneth says he's giving his students extra credit if they watch my show, and they need to do a 2-page report. What students? Are they middle school, high school? That's awesome. That's awesome, man. I was a mentor at a high school for a year. I was teaching film. I love teachers, man. I think that's the most important job in the country. Ray's, good restaurant in Atlanta? That's amazing. Someone said that they're getting extra credit to their students. These are some good students then. President Trump is expected to come out any minute now. So we'll stay right here. We'll stay right here. It's been a long day. We already, college, wow. Yeah, I mean, look, these are topics that directly affect people in college right now. And look, I'm only a few years out of school myself, and it's hard for people to find a job. It's nearly impossible for young people to buy a home. Have we ever heard Donald Trump ever talk about how hard it is to buy a home? Is he ever actually going to do anything to help people afford the American dream? No. That's amazing. You're right, Mike. Chicago is literally the heart of America. I couldn't agree more with that assessment. Yeah, thank you, Kenneth. That's amazing. Hey, Kenneth, if you're still here, I hope you are. I have my email linked in the description. So you can find my email. It's peacefulprogressive@gmail.com. Can you do me a favor? If somebody writes a really good 2-page extra credit report, can you email it to me? And you don't have to share their name. You can cross off anything that's personal information. Like, you can just share any of the content of the letter. I'd love to see that, man. That's the coolest thing I've heard since doing this. That's amazing. Because I want to do this because I want to have an impact. I'm trying to help people stay informed. I'm trying to help people know what's going on. And so college kids, like, that was me, That's awesome. If anybody ever has anything special like that, you're always welcome to email me. My email is mostly for business. Like, if somebody comes forth and they say, hey, I want to have you do a video about labor unions, which I do, or can you do a video about climate change? But if there's something really awesome, email me. No promises I get to every email, but it's there for a reason. You can use it. Wow, thanks for watching from Canada. What part of Canada are you coming from, Marissa? I love Canada. I was just in Vancouver. Canada does so many things better than the U.S. There's so many things we could learn from Canada. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. We're not trying. We're doing. So, any minute. We're waiting for the president right now. So we are waiting for the President of the United States. Wow, it's almost like a record number of people here. Wow, thanks for coming from Vancouver. Yeah, I was in Vancouver for the first time last year. I stayed in Kitsilano by the beach. I love Kitsilano. Kits, maybe the locals call it. And went all over to Gastown, the West End, walked Stanley Park, went to the Capilano Suspension Bridge. Yeah, I love Vancouver. Let's see what else people are chatting about. I watch you instead of the news. Thank you for keeping us informed. Thank you. Look, what you're getting from me is different than the news, right? It's not objective. Some people come on these platforms, they say, I'm going to give you the non-biased objective news. No, there's definitely a bias here. This is a very left-wing bias, but my bias is pro-Constitution, anti-fascism. That should be something everybody agrees with. I'm pro-worker, anti-war. Again, everybody should agree with that. And you can call it bias, you can call it propaganda, call it what you will. But my goal is to show the truth about what's happening here in the US and around the world. Not just show Trump and let his lies go unchecked. Not just show Caroline Leavitt uninterrupted. We're going to push back. We're going to call them out. We're going to expose their corruption. That's what we do differently here. That's why you came here. Oh, man. Hopefully he speaks soon. The anticipation's killing me. Oh. Let's see who else needs to tune into this show today. Wow, thank you all for watching the show. It's really awesome. Thank you. Yeah, you can jump on Instagram for the insanity. Thank you, Ash. And look, Instagram and TikTok, that's where I post quick videos. But my number one priority is to build this show on YouTube because, first of all, TikTok has all kinds of censorship that's out of control. Like, believe it or not, there are words you cannot say on TikTok. You can't say abortion. You can't really say guns. The system censors you for that. And now there's rumors that TikTok is going to have an update where you can't even talk about politics without potentially being banned. So, look, I know YouTube is not a free speech mecca as well, but at least here we can dive deeper into what's going on. We can talk about these issues uninterrupted. And it helps me build more of a rapport with you all because we can chat to each other. Let's see. I've never been on TikTok. Yeah. It's not the same anymore. YouTube is going to be my #1 platform. YouTube and Substack. If you're not subscribed on my Substack, you can do so as well. Make yourself a cup of tea. That's what we look. I drank this whole green tea. It's gone now, and I'm out of coffee today, so I'm running on fumes. I'm running on just pure passion for protecting the country. Biggest reviews we have ever seen. It's going to be the biggest that they ever saw. A lot of people are saying it's going to be huge. Oh boy. Let's see. Who else needs this link right now? Oh, any minute now, folks. Any minute. Thank you for waiting this long. I know some people are probably trying to tune out because it's been so long. But we've had some great discussions. And as soon as he starts speaking, we will bring it to you live. What inspired you to pursue this career? Good question. Well, I grew up in a very MAGA area, a very right-wing area, and it was something that radicalized me because I come from a fairly liberal family, and I had good values growing up, and then I'm growing up in this environment where people are racist. People, love guns to the point where they don't want to save children in schools. A lot of very extremist behavior. I'm talking like a really red area. And so that radicalized me. Thank you for finding me on Substack, Veronica. And also just a passion for, politics, just going to start a family. And so I am almost advocating for myself. I'm trying to create the change I want to see for my generation and, everybody in the country. So any minute now, we'll hear from the president as he comes out to speak. Any minute now. And when he comes out too, I'll probably relaunch my live on TikTok too so more people can find the show. But so many of you have already said you came from TikTok. It's way better to watch here. I couldn't agree more. This is by far the longest we've gone, by the way. Thank you for being here. It's a marathon to do this. Some people do this for like 8-10 hours a day. It feels like I'm doing AM radio. So, yeah, he'll be out any minute. Any minute. If I'm like looking away, it's because I'm right now I'm sending the show to more people. And also, if I'm looking away and you see him come out, just type in the chat. Let me know. Because this feed will show him. Any minute now, Trump will speak. I'm posting this on Reddit so people can see it there. So if you're just tuning in, welcome, welcome. We are waiting at the White House for Donald Trump to speak. He is planning on signing a proclamation, likely related to Chicago, Operation Midway Blitz. If you don't know what that is yet, it's a new thing. It's the operation that is going to surge ICE agents into Chicago and potentially terrorize the entire Chicagoland area. We just saw a news segment earlier. We watched about how they're potentially putting ICE agents in Evanston. That's going to be one of many suburbs of Chicago that they're going to make their presence known. All right. Yep, Evanston. It's crazy, man. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, and it's a university. You know, Northwestern has students from all over the world. Students from Asia, students from Latin America, Africa. Like, people are going to be racially profiled, and people are going to have to carry their passports around with them. People are not American citizens. Some of them are on student visas, and they could just get rounded up, especially if they say something bad about Trump. If they say something bad about Israel, they're gone. It's really sad. Did Josh mention what network or stream he will be viewing when Trashy Trump connects? Look, don't go anywhere. Don't go to CNN. Don't go to Fox News. We're going to have it here. I have it pulled up on YouTube right now. So the feed that you're seeing right now of the White House is the feed. It's going to show Trump without any mainstream media gimmicks. It's going to be just Trump and us, okay? So you don't need to switch at all. We'll be right here. As soon as the president comes out, hopefully we'll be any minute now. He's supposed to sign a proclamation. I'm going to do a little digging right now to see if anybody has intel as to whether he's going to come out within the next few minutes as we approach 5:30 Eastern time, 2:30 local time. And he's still not out. Copy the link real quick. Thanks for being here. Wow, so many people are tuned in because everybody, like myself, is waiting to hear the president come out and speak any minute now. Folks, let me know what else you'd like to see with this show. Let me know if there's any other types of segments you want me to do, because this is a place where feedback is accepted. I'm building this show with you all, so we can do this together. Let me know, if you like when I cover, these types of press briefings, but also maybe we go to some, international issues as well. Look, I'm going to cover everything, and I'm going to cover whatever is most prevalent on that given day. And so if we miss something today, my apologies. We're going to have every day, every show to cover what's happening. And by the way, my goal is to go live pretty much every weekday and usually around this time. So make sure you're subscribed to my channel. Make sure your friends know about this channel, your family members, because we're going to be live throughout the rest of the Trump presidency and beyond. And don't think that the problems we have end when Trump goes. JD Vance will be around. Stephen Miller will be around. So, and yes, good point. Somebody mentioned they have anxiety about listening to Trump. So do I, so do I. He makes me anxious because every time he opens his mouth, bad things happen for the country. But we can counter that anxiousness by pushing back against the lies and by setting the record straight, and know that what we're doing is actually making sure people are informed about the truth. And at least for me, it's different for everybody. It will make me, it will make me less anxious because I know I'm at least helping other people feel less anxious. Melanie says, where's the link for Buy Me a Coffee? Thanks for asking. Melanie's asking about where you can contribute financially to my work as an independent creator. If you're watching on YouTube, you can go to the description below the video. So if you're on your computer, you can scroll down slightly. You'll see a description which has links to all my socials, and you'll see a link. If you're on your phone, same thing. But also, let me tell you, you might be able to just search my username. Somebody says, I just found your page, so I haven't explored much yet, but maybe a video that explains everything that's been happening in a way that's less confusing and easily understandable. Absolutely. And by the way, Wimmy, I post every day on TikTok and Instagram, and those videos are usually 60 seconds, so they're a lot more concise. So like usually it's much more concise about what specific issue we're talking about. And then YouTube is a way to have some deeper analysis, some real commentary. And we can talk about things, give things the attention and the time they deserve. So right now we're waiting for President Trump to speak any minute now. I agree, Ubel. I hope you pronounced your name right. Ubel says, I don't like that the establishment media doesn't tell us everything that's happening. I agree. There are so many things that they don't cover. They barely talk about what's going on in Gaza. They're barely talking about ICE. Kenneth, thank you for emailing your students about extra credit, by the way. Rock the Mic says, do you think he'll send troops into the true heart of Chicago? I do. I do think that's going to happen, and I think it's going to be very, very violent for a lot of people, unfortunately. Cloud City Art, my friend from the Bay Area, says, I deliver Amazon for a living, and I have to stop like every delivery just to hear what you have to say. Hey, don't let me interrupt your grind, man. Look, I drive for Uber too, man. I know what it's like to deliver, and you got to focus. But if you have it on in the car, more power to you, because you're getting informed and you're making money. So I appreciate you for being here. As we wait for the President of the United States, who is expected to speak any minute now. So thanks for being here. Hopefully the President is coming out any minute. So any minute we will see from the President. Melanie, let me answer your question again. If you didn't find it already, Melanie was asking where you can find Buy Me a Coffee. It's in the description to my my video, but it's buymeacoffee.com/Josh the Progressive. So if you're literally just on your browser, if you're on the internet, you can just type in buymeacoffee.com/Josh the Progressive. Exact same username as my Instagram, TikTok, same username everywhere. So it's super easy to find me on places. So if you can't access the description link, you can just type it in. Melanie, thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. And it helps me grow the channel. It helps support my work. Kenneth, you're joining the Special Olympics. That's awesome. What are you going to be competing in? That sounds really cool. Softball. Awesome. That's really cool. That's really awesome. Softball is so cool. I mean, I'm a huge baseball fan, so inherently I love softball. Love watching it. Wish softball got more like TV presence. It'd be cool to watch more like college softball. When are the Special Olympics? Do they take place as well next year? Is it every 2 years usually? I don't even follow the Olympics that much, so any information on that would be helpful for me. As we wait for Donald Trump. Somebody said, don't call him the president. Yeah, I try not to. Donald Trump. Let's wait for him to speak. Chris, thank you so much for the $25 contribution on Buy Me a Coffee. I really appreciate that. Thank you for doing that. I'll send you a message later, but thank you. Yes, Bear, my TikTok and Instagram is the exact same. Here's how it goes. I make a video on TikTok. I post that same video to Instagram, YouTube, Threads, so it goes everywhere. So if you don't have TikTok, that's okay. You can follow me on Instagram and you'll get the exact same coverage. And sometimes on Instagram too, I post stuff I don't post on TikTok. Regina, is this your day job? Not being disrespectful. Just curious what you do besides providing us the news. Yeah, to be honest, this is my job now. I've made a career change and this is what I do. You know, I have other work. I am still a filmmaker, so I also do like commercials, a lot of videos for social media. That's technically more of like my day job, but ultimately this is my priority. This is what, you know, I contribute my time to. Melanie, thank you so much for the amazing $25 contribution on Buy Me a Coffee. I really appreciate that. Folks, we are waiting for the president. He'll be out any minute. So helping to keep everybody engaged and informed while we wait. But yeah, so Regina, to answer your question, yes and no, but yes, this is my day job. And it's another reason why YouTube is so important is because YouTube is going to be the way where I can do this for a living. You're going to the No Kings protest in Toronto. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's awesome. I'm sure there's going to be a huge turnout there. That's really cool too, how like it goes beyond, you know, just the United States, because it affects everybody, especially Canada, because you're obviously sharing the border and so many people in Toronto live in the US, vice versa. Is it true that people, I mean, I know the answer to this, but like, let me know what it's like. People actually drive from the US to Canada and vice versa for work. That's really cool. Marissa, thank you for following me on Threads. Appreciate it. President Trump to speak any minute now. We have it right here when he's ready to go. I'm going to see if there's any updates on Twitter right now to see if there's any news. But yeah, thank you, Chris and Melanie, for the extremely thoughtful $25 contributions on Buy Me a Coffee. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see if anybody has any news on where the president is. I hope he's okay. Ish. Fox News was trying to paint AOC as a socialist. Good. More power to her. Yeah, Luke, Trump still hasn't spoke. But any minute now, we'll hear from the president. Thank you, Regina, for the kind words. No, I don't think Trump is writing the proclamation. I think they're most likely giving him his pills and they're giving him makeup on his hands so that this disgusting, sick fuck, excuse my French, but that's really what he is. He's a sick pervert. He comes out, he pretends to be our president, and he's going to sign a proclamation. Love to cruise. Grandpa says, I have 2 children in early 30s, 1 Gen Z at home left. Also live in Washington State, going to MSNBC Live in October. Cannot wait. That's awesome. I've never been able to attend a live show like that. So hopefully your experience is cool. After the fact, come back on my show. Let me know what it's like. Yeah, Melanie, perfect. You know, Instagram, I post every day, and the live, I try to go live almost every day. You know, sometimes life gets in the way, so it's harder to do these full shows where I have to like set up, you know, I want to put on a suit, you know, but we're here now. We've been going for almost 4 hours today, so that's been great. No, TikTok actually lets me curse. That's what's so sad about it, is like I can curse on TikTok, but I can't say abortion. I can't say guns. I can't say kill, because, you know, they're trying to protect against violent language. But when I'm trying to say someone with a gun killed children at a school, that's important information. And it's disrespectful that you can't even talk about that without using code words. So people say things like, oh, unalived. And, you know, you can say weapons, so you can't say guns. How late is he? Triceratop. He is super late. There was no official start time, In fact, I didn't even realize he was going to be giving a speech today until recently, but we are here now, and when he comes, we will bring it to you live. Let me see. I'm going to ask some people why Trump hasn't come out yet. I just asked a few insiders I know what's taking Trump so long. Are they redoing the makeup on his hands? I was being a bit sarcastic, but it's honestly a probable cause. That's probably what's happening. Thank you for over 100 of you being here right now. I just got a message from Aaron Parnas. I know a lot of people watch his content. He says Trump is always late. Yeah, we know he's always late. This is to be. I just feel like today he's like later than usual. Like this is bad. So, if you've been watching since the beginning, you know today we've covered Caroline Leavitt's press briefing. We talked about Israel bombing Qatar, the capital city, Doha. The Western media, CNN, etc., they're not covering it properly. They're depicting it as a success when in reality, Donald Trump knew about this strike and it is a setback for peace. Melanie, thank you. Yes, I got your amazing contribution on Buy Me a Coffee. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $25. It means a lot and it helps. I might end up increasing the quality of this show. Like I'm going to probably get a new webcam and maybe get a new backdrop. These things are important, and I'm an independent creator. So right now I'm going to just do it all on my own. We are waiting for the president, Donald Trump, not the president, to speak. Trying to see if there's anything from Caroline Leavitt about when he's coming out. Trump did tweet 10 minutes ago, so maybe he's just in the green room right now. He tweeted, "I am pleased to announce that India and the United States of America are continuing negotiations to address the trade barriers between our two nations. I look forward to speaking with my very good friend, Prime Minister Modi, in the coming weeks. I feel certain that there will be no difficulty in coming to a successful conclusion for both of our great countries." Okay, so he's announcing not a peace deal, not a trade deal. There's no deal there. He's just saying they're working on a deal, which is hilarious because Trump slapped India with insanely high tariffs. Let's see what else. Again, I'm going to read out his statement on the Israeli strike in Doha, Qatar, so that everybody is aware, because I know not everybody was tuned in at the top of the show. And this is the full statement from Donald Trump. So I'm going to read this out for you real quick. Donald Trump posts on Truth Social. He says, "This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, capital of Qatar. This is a decision made by Prime Minister Netanyahu. It was not a decision made by me. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. I immediately directed Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. However, unfortunately, too late to stop the attack. I view Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the U.S. and feel very badly about the location of the attack. I want all of the hostages and the bodies of the dead released and this war to end now. I also spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu after the attack. The Prime Minister told me that he wants to make peace. I believe this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace." What? I also spoke to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. I assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil. I have directed Secretary of State Marco Rubio to finalize the defense cooperation agreement with Qatar. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Wow. Thank you, Lupita, for the kind words. California love to you. I know that's what you mentioned. So, any minute now we'll hear from Trump. It's past this old man's bedtime. Donald Trump needs to go to bed. Any minute now, we will hear from the president, Donald Trump, fake president, as he addresses the nation. He's going to sign a proclamation. We've spent the past hour or so discussing what that proclamation might be about. I personally believe it's going to be relevant to Chicago. But look, I've been let down before. He always has these press briefings and you think he's going to sign something significant. Not good, but significant. And then he's going to do this and it's going to be like, it's going to be about faith. Hey, look, that thought just came to me. And there's a good chance that he comes out and this whole thing is about how he wants to sign a proclamation making America a faith nation, because Caroline Leavitt talked about it earlier. She said Trump wants to bring faith back to the U.S. Because that's going to stop children from being slain in schools, is faith. And look, there's no knock on anybody who prays. I'm just saying we need sensible gun reform so that children don't have to lose their lives while praying. That's what happened to those kids in Minneapolis. They were already in church praying. Jenny, thank you. Thank you for the $25 contribution on Buy Me a Coffee. I really appreciate it. That's 3 already. Thank you so much. I've never had this much support on one show. Melanie says, ask Jack Schlossberg to come on the show. I absolutely will ask Jack Schlossberg to come on the show. Maybe I'll ask him right now. I don't think he's going to go on the show right now, but I'll ask him. He's not going to come on today. But I've talked to him a little bit about doing a collab. So hopefully Jack will come on the show sometime. We'll see. Not today. But I also, another reason, it's good that you're contributing via Buy Me a Coffee, because I need to buy the necessary equipment to make sure I can have guests. So whether that's another microphone or however I'm going to figure out how to Zoom people in so that I can have somebody in New York while I'm in California or vice versa, because I know Jack's in Manhattan. Israel gets $3.8 billion a year from American taxpayers. Look, everything that's going on in Israel right now, we are paying for. That's the sad thing about it. You can acknowledge that Israeli citizens should be able to live in dignity and peace. You can acknowledge that anti-Semitism is on the rise. Look, I'm Jewish. I know about anti-Semitism. With that being said, Israel is contributing to anti-Semitism because they are doing a genocide in the name of Judaism. They are using our culture to kill people and hide under the umbrella of Judaism. And that is why Jewish people are being attacked, is because of what Israel is doing. It's sad. Sarah, thank you so much for the $25 contribution on Buy Me a Coffee. I really appreciate it. Guys, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to respond to everybody later after the show. We're still waiting for the president to speak, but thank you for helping me grow this channel, and thank you so much. And by the way, I don't want anybody to feel bad if they can't contribute. The number one thing you can do to support my work, just like this video, share this video, and subscribe, because it helps get the word out. as we wait for Trump to speak. Any minute now, we'll hear from the president. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Wow, he is really late, but we've been here long enough. We are not going anywhere. We will be here right when the president speaks. We're not going nowhere. I just messaged Jack Schlossberg, so hopefully he comes on my show sometimes. We're friends, but he obviously is, you know, in another stratosphere than me in terms of fame and influence. So sometimes, you know, it's hard to get in touch with him because he's so busy. But yeah, I like having good conversations with him. I like his work. I think he's got a really powerful voice. If you don't know who I'm talking about, Jack Schlossberg is he's JFK's grandson, and he's a progressive influencer in New York, and he's part of the fight. Jeff says, Josh, you look like you can use some lip balm. Hey, believe me, I've been talking for 4 hours straight. Your lips will get dry too. I don't think I have any right now. But, you know, I did cut myself shaving too, so apologies. Let me see if I can find some lip balm. I'll tell you what, Jeff, after the show, I'm going to go get some lip balm. But I can't do it right now because I want to be here right when the president comes out. Rock the mic. Thank you for being here. You're a revolutionary. I appreciate it. Tish, you haven't missed anything because the president hasn't spoken yet. But what does that mean? It means he's going to speak shortly. So, last chance, grab a cup of water, send this show to somebody. Make sure you're following my other socials because when he starts speaking, we're not going anywhere. I'm really curious to hear what this proclamation is going to be. We will see what happens. Any minute now, we'll hear from the president. Josh, how has Trump been able to get away with so much shit already? Look, there's no guardrails anymore. And every single day they are testing the boundaries of what's possible. Somebody says, if you cut yourself shaving. No, so I got like a pimple from like razor burn. But my number one hater, Captain Tripp, still in the chat, throwing hate. Appreciate it, Captain. At least you're boosting my engagement. He will be talking like a 3-year-old. Yep. There are so many of you here right now. This is very, very kind. Any minute now, we'll hear from the president. What was the over-under on mentions of Biden? We'll see. I don't know if he's going to talk about Biden much, although for anybody who tuned in earlier, we saw that Caroline Leavitt, her new deflection for the economy is blaming Biden for faking job numbers in the previous administration. So, like, remember, in July, the job report came out. It was a very bad job report. It showed that the economy is slowing under Trump. So what happened? The Trump administration fired the person merely in charge of releasing the jobs data. Okay? They said the data was rigged. It wasn't good data. It was data that made the Trump administration look bad. Well, that's some real 1984 type shit. So the next job report comes out in August. It's even worse. It's even worse. It shows that we're losing jobs. And it was the first time we lost jobs since 2020. And who was president then? Donald Trump. Now, what is interesting is their new excuse is, well, our job data is not that good, but Biden faked his job data. They made their job data look way better than what it was. And so that's their new playbook. It's important to catch on to their playbook ahead of time, to catch what they're doing in real time. So if we can assess what their plan is, then we know how to counter it. Because so many times what happens is we let them have the last word. We let them get the messaging out and we have no way of countering it in time, or we take too long to counter it. But I'm telling you right now, what they're doing is they're saying Biden faked the job numbers. That's why his numbers were so good and Trump's numbers were so bad. Okay? But you already fired somebody in charge of releasing your numbers because you said they were fake. They're not even good at lying. They're not even good at lying. Melanie says, I love when you curse. Look, some people say cursing is a sign of intellect. Smart people curse. So if you appreciate that, that means you're smart as well. Let me see if I can send this live to anybody else at this time. We are woke and solidified together. Yes, sir, Mike. Yes, sir. Almost to 180,000 followers on TikTok, which is absolutely insane. I'm excited for 180,000, but I think 200,000 is going to be a landmark moment for me because I never thought I would even get to 100,000 people. And the fact that there are 200,000 of you that are connecting with my message and they're helping me spread the truth, it means that we're a powerful army, essentially. We're growing. Yeah, Jamie, it's hard not to curse right now. Do I think World War III is going to happen? I think we're closer to it under Trump than we were ever before. I mean, think about it. They literally just renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Why would you be doing that if you weren't prepared to go for a war? There's still 3 more years of this term. 3 more years. So it's going to be surprising if we don't go to war, honestly. And by the way, we are kind of at war. Think about what we're doing in Venezuela. They just bombed 11 people, innocent people, and they're saying that they were drug traffickers. They weren't. Everybody knows it. You can look at the footage. It's obvious that they weren't. And they're going to continue to lie and say that they were. They blew them up. Marissa, yeah, make sure you're following on TikTok, as well as Instagram. Every social media that I have is in the description of this video. Every single platform, I have the same username. It's either Josh the Progressive or just Josh Greene. Like Facebook, it's just Josh Greene because you don't need a username there. I just saw a breaking news story. 3 rural hospitals in Virginia are closing because of the big, beautiful bill, because there's not enough funding anymore for the rural hospitals. That's just another example of Trump betraying his base. There's a good chance we might see a government shutdown too. You know, those happen, but this could be worse than usual because even some Republicans are starting to steer away from Trump. They're a little upset about the Epstein files. Think about it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, Rand Paul. Enough vocal Republicans are starting to steer away from Trump. And also voting to release the Epstein files, which Trump says is an act of war against the administration, which is crazy. They're literally defending pedophiles. So stay right here. We'll hear from the president shortly. I guess ICE and the Department of Homeland Security today was posting new language on social media telling people to know who you are and report the bad ones, as in report immigrants. Let's see if I can find what they post. Says, look what they posted. I'm going to read it out to you because I don't want to change my screen away in case Trump comes out and speaks. But we have some breaking news from this morning. The Department of Homeland Security, responsible for ICE, they tweeted this, simply this. Listen, remember who you are, American. Report foreign invaders. And they gave out the ICE number. Remember who you are. I'm going to make a video about that later, but I'm not going to give out the ICE number because I don't want anybody calling ICE. I mean, the only way you should call ICE is if you're going to prank call them. Just write a note real quick. Waiting for the president to speak any minute now. Really could be any minute. We should call ICE and report Trump and Melania. Yeah, let's report Elon. You all know Elon came here illegally, right? He overstayed his visa and he cheated the system. But he got away with it because he's white. And unfortunately, you know, if you're not somebody that looks like Elon, you're not going to get away with it. Didn't they just give him a plane? Yeah, remember? Think about why Trump is so upset too about Qatar. They gave him a plane. They gave him a plane. A giant plane. And we're paying for it too. You might say, oh, Qatar's paying for it. I mean, we're paying for moving it here and fixing it up for the president with our tax dollars. Waiting for the president. He's finishing his well-done steak after burning down the house. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm going to send this to another place too. So I guess the only good thing about waiting for Trump is more and more people can join in time. And a lot of people are probably getting off work too, which is good because then you can tune in. Cool. Posting this so everybody knows that we are live. Someone says, I saw Chicago is hosting ICE trainings to help the community, helping them know what to do if they see them. Oh, for a second, I thought you meant you saw ICE training in Chicago, but that's good though. That's exactly what we need. That's resistance. Teach people how to know their rights. Teach people how to protect themselves when ICE comes. Oh yeah, I need to talk about that too, Veronica. I haven't even looked into that yet. I heard about that. There's a container issue. I'm going to look into that. Thank you for reminding me. Waiting for the president. I want to say thank you again to Sarah, Jenny, Melanie, and Chris, each with $25 contributions on Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you so much. I'm going to make sure I don't have my Venmo notifications on, so sometimes people send Venmo and I can't see it. Okay, nothing there. That's fine. Appreciate it. Yeah, just want to make sure that you know I appreciate that. And as soon as Trump comes out to speak, I know personally I need to rest my voice for a second, so we'll let him talk. But I'll be sure to pause if he ever says something that is newsworthy, and we'll talk about it together. This is like where I need some background news or background music, or like some guests to come in. Let's see what else is live right now. Yeah, I want to pull up something else. I'm just worried that I pull up something and then he starts talking like in a second. But here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this on my phone. So I'll know when he comes out. And while we wait for him, I'm going to see if I can find something about what's happening in Los Angeles. I want to see if I can find anything on Chicago as well. Chicago Midway Blitz. See if there's any new updates about it. Yeah, here, take a look at this real quick. And then if Trump speaks, trust me, if he comes out to speak, I know I have my phone. Yeah, Tish, I've got the Gavin Newsom voice. Believe me, like I talk so much, so like my voice gets tired. But yeah, I'll do some hot tea after this. Don't worry. I appreciate your concern.
There's an immigrant.
I have Trump's feed ready to go, so as soon as he speaks, we'll tune in. But let's take a look at Operation Midway Blitz, so we know exactly what's going on in Chicago, and then we will bring Trump live as soon as the president comes out to speak. We'll bring him live. By the way, my Venmo, Eileen, is Peaceful Progressive. It's my old username when I first started, Peaceful Progressive. Also linked in the description of this video. If you happen to contribute on Venmo, thank you so much. I will send you a message later too in response. Let's take a look at Operation Midway Blitz.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox as we are taking a live look out here in Chicago, Illinois. It's one of the cities that is really being targeted by the Trump administration when it comes to the latest immigration efforts. Now we're going to be joined by Fox 32 Chicago's Joni Lum, who has the story. Joni.
And good morning. There's an immigrant rights group that has rapid response teams on the ground, and they report that immigrants have been detained in 3 Chicago locations on the southwest side. ICE confirming that they are carrying out what Homeland Security calls Operation Midway Blitz. It is aimed at Illinois, the governor of Illinois being mentioned as the reason for this. Chicago leaders.
This is different than what we're going to see with the National Guard. This is just ICE, but we have yet to see National Guard actually take the streets of Chicago.
Confirmed that people were picked up on Archer Avenue at 47th, 49th, and 51st Streets on Sunday. The Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights Organization has those teams out there watching ICE activity. A person from the community shot some video of the detention as advised by activists. One of the detainees was a well-known flower vendor in the neighborhood. Neighbors say that person didn't harm or bother anyone, and the arrest happened right outside a Chicago high school.
Was never about arresting the worst of the worst. It's been about terrorizing our communities, but we will not be intimidated.
ICE and Homeland Security say they are here to remove dangerous threats from the public. People who are going to work in school are very concerned about this, some afraid to do that. And there's going to be another protest march in downtown Chicago. We were with Live Now on Saturday showing that protest. It was large, about 2,000 people who shut down the streets in downtown Chicago. Again, that group will gather here on Michigan Avenue during afternoon rush hour today. Reporting live, I'm Joni Lum. Now back to you.
And Joni, we do appreciate Fox 32 there in Chicago for sharing those images with us. Before I let you go, I'm wondering, because I'm seeing you're standing out there in the street, have you noticed any increase in police presence around in the area you're at?
Not this morning. There will be later today, though. We saw some crews who were setting up. In Chicago, there is communication and coordination between Chicago police and those activists who plan to protest here. So on Saturday, I walked the entire route of that protest. There were police at every corner to make sure that nobody gets hurt during these things. There was an instigator who was trying to stir up trouble, and they were able to de-escalate that situation. Here in Chicago, safety authorities are proud that they are able to manage these big protests almost on a weekly basis, having had a lot of experience in this area. Now, there are people out in the neighborhoods who are reporting that they're seeing U.S. Customs Border Protection trucks on the move, ICE agents on the move, and so people in the neighborhood are watching for that part of law enforcement. Back to you.
All right, Joni Lum, thank you so much again for your time as you are covering this very important story. You take care, and we'll check in soon. I want to head back out live to this image that we have over the Chicago skyline there. As Joni just mentioned, more protests are set for later on today given these immigration raids. Now, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, he has been locked in a back and forth with President Trump for days there, criticizing the move. He, as well as Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson, defending the state and city's extensive sanctuary laws, which bar coordination between local police and immigration agents. They've accused the Trump administration of using scare tactics, particularly with Latino residents in the nation's third largest city. I want to bring us back out to this social media post here from Governor Pritzker regarding this entire situation, which he says, once again, this isn't about fighting crime that requires support and coordination. Yet we've experienced nothing like that over the past several weeks. Instead of taking steps to work with us on public safety, the Trump administration's focused on scaring Illinoisans.
That's true. That's exactly correct.
We all decide.
Let me see. Still, by the way, President Trump still has not come out, but as soon as he does, I will be the first to bring it to you live. Don't think that we're going to go anywhere. We have Trump ready to go. As soon as he comes out, I'll bring it to you live. Oh, wow. what's happening in Chicago is very concerning. We haven't even seen the beginning of it. Maybe the proclamation is going to be about that. We'll see what he actually signs. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Donald Trump is expected to speak in the Oval Office at some point. It could be in 1 minute, it could be in 5 minutes, could be in an hour, but I will be here ready to bring it to you live. Donna, thank you. I try not to get too angry. Listen, sometimes it just comes out of me. It's hard not to be angry about what's happening, and I think that's what people relate to with my content is everybody's angry, and people like the fact that I express that anger. I know my mom has said, I know she might be watching right now, she says, you need to calm down in your videos, try not to be yelling so much. But look, people want to yell right now. People are ready to scream. And sometimes you can't go out in the street and scream. And maybe you're afraid that ICE is going to come stop you for speaking against the Trump administration. But if I can scream to my phone and millions of people watch it, at least I know some people are changing their minds. Change happens slow in this country. But what this administration is doing under Donald Trump, they are trying to inflict radical right-wing change fast. And they're trying to basically blitzkrieg our country, steamroll our Constitution, and overwhelm us with actions every single day to silence us. That's why we have to be countering them every day with correct information, timely news, spreading facts over fiction. Right, Tish, exactly. Hey, if you want to move to another country, I support it. Our country is not living up to its potential right now. But also, if you want to stay here and fight, I support that too. I've thought about both, and I've thought, well, maybe I move to another country and I can fight from there too. But I'm not going anywhere right now. I'm staying right here. And if people leave, more power to you. If you stay, I'm staying with you. So whatever you decide, everything's fair game at this point. See who else can tune in to the show. I know, Alicia, a lot of us can't afford to leave. And that's the thing, some people can barely afford to live in this country, let alone leave. So that's why I want to fight to make sure that nobody has to leave, that we can make a better country. Nobody has to go anywhere. Yo, Cloud City Art, can you make me a tostada? I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. As soon as Trump is done, we'll wrap the show for today. But I am not logging off until we watch Donald Trump speak in the White House today, because there is too much at stake right now for him to just go in there and talk about Biden and talk about Obama. We want to talk about the Epstein files. We want to talk about why did Israel just bomb another country. We want to talk about why there is no peace deal in Ukraine, why groceries are not getting more affordable. Let's see if they talk about those things today. Yeah, what part of the Bay are you from, Cloud City? I've been all over the Bay. Honestly, it might be my favorite place in the world, more than LA. I love Northern California, the weather. I love the crisp air, love the hills. I mean, something about driving through the hills in Berkeley and Oakland and just looking out at the water is so cool. Something that I think everybody deserves to do. If they live in this country, you should get out to the Bay Area and check it out. It's not what you see on Fox News. Obviously, there are parts of San Francisco where there are people that are homeless, people that are addicted to drugs. You see that in Los Angeles, San Diego, Chicago, New York, Memphis, Raleigh, North Carolina. I know we have viewers from Raleigh, North Carolina. There's people who are living on the street there. It's sad, but it's not a blue state issue. It's not a red state issue. It's an American issue. Wow, so you're a new citizen, Tiny Bean. Congratulations. Congratulations. Hopefully it becomes easier for people to become citizens, because I know right now it's so hard for so many families. But congrats. I'm sure you had to work hard for that. Yeah, Simi Valley, that's what's up. You ever watch The Real Bros of Simi Valley? It's like a comedy series. It was kind of making fun of your area, but like in a good way, with Jimmy Tatro. You should check that out if you hadn't seen it. It's like they're making fun of like reality TV, but it's a spoof, but it's like all Simi Valley, LA people. Thanks for watching from Orlando. Appreciate it. Thank you everybody for being here as we wait for the president to speak. I know. Hopefully he comes soon. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Look, I wish I could tell him to come out right now. I wish I can control it, but you know how this president works. He's probably eating a Big Mac right now. He's probably eating a Big Mac and doing nothing. Thank you to the hundreds of people watching. As we wait for the president to speak, he's going to sign a proclamation. Will it be about Chicago? Will it be about Israel? Will it be about New Orleans? He's saying after Chicago, guess what's next? New Orleans and Baltimore. I have a good friend watching from New Orleans right now, Luke. He was in the chat earlier. Hopefully he's still here. If Trump comes to New Orleans, that is not going to be good for anybody. It's not going to be good at all. Somebody says they think Trump is napping. And folks, do me a favor. Right when he comes out, share the link far and wide so that as soon as he's out, everybody tunes in so they can watch my show today. Because I know some people have already left because he's taking too long. If you know somebody that was watching that left, you could send him a text, be like, "Oh, he's back. He's on now. Come tune in." But we will stay right here for when he comes out. Yep, Eileen, he's coming for Portland as well. He's going to do Portland. He's going to do Oakland. And they're going to do other cities as well. New York, obviously. I thought I heard they already swooped in on Baltimore. There hasn't been a major National Guard operation in Baltimore yet, as far as I'm aware. I haven't seen any footage of that yet. I mean, I know there's ICE raids going on there, but we're talking about like these massive National Guard deployments. We've seen LA and DC, and I think we'll see Chicago be announced today. Are you on TikTok live? I'm not live on TikTok right this second. Earlier I was. I go live on TikTok, but I'm really trying to direct traffic to YouTube because it's a much better experience. I'm going to set up TikTok later where you can actually watch the breaking news too. But right now on TikTok, it's just like the side of my face and you're just hearing the news through my computer. But at least on YouTube, you can actually watch like you're watching a show. So strongly encourage YouTube over TikTok. Yeah, Donna, he's going to come to New York. And look, your next mayor, Zoran Mamdani, who I'm very inspired by. I love the way he speaks. I love his policies. He is a threat to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump has even threatened to deport him. This is an American citizen we're talking about. Yes, he's an immigrant. Yes, he wasn't born in this country, but he's been a citizen since he was a child. And they're talking about stripping his citizenship away, calling him a terrorist. What has he done that would make him a terrorist other than the fact that his skin is brown and that he has policies that are progressive? Exactly. Nothing. Nothing. Yeah, Tracy, thank you for coming from TikTok. Look, when Trump speaks, I'll probably go live on TikTok again, but purely so I can try and get people to come discover my YouTube channel. So the fact that that worked for you, that's great. And this is where I'm live all the time. And I'm going to be live on TikTok sometimes, but I'm always going to be live here. So that's why you don't want to miss the YouTube. So we will stay right here as we await the president. If I did have sponsors, this would be a great time to talk about them, but no, I'm an independent creator, and I want everybody to know, because there's been a lot of controversy lately surrounding other Democratic influencers that may or may not be getting paid for their work. I am only ever going to take a paid deal if it's something that I align with, if it's something I agree with, right? So if somebody wants to pay me to talk about gun control, or if they want to pay me to talk about, Planned Parenthood, I'm going to do that because I need to support my work and it's something that I believe in. But I'm never going to sell out. I'm never going to make a video advocating for big oil. I'm never going to make a video for, pro-life, trying to control women's bodies. So that's the red line that you need to know with me is, yeah, I'm not going to say no to an opportunity if it's something that I believe in. And I think everybody would agree with that. Everybody would do the same in their lives. It's funny. I have like a few. I have a few celebrity fans too, which is so cool. I'm gonna throw them out, and you can let me know in the chat. Right, and again, we're just waiting for Donald Trump to come out, so I think this is a good way to just engage. We never get to talk about personal stuff, so it's really cool to learn where you guys come from. I noticed that I'm followed by, well, first of all, Rosie O'Donnell and Justin Theroux. Those are two big ones. How about Boy George? Boy George follows my Instagram. And if you don't remember who Boy George is, frontman of Culture Club, one of the biggest acts of the 80s. Love their music. So you got Boy George. Apollonia, who is the act, I'm trying to remember her last, Cotero, I believe is her last name. Apollonia Cotero. She was an actress. She is an actress. She played Apollonia in Purple Rain, Prince's movie. So that's really cool. Dave Bautista, how could I forget? Dave Bautista follows the channel. And also we are followed by Rachel Dratch. And we are also followed by, I'm missing a big one. Somebody big that follows my channel. But yeah, so we're in great company. We have some heavy hitters that are following us. Who am I forgetting? Let me see. I know I'm forgetting a big one. Again, Trump could come out any minute, so we'll be ready. Yeah, Apollonia Cotero. That's the actress from Purple Rain. Jennifer Coolidge. Jennifer Coolidge was one of my first celebrity followers, which was so cool because I'm a big fan of White Lotus. So, and like Stephen A. Smith's like my videos and some cool people. Yeah, Boy George. Culture Club's awesome. Yeah, dude, Cloud City, take me with you. Take me with you. Go get the salsa. You're making me hungry. I wish Trump would hurry up because I'm going to go eat as soon as he's done. Thank you for the $25 contributions on Buy Me a Coffee. 4 of you already who have sent those because I might be able to go get lunch. So thank you. I really appreciate it. Veronica and Eileen, thank you. Thank you, Veronica, for the $25 donation on Venmo. Eileen, thank you for the $100 incredible contribution on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate that because you're supporting the show and you're supporting the channel. And because of you, we're going to grow together. So thank you. Thank you. I will send you a message later. Really appreciate that. Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. All right. As soon as Trump comes, we'll bring it to you. And look, if other breaking news happens later today, if other breaking news happens, we will cover it on my TikTok and Instagram tonight. I'm not going to continue the live after Trump speaks. We will get another show going this week. But at that point, I will need to log off. So we're going to show Trump, and we are going to react to it, and then that will conclude today's edition of the Progressive Pulse. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. He's out of my control. I wish I could tell the president the people want to hear him, but right now we are just waiting, just like the press and just like his cabinet. So we'll see. We will see what the president has to say. Rock the mic. What does 1 gallon of gas cost right now in California? Not cheap. Let me see. By the way, Eileen and Veronica, I just want to make sure thank you. I got your Venmos, and I really appreciate it. I want to make sure that you heard me in case I was talking too fast. Troy, thank you for the $25 contribution. He says, enjoy a taco as well. Is that you, Cloud City Art? Is your name Troy? Either way, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You guys are helping me kill time because obviously the president, he was supposed to come out, what is it, an hour ago? This is absurd. Are they doing makeup on his hands right now, do you think? Like they're covering up his bruises? And look, you never want to wish somebody bad health. But clearly he is not fit to be president. He is clearly not healthy. And the media made such a big deal about Biden having a stutter when in reality, Donald Trump is literally on the verge of having a heart attack. Okay, Alejandro. Dude, send me a picture of your tostada. I'm getting hungry. But Troy, thank you for the $25 buy me a coffee. Appreciate it. What's great about that, it goes directly to my channel. There's no third party. It's like the most direct way to support me. So I'll be sure to respond to everybody later once I'm off the show. And we will continue with the live coverage here of the White House. Trump is to speak in the Oval Office. And we will see what he has to say today. Supposedly, he is signing a proclamation. Do I have pets? Yeah, I've got a cat. Sometimes you'll see the cat will come into the show. So that's another difference between us and the mainstream media is you're getting me unfiltered. You might see the cat come in. The cat loves to eat this microphone cover. So that's another reason why, your contributions on Venmo actually do make a difference, because I just had to buy a new microphone cover because the cat shredded it to pieces. The cat chewed it up. Hey, thanks for watching from the Philippines. I would love to go there. That's like near the top of my list. Where in the Philippines? The one thing that overwhelms me about traveling to the Philippines is there's just so many islands. There's so much to visit that I feel like I could never do it justice. Like how could one take a trip to the Philippines and like really see it all? How long would it take, do you think? I mean, you'd have to be living there for years, and there's so many different cultures. And am I wrong? There's different languages, right? From island to island. Any knowledge you have to share with me, I would love to learn more about your country. Would appreciate a cat cameo. Yeah, we'll see when the cat comes in. We'll see when the cat comes in if we'll get a cameo. We'll see. Jay from Philippines. Thanks for being here. It's really inspiring, the amount of people that watch this from other countries, because it shows how connected we are, and it shows that everybody is tuned in, and people are trying to cut through the noise. They're trying to learn more about what's happening, because it's affecting people's lives, and it's affecting wars around the world, and the global economy is in a very unstable place right now. You finish your homework, Wimmy? That's good. Look, the other thing is, yes, I want the show to be informational, but it has to be entertaining too, because we're here to be united, and we have to have each other's backs. And we are living through some really dark times. It's important to, try to make each other happy as well, and try to focus on some victories. One thing I really want to do with this show is highlight victories that happen. You're from the south of Philippines, Davao City. I'm going to look that up on the map. Thank you for subscribing, though. Tell all your friends about the show, by the way. If anybody doesn't speak English, I'm sure there's a way you can turn on the correct subtitles. The internet's so awesome nowadays. You can subtitle any language pretty much of anything you're watching, which is awesome. Looks really cool. It's so cool that you're watching from all the way on the other side of the world. I wish the President of the United States would respect your time and come out and speak, but this president, he doesn't care if we have work to do. He doesn't care if we have dinner to have with our families. We're on his time. Now, I know some people have things to do. If you end up missing part of it, I'm going to post recaps of this, so you'll see parts you've missed. And other creators are going to cover this too. But if you like my coverage of it, you'll see later on my channel, I do these live shows, and then you'll see videos as well. And the videos aren't live. So the videos you can watch after the fact and share them around too. And usually they're topic related. So I'll do a video on like one specific piece of news. Okay, I just got a notification, folks. This is important. There's a chance that his event might have been canceled. Well, it's a speculation, but This is what Twitter is saying. Trump's event at the White House was 30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. No updates so far as to why it's delayed. Now, mind you, it's 6:30 Eastern Time. So it's been delayed, what is that, 5 hours? Let me see if there's any other update about this. Hell yeah. Glad you saw an ICE protest near Joliet. That's awesome. Protests are going to start to happen every day there, and hopefully they just get bigger and bigger. Did something happen? Was there a medical emergency? I mean, look, we cannot speculate. We don't know what's going on, but it's pretty bizarre of him to cancel. Something could have happened. I'm trying to multitask right now, keep this feed up for you so we can be ready in case he comes out, but I'm also checking social media to see if there's any update about where the president is right now. Yeah, if he cancels, it's going to look bad, for sure. I like that, Alicia. They ran out of foundation and concealer. Somebody says at this point, I don't think he's coming. Yeah, I agree, Cloud City Art. It is part of his tactic. I mean, he's tweeting right now. He just posted another tweet. Oh, I might have to make a video about this, so you might actually have to watch me make a video. Folks, I'm about to record a video. If Trump comes out and starts to speak, we'll get straight into that. But you're going to watch me do another behind-the-scenes TikTok. Missouri just voted to redraw their voting maps. Oh, boy. I'm going to record this right now. Here we go. Watch this. And don't go anywhere, folks, because we are still going to hear from the president. I'm going to record a TikTok right now so you can watch me do it. And you're basically getting the breaking news in real time. Folks, breaking news. Missouri Republicans have just passed legislation that will allow the state to redraw their voting maps, just as Texas is doing so, in order for Donald Trump to try and gain more Republican seats in Congress during the 2026 midterm elections. This is another state that is caving to fascism, bending the knee, kissing the ring of Donald Trump, and redrawing their maps ahead of the census count, which is supposed to come in 2030. This is not usual behavior, but they are doing this at the behest of Donald Trump to try and increase his margins in Congress. Why are they doing this? Because they know they might be set for a landslide loss in the midterm elections, and now they're countering what California is doing, which was to counter what Texas is doing. So this is kicking off a nationwide redistricting battle but clearly Republicans are trying to steal additional seats in Congress for Donald Trump, and Missouri now will add another Republican seat with the new maps that are rigged in favor of Donald Trump. All right, well, you heard it there. That's the news. I'm posting it now. Let me see. It's so disappointing that that happened, but people need to know about it. So I'm posting that right now while we wait for Trump. Maybe that's what's also taking him a second, is he was just informed about that and he posted it. Okay, that video is posting now, so many people are about to be aware of that. We continue to wait for the president. Hopefully hear what he has to say soon. Oh. If I go quickly grab a cup of water, nobody's going to go anywhere, right? I don't want to walk back and everybody left. I also don't want to walk back in here and Trump is already talking and I missed it. But it will take me literally 10 seconds. I just don't want you to wonder where I went. So can I trust everybody? Can everybody stay here? Because we're all staying for one reason. That's to listen to Trump. Gonna go grab some water so that I can deliver a better vocal performance for you. I did not expect this to take this long, but that's what happens when you're reporting live breaking news sometimes, is you have to be ready. Somebody says get lip balm too. I'll ask my roommate if he has lip balm. Yeah, they're a little chapped. Okay, you guys will be here? All right, stay right here. I'll be right back. I'm back. Thank you. I trusted all of you and you delivered. We are back. Still waiting on the president, though. But he will be on soon. Make sure everyone stays hydrated. Oh, you're right. I need lip balm. Wonder if we can find some. Oh, you know what? I do have lip balm. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab that. I got something similar. Perfect. Back. All right. That's going to help. That's for sure going to help. he might be coming at all if there was a life alert. I don't think there was a medical emergency because he's still tweeting. So that's good. I mean, I guess good. He's alive. Hey, Mandy, thank you for the $20 contribution on Venmo. Thank you so much. Did Trump cancel? No, he didn't cancel. Yep, exactly, Tish. We still have the Trump feed up. So there's been no information shared with the press that this is canceling. So it's still on. It's still on. Bummer. I mean, look, I think JD Vance might be even worse. Because what makes JD Vance so dangerous is his ideas are even more radical than Trump's, but he's a better speaker. And so what JD Vance does so well is he's able to package Trump's racism and extremism into a way that is more presentable, more palatable for Americans. He tries to convince you that these policies are normal and they're desired. Now, the one thing that JD Vance doesn't have is he doesn't have the cult. I think when Trump dies, the cult can't really survive. There's still going to be people that wear his merch and they're still going to love him forever. But JD Vance is not going to carry that same cult the way Trump does. What are your guys' MLB playoff predictions? I know we feel like we were just talking about MLB. I shared mine. I know. I think either the Brewers or Padres are going to win it all. It'd be really cool if one of them did, and then we can go back to this and you can say I was correct. I'm worried about my Cubs, though. I'm worried about my Cubs. They haven't been playing good. Oh, Wimmy, you're talking about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is a real threat to our democracy. He is, without a doubt, the #1 MAGA influencer. He is like the most popular Trump-supporting influencer, and he carries enormous power because he goes to college campuses and he convinces young people that what Trump is doing is good and it's correct. But in reality, he's brainwashing the youth, and he's getting paid to do it by Trump supporters, or not by the Trump administration. He's directly, cycling money back and forth. But yeah. You guys follow Jack Schlossberg? I want to try and get him on the show. By the way, looks like tomorrow, California Governor Gavin Newsom is having like an online press conference where they're getting a bunch of influencers. I'm not going to be involved in this one, but they're trying to spread the word about getting Californians to vote yes on Prop 50. I just posted a TikTok about how Missouri is redrawing their voting maps. Who's my favorite Cubs player? I'm going to make this more fun. Are you saying my current favorite Cubs player or all-time favorite Cubs player? Because there's different answers. So let me know which one you want. Cool. I just posted the video about Missouri. Such a shame. Anybody watching from Missouri? I can't remember if anyone says they are. By the way, breaking news, as we wait for Trump. The Qatari government says they reserve the right to retaliate in response to the Israeli attack on Doha, and that the prime minister says Israel committed terrorism in Doha, bombing the capital city in the middle of the day. And for anybody in the Trump administration who says that this attack by Israel is going to help us make peace, well, they'd be incorrect, because now another country is getting into the conflict. Bean, you didn't miss anything yet. We're still waiting for the president to come out. It's cool. Everyone's from different parts of the country, and I see all these different fandoms here. We got Eagles fans, Padres fans, Brewers fans. Yep, wacko Stephen Miller. He's also a threat. I mean, he and Peter Thiel, they are the two responsible for giving the playbook that we see from Trump and JD Vance. You think Trump is smart enough to come up with the stuff he does on a daily basis? Somebody's telling him what to do. Somebody's telling Trump what to say, where to be, what script to read off of. So my favorite Cubs player all time, I am going to go with Aramis Ramirez. I'll just go with him for now. I mean, he was the one I watched the most growing up. I mean, I love Sammy Sosa. But right now, I would say Nico Horner. Nico Horner is just a gamer. I mean, the obvious answer would be to say Pete Crow Armstrong, but I just love Nico Horner, man. I think he's just such a great player. He plays so hard and gritty. He reminds me of Ryan Theriot, who I also watched growing up. Yep, Stephen Miller is the Reich Minister of Propaganda. Donna, are you saying in New York there's potentially a terror threat here? Interesting. Christopher, hey, you're not the only one who came from Raleigh, North Carolina today. I have another viewer who's from Raleigh, and I tell her the same thing. I say I love Bojangles. I love going to Durham. I love walking around downtown Raleigh, Cary. I'm a big fan of North Carolina. That's for sure. I wonder if I can find anything about Trump not coming out yet. I'm losing some viewers. I know some people are getting tired. Look, I'm with you. But we're going to show Trump when he comes. Looks like Fox News did an interview with RFK Jr. that we can definitely pull up while we wait for Trump. I'm getting some intel right now that this executive order might be related to pharmaceutical. Let me see. This could be related to Big Pharma. Okay, let me see if I can. Okay, so we're getting some information right now that the press briefing we're about to see with Donald Trump might be related to the pharmaceutical industry. This is from Bloomberg 10 minutes ago. The Trump administration announced plans to crack down on pharmaceutical ads on television and social media platforms that could disrupt billions of dollars in annual ad spending. Interesting. And we got some more breaking news. It's like every minute. I gotta pull this up. I'm reading from Sky News right now. Ukraine's Air Force has warned that Russian drones have entered the airspace of Poland, threatening the city of Zamosk. Okay, I need to find out if that's true right now. There are reports of drones in Poland from Russia. That could definitely expand the war. Hey, somebody just sent me a $100 contribution on Buy Me a Coffee. Looks like they wanted to remain anonymous, but thank you so much. Thank you so much for that incredible contribution to my channel. They said, get yourself something for your office and yourself. I will. I probably will get another microphone soon so I can have guests. Howdy from Boulder, Colorado. Thank you for being here. Okay, let me see right now what I can find about Poland, because that's bad news. Let's see. Is any update on Poland? Yeah, I'm going to have to make a video about this right now too while we wait for the president. How do you pronounce the city? Zamosk? How do you pronounce Zamosk? Zamoshk. Okay. Okay, watch this. Breaking news. We are getting reports of Russian drones spotted in Poland. They are in Polish airspace during an attack on Ukraine. Russian drones have been officially spotted near the Polish city of Zamość. This is bad news, folks, because clearly this is a violation of Poland's sovereignty during an attack on Ukraine. And this comes just weeks after Trump's summit with Putin in Alaska, which Trump and many Republicans were saying would promise a peace deal soon. Obviously, peace is further than ever because Russia continues to bomb civilians indiscriminately every single day in Ukraine. And now they have completely infringed on Poland by flying drones into their territory as well. This is a breaking news story, so I'm giving it to you as soon as this is coming out right now. Very intense development in a war that is not likely to be stopped, especially not under the current Trump regime. They are giving Russia all the leverage, and negotiations have completely stalled. Today, Trump's press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, was asked if Trump has any plans to talk with Putin, and there are no plans right now for them to meet. Well, I gotta post that. That's unfortunate. Wow. Let me see if I can find any footage about that too, as we continue to wait and wait for the president. Let me see if there's any information on the drones in Poland. Let's see what we can find. Yeah, we're seeing reports on social media right now saying that Ukrainian Air Force says Russian drones have entered Polish airspace heading toward the city of Zamość. In response, an airport in eastern Poland, I'm not going to try and pronounce that right now, has been shut down due to unplanned military activity. Wow. This doesn't seem like real news. Some people are saying they're bombing Poland. That's not true. Let's see. At least 2 drones might have been shot down. Just go live on Instagram. No, I'm not live on Instagram. I'm actually suspended from going live on Instagram. I posted a political cartoon of Trump, and the political cartoon apparently violated Instagram's terms. I was calling out Trump for being on the Epstein list, and they said that I was promoting child trafficking, which is ironic because I was condemning a child trafficker. So I don't do the live on YouTube. I do go on TikTok, but the best place to watch the live show is here on YouTube. Oh man, so Israel bombs Qatar, and now Russian drones have been spotted in Poland. Russia is saying it was a training exercise. I'm going to look that up, but even still, I mean, you would not fly drones into Poland. Bean says, how do you stay in the know on all these things? I feel like there's so much happening, it's hard to keep up with. Look, I'm with you. It's hard. Luckily, you know, I've been training, doing this now for the past few years, so I'm locked in on my computer. I've got other people that also text me when things are happening, so it's very nice to have help. But that's why you tune in here, because I can help you stay up to date. We're live right now waiting for Trump to speak, and now we're hearing that there's drones in Poland. Maybe that's what's causing Trump to be so delayed. Wow. Trying to see what else we can see about Poland. I'd love it if Trump mentioned it if he comes out. Let's see what we can find. Oh, and look at this, folks. We're actually getting some live footage of a... oh, the music's kind of annoying. Large protest is building right now in, looks like downtown Chicago, over Operation Midway Blitz. It says no Trump, no troops. I'm trying to see where they're at in Chicago. We'll see what we can find on that. Oh, wow. Look at that protest. I'm going to keep this on while I try to see if I can find information about when Trump is coming out and what's going on in Poland right now. Looks like Governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, spoke like a few minutes ago as well. Let's see. Congress Plaza. I'm trying to see. Someone says Congress Plaza. Let's see where's the protest happening. Looks like it's like right in the heart of downtown. Poland closed the Belarus border. I'm going to have to make another video to follow up on this too. Folks, breaking news out of Poland where Russian drones were spotted flying in Polish airspace. Poland, as a result, has been forced to close one of their airports in eastern Poland. And there are also reports that they may be closing the border with Belarus as well. This is a very dangerous situation right now. Russia might have been going through with a strike on Ukraine and their drones flew into Poland's airspace. We're waiting for President Trump to speak right now. He's supposed to speak at the Oval Office, and I'm wondering if this is what is causing a over 5-hour delay of the president. Maybe there's some intel inside the cabinet, inside the administration as to what is taking place right now. We just saw Israel bomb Qatar. Now drones are flying in Poland's airspace. Whether it's an accident, whether it's training, it's a very dangerous situation that could create a larger conflict. So I just want to provide that update right now because everything's happening very quickly, and if I have more updates on it, I'll be sure to share them with you to help spread the truth about what's happening in Poland, Europe, and around the world. Okay, and we're still waiting for Trump, but look at this protest right now. See if there's any news I can find on it. Yeah, you're right about Poland closing the border. That's crazy. Because we know Putin does not want to stop with Ukraine. We know it's about his greater conquest of Eastern Europe. And now, and Melanie, you're not the first person to mention, Donna mentioned earlier as well, that there's a potential terror threat in New York City right now. This is becoming overwhelming right now. But stay right here, folks. We're going to try and cover it all. Let me see if there's any update. No sign of the president. Wow. Okay. Well, let me see if I can find anything. Wow. Did not know they closed the border. So we still wait for the president. It is good news to see that there's a large turnout at the protest. That's good to see. Still waiting for the president to speak. I'm posting videos right now on TikTok and Instagram so everybody can see updates on Poland. Nuclear drill. It sounds like it. Sounds like it. Hang on, getting more news. Somebody acutely points out on social media, Putin embarrassed Trump 3 weeks ago. Putin bombed an American factory 2 weeks ago. Putin is now expanding the war into Poland and Moldova. Putin has played Trump for a fool. And yet Trump is still not speaking. I guess some reporter asked Trump earlier about the letter that Trump wrote to Epstein for his 50th birthday, and he says it's a dead story. That's Trump's new deflection. The story is dead. Just because Trump says the story is dead means the story is now dead. We shouldn't care about the Epstein files anymore. Bernie Sanders, one of the few good ones we've got, he said today, quote, Netanyahu's extremist government is completely out of control. Not only are they starving children in Gaza, they are now breaking international law by dropping bombs on Qatar, a U.S. security partner. When is enough enough? No more U.S. military aid to Israel. Exactly, Alicia. It's like only somebody that wants us to stop talking about something would say the story's dead. You got that right. You've got that absolutely right. Oh, so we'll wait for the president still. Let me see if I can pull up anything about Chicago. Look at this protest right now. Huge crowd. I'm gonna record a TikTok about this too. Just get the word out while we wait for the president to speak. This just in, a massive protest is underway in Chicago right now, in downtown Chicago, Illinois, in response to Donald Trump's Operation Midway Blitz. This is his new military operation, ICE operation, his takeover of Chicago. Well, it's already being met with a massive protest. Thousands of people are taking the streets of Chicago to say no to ICE conducting unconstitutional raids, no to Trump's radical far-right extremist agenda. And when I say thousands, I mean there are thousands of people, and this looks like it's expected to grow over the next few minutes, hours, and even days. There will probably be bigger protests as Donald Trump conducts this surge of ICE agents and then National Guard troops into the city of Chicago. I'm reacting to it live on YouTube right now, so come join me. Link is in my bio, or search Josh the Progressive. I hope to see you there. And if you're in Chicago, be sure to protest peacefully, but get out there, get in the streets, and make your voices heard, because what's happening right now is so beyond the pale. This is not the United States of America that we want to live in. Okay. Do you guys like seeing the behind-the-scenes magic? I mean, while we wait for Trump, it's like it doesn't hurt for me to record something, and you're getting the news straight from the source. Yeah, exactly. And it's on a Tuesday. Like, think about so many of these people, like, probably just got back from work. It's about 6:20 in Chicago right now. It's like, that just shows how ready people are to fire up and fight back. You're going to the protest now? Okay, great. Yeah, go be safe. Stay vigilant. Make sure you're okay. Protect those around you. Hey, if you want to do me a favor, if you're able to get any footage, send it to my email. So if you are able to record any footage on the ground, you can email me and I'll take a look at it. And maybe with your permission, I'll even put it in a video so we can see what it's like on the ground. But no pressure, no worries if that's not possible. It's just a suggestion. Wow. Yeah, I mean, look, everybody watching here right now, I know you're just watching a YouTube show, but this is a movement. You are a part of a movement right now because there are hundreds of us watching. I mean, the videos I make are seen by millions of people. And like that means to me that people are getting information and they are prepared to fight back. And so we know there are people out there in this country that are ready to fight back. Good. Yeah. Glad you caught me when I said I'm going live. In the future, I'm going to have a more consistent schedule, but plan on it being, daytime, because even though most people work during the daytime, a lot of this news breaks during the daytime. And so I can come on and do it, and you can just put it on anywhere you are. Hey, let's say you're going for a run, put this on in your headphones. Like instead of listening to music, hey, I love music as much as the next guy. We've heard all these albums already. You can put on some new content. It might make your run go faster because you're taking in the news while you run, or if you're on a walk, or maybe you're doing groceries or anything like that. Bring your headphones and listen in. Yep, Trump still has not come out. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, somebody's saying the protest is bigger. I mean, it looks bigger. It looks much bigger. Let me bring it back to you now so you can see. Wow, look at that. Awesome. What video games are you playing? Also, what flavor ice cream are you eating? Two very, very important questions. And it's good that you did your homework first, because no video games or ice cream until homework is done. Look at that. How many people would you say that is? 3,000, 4,000? Maybe less, maybe more? Death Stranding? Ooh. I heard that's a good game. Wow. Still live. Oh, man. You're trying to make it home so you can go. You're in the traffic. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure with the protest too, like traffic is going to be extra worse. Oh, fiber optics and photonics. That sounds above my pay grade, but that sounds really awesome. Yeah, so looks like There's a line of edge police near the bottom of the crowd. Let's see who that is on the right side. Do you see it on the right side? There's like police keeping them on the edge. That's very interesting. The protests I went to in Los Angeles, it was more like the protest organizers themselves were rolling out like a caution tape thing to keep everybody in a contained area. No, I took the sound off because this feed is just playing music. But let me see if I can find a better feed. And again, look at this. Still, it's getting dark in DC and no sign of the president. So I am starting to wonder if this was canceled, but we'll find out. Let me see if I can find a feed of the protest with sound. Looks like someone's on the ground. That's the aerial shot we saw. Here, I want to tune in. Let's listen to this. And then by the way, if Trump comes on, we're going to bring you straight to Trump. Thank you, Veronica. I appreciate that. Somebody fell asleep and woke up watching. Okay. Here's Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker today calling out Donald Trump and condemning what we're seeing right now. I'm going to record this.
Celebrate Latino heritage and to
Right back.
celebrate Latino heritage and to stand up for the community that it represents. So happy to take any questions from members of the media.
Governor Tom Homan was asked about racial profiling today. He said that ICE is not racially profiling. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? And also, we've learned that ICE now has stations at courthouses in Illinois so that they can process suspects, sort of take them out of the criminal justice system since we're not cooperating here in Illinois with ICE. Can you just react to the impact that might be having on our court system? Well, Tom Homan has long ago acknowledged that he was racially profiling. As the leader of ICE, as somebody who's now advising the president on this new strategy, attacking our Latino communities, we know that that Supreme Court decision yesterday that frankly takes away rights from people across the United States is something that Tom Homan cheers. So I just want to be clear.
They're literally going after anybody who speaks Spanish, anybody who might be seen outside a Home Depot, maybe outside a construction site, racially profiling people, no due process, and ICE now has less paperwork they have to do. They are eliminating the amount of paperwork they require so they can fill their quota faster, they can disappear more immigrants faster. It's abhorrent.
We don't appreciate and frankly push back on and will always fight what Tom Homan and what the Supreme Court decision represents. And the courthouses, ICE stations at courthouses? Look, remember that we're talking about people who have been here for many years in this country who are literally seeking to follow legal procedures so that they can stay in this country. To attack them in the very place where they are trying to follow the law seems to me like the world is upside down when this is what Donald Trump is promoting. ICE sitting outside of courthouses that people are showing up to voluntarily. These are not people running away from authority. These are people seeking authority to stay in this country.
So, Governor, do you have Senator Don DeWitt said that the state should use the $200 million a year placed on the road fund to provide ongoing mass transit funding. He also said he wants to use interest earned on the rainy day fund and interest earned in the future on the rainy day fund to fund mass transit. What's your take on that?
Well, he's a little late to the table, if you ask me, if that's a recent proposal. And all I can say is that we're looking at all of the potential revenue sources in order for us to make sure we fund a world-class transit system in the state of Illinois.
Still no sign of Trump, by the way. Oh, somebody pointed out, thank you. The video froze. Hang on. Let me fix that. This happens sometimes. Look, just another reason why I appreciate those who contributed to my channel via Venmo and Buy Me a Coffee, because we need to upgrade this equipment. But let me fix this for you real quick. Not to worry. I'm getting a lot better at fixing things too when there's a technical difficulty. All right. Now we will add another screen. And we bring it back. Thank you for letting me know that the video froze. Sometimes I don't even notice because I'm focused on it. I bet you the video is back now.
They're expressing to you, and what are you able to do to sort of work with them and help them?
Well, today I was in Brighton Park with the Brighton Park Neighborhood Council, also with ICER, which represents really the breadth of immigration-associated organizations in the state of Illinois, listening to them, and we were talking about how we can protect our communities better. They are amazing at making sure that people know their rights in this environment in which people's rights are under attack. So I was pleased to listen to them, to spend time with them. And I will say, people are frankly afraid. In our communities, they're afraid to come out of their homes, they're afraid to go shopping, they're afraid to take their own children to school because they have mixed status households. Some are U.S. citizens, some are people who have legal status in this country but are not citizens, and there are undocumented people. And we are trying to protect all the residents of the state of Illinois. These are people who, people talk about, Donald Trump likes to talk about immigrants as criminals. These are not criminals. These are people who are genuinely here in this country, holding down jobs. They've been here for 10, 20, 30 years, raising families here, paying taxes, following the law, doing the right thing. We should give them an opportunity, whether it's when they go to the courthouse to try to get their citizenship or their legal status improved, or taking their kids to school. We should be protecting them in all those endeavors. Shia.
I understand that you might have had a conversation with Hakeem Jeffries about redistricting. I'm wondering if Illinois might consider any plan to redistrict before 2026?
Well, I talked to Hakeem Jeffries somewhat frequently. No, I did not have a specific conversation recently about redistricting, and I have pledged to him that I'll do everything I can to make sure that Democrats win the Congress in 2026. It's one of the reasons that you've seen
news on Russian
in
drones in Poland.
Places outside.
Yeah, I'm trying to find something right now that I can show you.
Campaigning for people, helping state parties raise money, because we have got to win in 2026 in order to stop the madness coming out of the White House. Chris.
Where are we in this story right now? Greg Bovino reportedly on the ground here, ICE saying that they're here with that picture of the Willis Tower in the background, but we don't have the National Guard here. In your head, where are we on the timeline in the big picture of this?
Well, it's hard to tell, Chris, because as you know, Donald Trump wakes up, and depending upon which side of the bed he wakes up on, or what his mood is, or maybe what he had to drink the night before, we don't know exactly what's going to come out of his mouth and what he's going to tell people to do. Here's what we do know. ICE is somewhere on the ground here. They already have been effectuating their plans. We have not seen the bulk of those ICE agents yet in communities, but we have seen some. And we know that they are gathering steam, and they have the vehicles. We know they have about 100 vehicles that they are planning to utilize. We know that they're planning more than 200 agents on the ground, and it's not my understanding yet that Greg Bovino is here, but he has been on his way, and he is in charge of the efforts here in Illinois. And I think his history, what he posts online, which everybody should go take a look at, is just evidence that they have terrible plans for the communities of Illinois. In fact, Tom Homan has basically said that they're going to be working double hard here in a way that they maybe didn't in Los Angeles. So I'm worried for our communities. Remember, this is bad for the state of Illinois. This is bad for the economy of the state of Illinois. You saw the business community standing with me when I was pushing back on the idea of bringing troops into Illinois that Donald Trump has. And as far as I'm concerned, the ICE needs to take it down about 3 notches. And we need Tom Homan to focus on something other than his failures in Illinois. One of the reasons that he's been so unsuccessful is people know their rights here. They're learning their rights. We have great organizations on the ground, and they're doing exactly what they should be doing, following the law.
Regarding the Supreme Court's and the racial profiling basically being allowed,
at the state level, what can we do? Because we got reports of a flower shop, someone waiting at a bus stop, someone just walking down the street that ICE basically targeted. Like, what is the state doing? What can the state do concrete-wise to kind of like head off reports saying that racial profiling is functionally okay?
Well, as you know, that's federal law. And so, as you know, there is the supremacy clause that essentially says federal law trumps
trying to find
state
information
law,
on Poland
period,
right
end
now.
of sentence.
And we're still waiting for Trump to speak.
So what
It's
we
dark
can
now
do
in
is make
DC.
sure that people know their rights and that they're staying out of the way. That's the best
Good
thing
point,
that we
Bean. You
can
can watch
do.
all 5
I
Star
mean,
Wars movies
we're
before
also
Trump
taking them
actually
to
comes
court
out.
if they break the law
At this point,
in
it might
the
be
state of
canceled.
Illinois,
We'll see.
and that it's not in contravention of federal law. And so, we're frankly standing up and speaking out and ready to take them to court and do everything that we can to protect the people who live here from what Donald Trump is trying to do, which is to disrupt the country, not because he's going after criminals, but because he has a nefarious plan, frankly, to bring military into cities so that ultimately in the 2026 election, people will be normalized to the idea of militarization during the next election so that he can affect the outcome of that election.
Governor,
Yeah, Olivia.
say about like the location that ICE agents have been concentrated or any other like details that you're hearing from the community? And my colleague talked to some activists at the Broadview Center who said that one thing that they would really like to see is immigration attorneys at that center. Is that something the state can help with?
So we don't have the enough, or immigration.
There's a
attorneys
chance we
that
might not
could
see-
provide them. We do fund organizations that have immigration attorneys, and we do encourage them to be.
We
at
might
the
not
right
see Trump
places
speak because
where they
of what's
can defend
happening in
people.
Poland.
And so that's certainly part of what we're trying to effectuate. But
Trying to find some
yeah,
verifiable news, though. It's really hard right
What's
now.
happening across Chicago and Chicagoland right now is something that I think I find abhorrent. I have said for some time that going after people who have committed a crime and have not been caught committing that crime, have not been jailed and tried, is certainly an appropriate thing for civilian law enforcement. I also want to be clear.
Nothing on
that,
mainstream media about Poland
If
right
we
now.
catch somebody, we are going to prosecute them. This is if they're a criminal. We'll prosecute them in the state of Illinois, and they will be imprisoned in the state of Illinois. Because if you deport them and they're not imprisoned, they will have committed a crime, and they will not have suffered any consequence for that. Simply that they will have been removed from the United States. So we're doing everything that we can to fight crime, and that's our job. It's the federal law enforcement's job to help us to fight crime on the ground, and Donald Trump has refused to provide for us more FBI, more DEA, more ATF, and that would help us to fight gangs and guns and drugs.
Governor, can you comment about the national report card?
Multiple times, he would like for you to call and ask for help. Have you thought of calling just to discuss the situation, or have you tried to call?
So I've made very clear, I think all of you have heard me say, that there are ways that he can help us. I just named one of them. We would love to have more help from ATF and FBI and DEA. Well, let me be clear that if I pick up the phone and call Donald Trump, that will become part of a case in court that I somehow was calling him for help. And therefore,
That's a good
it will
answer.
become predicate.
Did everyone hear what he's saying, by the way? He's saying he doesn't even want to call Trump because he knows that this is going to go to the courts.
To him sending military troops into the state of Illinois. If I called him, I would say exactly what I have said to all of you. By the way, he hasn't called me either. And he doesn't seem to want to talk directly to me. He just wants to talk to television cameras and berate the people of Chicago and berate the people of Illinois and attack the city of Chicago. And I reject that entirely, and it doesn't deserve any response except the one that I have given, which is this is no joke. Donald Trump is doing something that's not normal, and we should not accept it in this country. It's un-American, it's anti-American what Donald Trump is doing. Thank you all very much.
Great answer. I'll probably want to make a clip of that later. Okay, let's see. Got to find something on Poland. Still, no word from Trump. Let's see. Let's see. It is difficult to hear me. Hopefully not too difficult. Let me make sure. Maybe it's difficult when he's talking and I was talking over him, but let me know if problems persist. Let's see. Trying to find something relevant to Poland. Let's see. I'm surprised it's not even trending yet on Twitter. Okay, let me show you. Oh, wrong one. Here's what we're looking at right now. See, there's a lot of unverified reporting. Like, some of this stuff is not true. But we're not getting anything out of mainstream media yet, so we don't know if this is not true. Okay, well, at least, okay, there was something from Fox News. Let's take a look at this.
Tonight, Ukraine's Air Force just now reporting Russian drones have entered Poland's airspace. Reuters is reporting the Ukrainian Air Force said on a messaging app drones were heading toward a Polish city near the border with Ukraine. Again, waiting for confirmation from Poland. Earlier tonight, Ukraine's Air Force.
Interesting. What are people saying? Wow. I don't even know what to say right now. Now, I try to be composed. I try to be prepared. But when this stuff happens, it's hard to say what to do. And that boat that people are sailing on to get to Gaza to deliver aid, looks like Israel bombed their boat again. That's great. Look, folks, still no sign of the president, and I don't know what to say. I mean, I think there's a chance that maybe they have postponed the event today based on the fact that maybe something's happening in Poland, but there's not enough coverage of it right now, so I don't know what's happening. But as soon as I find information, you all will be the first to know, other than me. Let's see. Yeah, I saw somebody said the press pool evacuated. But I can't find if that's verified or not. And you're right, Marissa, about the flotilla. Israel is once again just violating international law. Let's see. Something tells me they're going to cancel this this Trump event. Thank you, Chaotic DiMaggio. Thank you for the kind words. Looks like Trump was taking questions on Fox. Hang on. So I don't understand why the Associated Press is keeping this angle here. If they just showed him on Fox. Okay, well here. I'll bring you some Twitter real quick. Okay, make sure everyone can see this. Let's see what he's saying. It's him talking about Epstein.
Enjoy it. It's not my signature, and it's not the way I speak. And anybody that's covered me for a long time know that's not my language. It's nonsense. And frankly, you're wasting your time. All you do is trying to get off the great success of DC and about 200 other things we've done that are so successful.
Okay. Yep, we knew he would say that.
About the way that went down today.
So you were caught by surprise, sir?
I'm never surprised by anything, especially when it comes to the Middle East.
So what? So they asked him, by the way, they said, were you surprised, or did Israel notify you? He said no. They said, were you surprised? He said no, I'm not surprised. So he was notified?
I'll be giving a full statement tomorrow, but I would tell you this. I was very unhappy about it. Very unhappy about every aspect.
Okay, by the way, folks, I'm getting the understanding Trump is not going to speak tonight. Sounds like he's heading to a dinner, and looks like the Associated Press has failed today by keeping their live stream going. But he says he's going to give a full statement tomorrow on the conflict in Qatar now. So we'll see what he has to say tomorrow. I'll bring you live coverage of that.
And we got to get the hostages back. But I was very unhappy about the way that went down. But we are...
Okay. What else did he say? Talked about the... says he's not thrilled about the strike. Yeah, I mean, that's all he had to say, I guess. And he's not going to come out tonight, I don't think. Huh, okay. All right, so in summary, we know that there are reports of drones spotted in Poland. We know Donald Trump is not speaking in the Oval Office tonight, but maybe tomorrow. It looks like he's heading to a dinner. I'm not sure what that entails. And let me see if I can find any new updates about Poland. According to Reuters, Ukraine's Air Force said Russian drones had crossed into Polish airspace and warned that the city of Zamość, roughly 40 miles from the Ukrainian border, was under threat. This report came as Ukrainian officials tracked waves of drones launched by Russia in overnight attacks. Polish officials have not yet confirmed any drones entering the airspace. Polish authorities also closed the airport in eastern Poland, a key logistics hub for Western military aid to Ukraine, citing an unplanned military activity related to ensuring state security. A NOTAM issued for the area said the airport's control zone was unavailable until further notice. Very interesting. Let me see if I can pull up Reuters. Here we go. Good night, Melanie. Reuters. Ukraine's Air Force warns that Russian drones entered Poland's airspace. Polish and allied aircraft were activated early on Wednesday to ensure the safety of Poland's airspace after Ukraine's Air Force warned that Russian drones entered NATO member Poland's airspace. Polish allied spacecraft are operating in airspace while ground-based air defense and radar... sorry, I've been streaming for so long, I can't pronounce that right now. I'm not even going to try. Reconnaissance systems have been brought to the highest state of readiness. That's a blooper. Poland's operational command said earlier the Ukrainian Air Force said on the Telegram messaging app that drones were headed west and threatening the city of Zamość. It was not immediately clear how many drones were in Poland's airspace. Okay, good to know. All right, folks. I'm going to go for 10 more minutes so we can wrap perfectly at 5 o'clock Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Might as well, right? I mean, I really could wrap up now, but we'll go for another 10 minutes just because I feel bad. I kept you all for Trump's speech. He didn't show. It's not my fault, and we still talked about a lot of important topics. So thank you, Kelly. Look, if you're still here, thank you so much for watching today. Be sure to like the video, even though it's coming to an end, because people are still going to watch it afterwards. Make sure you're subscribed, because I'll likely go live again tomorrow and Thursday and Friday. Make sure you share this channel with somebody you know. Thank you to everybody who contributed to the show on Buy Me a Coffee and Venmo today. Thank you to everybody for following on TikTok and Instagram. And most importantly, thank you for just being here. Today, a lot has happened. We now are hearing about a drone spotting in Poland. Israel bombed Qatar. Donald Trump is denying that his signature is on the letter gifted to Epstein, even though previously they denied that the letter didn't exist. Operation Midway Blitz is underway in Chicago. Let me see if I can bring that back so we can see if there's a live feed of it. Looks like this could be somebody's live feed of Chicago. This appears to be some on-the-ground coverage. Hang tight. Let's see if we can get this live. Yeah, it's not loading. Let's see if we can get the chopper. Yep, this is Chicago right now. By the way, big protest. So somebody asked what happened with the drones in Poland. Right now, we're waiting for more reports to be confirmed about what is actually happening with that. It's unclear right now what is going on in Poland. But the more I know, the more I will post on social media for you all to see. What do we think of this crowd size right now in Chicago? Thank you, Veronica. Thank you for being here. We could be in danger. Yeah. Look at this protest. Wow. And to think that this isn't even with the National Guard arriving, there will probably be even bigger protests in the next few days. If you're in Chicago, I know we had some viewers who left the show to go protest. Do it. If you happen to be at one of these protests and you want to email me some live footage, please, I would love to see what it's like on the ground. Sean asks, are they going to come to New York? They are. I believe Trump is going to target New York closer to when Zoran Mamdani is elected, to try and time it up with that, to try and intimidate his election, which is concerning. So, yep, this is footage from a live protest. Thank you, Donna. Someone says, I'm only 17, it's scary. Should I be worried? Am I overthinking it? I mean, you should be concerned, for sure. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You should be definitely concerned, and everything that this Trump administration is doing is going to have lasting ramifications for years to come. However, you should feel cautiously optimistic that there are more of us than there are of them. And even though they won the election, too many of us didn't vote. And we need to run better candidates that actually represent what we need as Americans. So we are seeing signs of hope. There are reasons to be optimistic. The number one thing they want you to be is defeated. We need to be cautiously and revolutionary optimists right now. Look at these people protesting right now. They could be at home doing nothing. They could be sad about the Bears game last night. Bears had a big loss last night, a huge loss. But instead, they're using their First Amendment rights. They're making their voices heard. And yeah, you might say, well, this protest is not going to stop ICE. Well, they are increasing attention on Chicago right now. These protesters are showing that Chicagoans are strong. I don't think a world war is going to pop off from the drone sighting in Poland, but I do think that it's a concern. And I think we need to wait until more information surfaces regarding that sighting. Wow. If you're in Chicago, stay safe. Hey, I'm glad I could help with your anxiety. Just stay well. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. We're going to be okay. We're in this together. Christopher, thanks for the question. It doesn't look like Trump is going to speak tonight. I don't know if it's because of the Poland situation or maybe because there are reports that he's going to a dinner instead tonight, but it sounds like he's going to speak tomorrow. He did like a little interview on the street. But it does not look like he's going to speak tonight. In fact, even the Associated Press finally turned off their feed, so it is confirmed there's no plan for him to speak tonight. Kenneth, thanks for being here. And folks, you have been watching The Progressive Pulse. Thank you for being here today. This was by far the longest show that we've done. I started at 11 Pacific. It is now 5 Pacific. So this was a 6-hour show today. Before that, I was making content this morning. Thank you. Thank you for being here. We're going to sign off now, but last chance to subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you for watching The Progressive Pulse. That's the name of my show on YouTube. But if you want to keep up with all my work, follow on Instagram and TikTok. If you want to support the show directly, you can contribute financially via Buy Me a Coffee or Venmo. $1, $5. I know some people donated $25, $100 today. Even $1 supports the show and tells me that you support this project. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this community. Stay vigilant, folks. Stay vigilant. Right now, they want you to feel defeated. Stay strong. Stay optimistic. I'm going to keep you updated. I'm going to keep everybody informed. Have a great night wherever you're watching from. Thank you for being here. I'm going to be live again, so come back next time I'm live. Make sure you subscribe because I hope to see everybody I talked to today. We can build a community together. Come join me on the next show. This has been another edition of The Progressive Pulse. I'm Josh Greene.